their Space Marine chapters and declare exterminatus upon worlds teeming with billions of souls. Their authority is absolute, their judgment final, and their power nearly limitless. They are the Watchers in the Dark, the hunters of heretics, the bane of demons and Xenos alike. But what happens when one of these mighty defenders of mankind falls into the crude, green hands of the galaxy's most brutal and unpredictable Xenos race? What becomes of an Inquisitor when they are dragged, broken, and bleeding into an Orc encampment? This is not a comfortable question to explore. The fate that awaits such a captive is neither quick nor merciful. Yet to understand this grim scenario, we must delve deep into the alien psychology of the Orcs, examine the unique nature of inquisitorial power, and confront the brutal realities of what happens when two diametrically opposed forces collide in the most personal and horrifying way possible. This is the story of what happens when ultimate authority meets absolute brutality, when the Emperor's chosen are reduced to mere playthings in the hands of creatures who know only war and violence. The capture of an Inquisitor by Orcs represents something almost unthinkable in the Imperium of man. These are individuals who have spent decades, sometimes centuries, learning to combat every conceivable threat to humanity. They are trained to resist torture, to withstand psychic assault, to endure conditions that would break lesser mortals. Many possess augmetic enhancements, psychic abilities, or access to technology that borders on the heretical. Some command retinues that include everything from former Space Marines to sanctioned psychers to alien mercenaries recruited in the service of humanity's survival. The very idea that such a figure could be captured, held, and subjected to the whims of Orcs seems to contradict everything we know about both species. Yet, it has happened. The annals of Imperial history, fragmentary and incomplete as they are, record instances of Inquisitors falling into enemy hands. Most commonly, this occurs during wars with Chaos forces, or the sadistic Dark Eldar, enemies who have refined torture into an art form spanning millennia. But Orcs, the greenskin menace, is generally considered too crude, too simple-minded, too focused on immediate gratification to maintain prisoners for long. This assumption, however comfortable it might be for Imperial strategists, is dangerously incomplete. The Orcs are far more complex than they appear, and their treatment of valuable captives reveals depths to their society that many humans fatally underestimate. Throughout this exploration, we will examine every aspect of this nightmarish scenario. We will delve into the moment of capture, the immediate aftermath, and the various fates that might befall an Inquisitor in Orc custody. We will explore the role of Orc pain boys, those mad surgeons who view the Inquisitor as the ultimate experimental subject. We will investigate how different Orc clans and their unique cultures might treat such a prize differently. We will examine the historical precedent set by individuals like Commissar Yarrick, who not only survived Orc captivity, but earned the Greenskins' grudging respect. And we will confront the darkest possibilities, the fates that even the Inquisition's most comprehensive training cannot prepare its agents to face. The Inquisitor represents everything the Orcs are not. Where the Greenskins revel in chaos and direct action, Inquisitors operate through carefully laid plans and Byzantine schemes. Where Orcs grow larger and stronger through success in battle, Inquisitors accumulate power through knowledge, political maneuvering, and the careful cultivation of networks of agents and allies. Where Orcs believe that might makes right in the most literal sense possible, Inquisitors wield an authority that derives from ancient tradition and the divine mandate of the God Emperor himself. These are beings from utterly incompatible realities, and when they collide, the results are as fascinating as they are horrific. But before we can truly understand what befalls an Inquisitor in Orc hands, we must first understand the nature of these two utterly alien species. We must comprehend what an Inquisitor truly is, beyond the propaganda and the legends. We must grasp the genuine complexity of Orc society, moving past the simplistic image of mindless brutes to understand the brutal elegance of their culture. Only then can we piece together the likely fate of one of humanity's mightiest defenders when they fall into the clutches of the galaxy's most successful and terrifying Xenos race. Let us begin our descent into this grim scenario, starting with the Inquisitors themselves. The power and nature of Imperial Inquisitors. To understand what it means when an Inquisitor falls into Orc hands, we must first comprehend the sheer magnitude of power and authority these individuals wield in the Imperium of Man. An Inquisitor is not simply another soldier or officer in humanity's endless wars. They stand outside the normal hierarchy of imperial power, answerable only to the Emperor himself and, theoretically, to their fellow Inquisitors. This unique position grants them privileges and responsibilities that dwarf those of planetary governors, Imperial Guard generals, and even some Space Marine chapter masters. The Inquisitorial Rosette, that simple symbol of office carried by every full Inquisitor, represents absolute authority. With it, an Inquisitor can commandeer any resource of the Imperium. They can requisition entire battle fleets, demand the service of Space Marine chapters, access the most restricted archives of the air, administratum, and call upon the support of specialized organizations like the Death Watch, Grey Knights, or Adepta Sororitas. A single Inquisitor, acting on their own authority, can declare an entire world excommunicate traitorous, marking it and every soul upon it for destruction. They can order exterminatus, the complete annihilation of a planet and its population, if they deem the threat great enough. No Imperial official, save the High Lords of Terror themselves, can countermand an Inquisitor's direct orders. This power is not granted lightly. The path to becoming a full Inquisitor is long, arduous, and fraught with danger. Most Inquisitors begin their careers as acolytes, apprenticed to established Inquisitors from a young age. Many are recruited from the Schola Progenium, where orphans of Imperial servants are trained in various Imperial disciplines. Others are discovered later in life, individuals who have displayed the keen intelligence, unwavering faith, and ruthless pragmatism necessary for inquisitorial work. The training period can last decades, during which the acolyte accompanies their master on missions across the galaxy, learning the arts of investigation, interrogation, combat, and the countless other skills an Inquisitor must master. The curriculum is comprehensive and merciless. Acolytes learn to recognize the signs of heresy, mutation, and corruption in all their myriad forms. They study the tactics and psychology of humanity's enemies, from the mindless hunger of Tyranids to the Byzantine scheming of chaos cultists. They are trained in multiple forms of combat, from the brutal close-quarters fighting of boarding actions to the more refined techniques of assassination and stealth. Many learn to resist torture, to function after days without sleep, to survive in the harshest environments the galaxy can produce. Those with psychic potential are carefully trained and sanctioned, learning to wield their powers without falling prey to demonic possession. Beyond these practical skills, Inquisitors develop expertise in countless specialist fields. Some become masters of Xenos biology, able to identify and exploit the weaknesses of alien species. Others delve into the forbidden law of chaos, walking a dangerous line between understanding the enemy and falling to corruption themselves. Some specialize in technology, learning to recognize and utilize archaeotech and xenotech that would be forbidden to lesser Imperial servants. Each Inquisitor develops their own particular areas of expertise over their career, building a knowledge base that can span centuries of accumulated experience. The Inquisition itself is divided into several major orders, each focused on a particular category of threat to the Imperium. The Ordo Malleus, or Demon Hunters, specializes in combating the forces of chaos and demonic incursions. These Inquisitors are among the most secretive and powerful, often working closely with the Grey Knights chapter of Space, Marines. They carry specialized weapons designed to harm demonic entities, and many are well versed in the forbidden lore necessary to identify and banish warp-spawned horrors. The Ordo Xenos focuses on threats from alien species. These Inquisitors become experts in xenobiology, studying the countless alien races that plague humanity's holdings. They work closely with the Death Watch, drawing upon the expertise of veteran space marines who have fought virtually every Xenos species in the galaxy. An Ordo Xenos Inquisitor might spend decades tracking a single Genestealer cult, or they might coordinate the defense of an entire sector against an encroaching Orc Waig. Their knowledge of alien psychology, technology, and tactics is encyclopedic. The Ordo Hereticus, the Witch Hunters, turns the Inquisition's gaze inward. These Inquisitors root out heresy, mutation, and corruption within the Imperium itself. They investigate claims of psychoactivity outside the Imperium's sanctioning process, hunt down rogue tech priests who dabble in forbidden technologies, and expose cults that worship entities other than the God Emperor. They work closely with the Adepta Sororitas, the Battle Sisters, whose faith is as unshakable as their combat prowess is formidable. Beyond these three major ordos exist countless minor ones, each focused on highly specialized threats. The Ordo Scriptorum investigates heretical texts. The Ordo Redactus specializes in information control and censorship. The Ordo Chronos studies temporal anomalies and time-related threats. Each of these organizations develops its own methods, traditions, and areas of expertise, contributing to the vast wealth of knowledge and capability represented by the Inquisition as a whole. But an Inquisitor is more than their training and official authority. They are individuals, each with their own philosophies, methods, and moral boundaries. The Inquisition has no central doctrine beyond the basic tenet that the Imperium must be preserved at any cost. This lack of unified dogma has led to the development of various factions and philosophies within the organization. Puritans believe in adhering strictly to imperial law and tradition, refusing to employ forbidden technologies or make compromises with Xenos or Chaos forces. Radicals, conversely, are willing to use any means necessary to achieve their goals, even if this means employing demon hosts, collaborating with Xenos, or utilizing Chaos artifacts in the fight against humanity's enemies. These philosophical differences can lead to bitter conflicts between Inquisitors. It is not unheard of for Inquisitors to declare each other excommunicate traitorous, leading to violent confrontations that can tear apart entire sectors. The Inquisition polices itself, with each member theoretically equal in authority to every other. This creates a complex political landscape where reputation, influence, and personal power matter as much as official rank. Many Inquisitors augment their natural abilities with cybernetic enhancements. These augmetics might include enhanced sensory organs, concealed weapons systems, improved reaction times, or specialized equipment for detecting particular threats. Some Inquisitors undergo such extensive modification that they barely resemble baseline humans, becoming walking arsenals of Imperial technology. Others maintain a more subtle approach, their augmetics hidden beneath seemingly normal flesh. Those Inquisitors who possess psychic abilities represent some of the most dangerous individuals in the Imperium. As sanctioned psychers who have survived the soul-binding process, they can wield their powers with relative safety, using them to read minds, influence emotions, or unleash devastating psychic attacks. Some specialize in divination, peering into possible futures to predict enemy movements. Others become skilled in pyromancy, biomancy, or telekinesis. The most powerful Inquisitor psychers can rival the abilities of the Astartes librarians, though they lack the Space Marines' enhanced physiology. An Inquisitor's retinue further multiplies their capabilities. Most Inquisitors maintain a permanent team of specialists, individuals recruited for their particular skills and absolutely loyal to their master. These retinues might include former Imperial Guard veterans serving as combat specialists, tech priests who maintain and analyze complex equipment, sanctioned psychers who provide additional psychic support, interrogators skilled in extracting information from unwilling subjects, and countless other specialists. Some Inquisitors even maintain more controversial allies, such as Xenos mercenaries, rogue traders, or reformed criminals whose skills prove useful in the Inquisition's work. The equipment available to an Inquisitor reflects their vast authority and resources. Beyond standard Imperial weaponry, many carry rare and powerful artifacts. Force weapons that channel psychic energy, master-crafted bolt pistols with self-guiding ammunition, power swords capable of cleaving through ceramite armor, needlers that deliver lethal toxins, digital weapons concealed in rings or other jewelry, psychic hoods that enhance mental abilities while protecting against warp-based attacks, and Rosarius force fields that provide protection against even the heaviest weapons. Some Inquisitors possess truly unique items, relics dating back to the Great Crusade, or even the Dark Age of technology, objects of such power that their loss would be considered a catastrophic blow to the Imperium. This, then, is what an Inquisitor represents. A being of immense personal power, vast knowledge, absolute authority, and unwavering dedication to humanity's survival. They are scholars, warriors, investigators, and executioners all in one. They have faced demons and Xenos, traitors and heretics, winning victories through both careful planning and desperate improvisation. They are accustomed to being the most powerful individual in any room, to having their slightest wish obeyed without question, to commanding the resources of entire worlds in pursuit of their goals. And it is one of these mighty individuals, with all their power, knowledge, and authority, who has somehow found themselves in the crude, blood-stained hands of the Orcs. To understand what happens next, we must turn our attention to the Greenskins themselves and examine the brutal reality of Orc society. Understanding the Orc menace. The Orcs are, in many ways, the antithesis of everything the Inquisition represents. Where Inquisitors value knowledge, careful planning, and subtle manipulation, Orcs prize strength, directness, and overwhelming violence. Where the Inquisition operates through Byzantine networks of agents and informants, Orc society functions on the simple principle that the biggest and strongest lead, and everyone else follows or gets crumped. Yet this apparent simplicity masks a surprising depth and complexity, one that many Imperial strategists fatally underestimate. The Orcs are not a naturally evolved species in the conventional sense. Ancient lore, some of it dating back to the war in heaven that raged millions of years before humanity's rise, suggests that the Orcs were created as living weapons by a race known as the Old Ones. These ancient beings, locked in a devastating conflict with the C'tan and their Necron servants, engineered the Orcs as the perfect soldiers. The Greenskins were designed to be hardy, aggressive, naturally adept with technology despite their crude appearance, and capable of reproducing rapidly through a fungal, spore-based system. Most importantly, they were given an instinctive understanding of warfare and a psychological makeup that found joy in combat for its own sake. This engineered origin explains many of the Orcs' seemingly paradoxical traits. Every Orc carries within their genetic structure a wealth of information encoded at a cellular level. As they mature, this knowledge activates, granting them instinctive understanding of how to build weapons, operate vehicles, and organize for war. This is why even feral Orcs, those who have regressed to a primitive state, still understand the basics of metalworking and weapon construction. It is why Orc technology, which by all rights should never function, somehow works through a combination of crude engineering and the Orc's collective psychic field. The Orc life cycle begins with spores. When an Orc dies, or even when they are merely present in large numbers, their bodies release countless microscopic spores into the environment. These spores develop into various forms of Orcoid life, creating an entire ecosystem wherever greenskins are found. The smallest spores become snotlings, tiny creatures with limited intelligence that serve as something between pets and vermin in Orc society. Slightly larger spores develop into Gretchen, or grots, which serve as slaves, laborers, and cannon fodder for their larger cousins. The largest and most developed spores become Orcs themselves. An orc begins life as a small, relatively weak specimen. But unlike humans or most other species, orcs never stop growing. As long as an orc survives and thrives, they continue to increase in size and strength. Success breeds success in orc society. A young orc who proves themselves in combat grows larger and stronger, which allows them to succeed in even more impressive fights, which makes them grow even larger. This creates a natural hierarchy based purely on physical size. The biggest orc is, by definition, the one who has been most successful in battle, and thus the one most qualified to lead. This growth continues throughout an orc's potentially very long lifespan. An orc who has survived centuries of warfare can grow to truly massive proportions, towering over baseline humans and rivaling even space marines in sheer physical bulk. These ancient warriors, scarred by countless battles and festooned with trophies from defeated enemies, represent the pinnacle of orc society. They become war bosses, leading tribes of thousands or even millions of greenskins in massive eggs across the galaxy. Orc psychology is fundamentally different from that of humans or most other species. Orcs possess what imperial scholars sometimes call a blue and orange morality, a worldview so alien that it cannot be easily judged by human ethical standards. Orcs do not fight out of hate, anger, or fear. They fight because fighting is what they were made for, what brings them joy, what gives their existence purpose and meaning. An orc at peace is an orc in misery. They need conflict the way humans need food and water, and they will create conflict if none is readily available. This does not mean that orcs are mindless killing machines. They possess intelligence, cunning, and even a rough sense of humor. They can make plans, form alliances, and engage in surprisingly sophisticated tactics when the situation demands it. The notion that orcs are simple-minded brutes who only know how to charge forward and hit things is a dangerous misconception that has led to the death of countless Imperial soldiers. Orcs are quite capable of ambushes, feints, strategic withdrawals, and other un-orky behavior when it serves their ultimate goal of finding a good fight. Orc society is organized into a loose hierarchy based primarily on size and fighting ability. At the bottom are the Gretchen and Snotlings, who perform menial labor and serve as targets for the amusement of their larger kin. Above them are the boys, the standard orc warriors, who make up the bulk of any warband. Among the boys exist various specialists, though these roles are less like human military specializations and more like expressions of an orc's innate tendencies and interests. Some boys are drawn to vehicles and speed, becoming speed freaks who race into battle on smoke-belching warbikes and ramshackle buggies. Others develop an obsession with setting things on fire, joining the burner boys with their crude flamethrowers and blowtorches. Still others become looters, orcs who specialize in scavenging and modifying enemy weapons for their own use. These specializations are not chosen consciously, but emerge naturally as an orc matures and their genetically encoded knowledge activates. Above the standard, boys are the knobs, orcs who have grown large enough and tough enough to command respect through sheer physical presence. Knobs serve as squad leaders, enforcers, and the warrior elite of orc society. They claim the best equipment, eat the best food, and lord their status over smaller orcs at every opportunity. Many knobs serve as part of a war boss's retinue, forming a bodyguard of massive, heavily armed warriors that crushes anyone foolish enough to challenge the boss's authority. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy sit the war bosses themselves. These are the largest, toughest, and most successful orcs in a given area. A war boss's authority is absolute within their territory, maintained through a combination of physical dominance, cunning, and the sheer force of personality that all truly successful orcs develop. War bosses settle disputes through violence, make all major decisions for their tribe, and lead their boys into battle at the forefront of the fighting. The most successful war bosses gather such massive followings that they transcend the title entirely, becoming warlords who command multiple tribes in great YEGE migrations that threaten entire sectors of imperial space. Scattered throughout this hierarchy are the odd boys, orcs, whose genetic knowledge manifests in specialized forms. Mech boys are the engineers and technicians of orc society, building everything from simple guns to massive gargants through a combination of intuitive understanding and brute force problem solving. Pain boys serve as doctors and surgeons, though their methods would make even the most jaded imperial medici blanch in horror. Weird boys are orcs with psychic abilities, channeling the collective psychic energy of nearby orcs into devastating attacks. Runthirds specialize in managing Gretchen and Snotlings, using a combination of sharp implements and shouted threats to keep the smaller orcoids in line. The orcs' relationship with technology is perhaps the most paradoxical aspect of their species. Orc equipment should not work. Their guns are crude assemblies of scrap metal held together with rivets and wishful thinking. Their vehicles leak oil, belch smoke, and seem constantly on the verge of catastrophic failure. Their ships are massive, ugly amalgamations of salvaged parts that violate every principle of sound engineering. And yet, somehow, it all functions. An orc shooter will fire when its wielder pulls the trigger. An orc truck will roar forward when the driver hits the accelerator. An orc spaceship will survive transit through the warp and emerge at its destination. The secret lies in the orc's Gestalt psychic field. Every orc is mildly psychic, though most are entirely unaware of this fact. When orcs gather in groups, their collective psychic energy creates a field that subtly warps reality, making what the orcs believe to be true actually become true. If enough orcs believe that red vehicles go faster, then red vehicles do go faster. If orcs believe that a particular gun is especially powerful, it becomes more powerful. This is not unlimited. An orc cannot will a stick into a functioning bolter, but it provides just enough of a reality warping effect to make their ramshackle technology actually functional. This gestalt field grows stronger as more orcs gather together. A small group of orcs might have only a minor effect on reality, but a full wag with millions of greenskins gathered in one place generates a psychic field powerful enough to be felt across entire star systems. This field makes orcs braver, stronger, and more dangerous than they would be individually. It also attracts more orcs, who are drawn to the promise of the best fighting the galaxy has to offer. This creates a self-reinforcing cycle where success breeds more success, allowing a war to grow into a threat capable of overrunning entire sectors of space. Despite their love of combat, orcs do maintain something resembling a culture. They have gods, Gork and Mork, twin deities who represent the dual nature of orcish philosophy, brutal cunning and cunning brutality. Orcs engage in rituals and celebrations, though these usually involve fighting, shouting, and the consumption of fungus beer. They create art of a sort, fashioning crude glyphs and totems that mark their territories and celebrate their victories. They even engage in what might charitably be called music, producing cacophonous noise that orcs find deeply satisfying. Orcs also have something approaching a legal system, though it is simple and brutal. Disputes are settled through violence, with the winner being declared correct by virtue of their victory. Crimes against the tribe, such as cowardice or stealing from the war boss, are punished severely, usually through public beatings or being fed to squigs. Challenges to authority are handled through ritual combat, with the challenger either emerging victorious and taking the position they sought, or being beaten into submission or death. The orcs' attitude toward other species is straightforward. They view all non-orcs as potential enemies to be fought, potential slaves to be captured, or potential loot to be taken. They do not hate their enemies in the way that humans might hate chaos cultists or xenos. To an orc, fighting other species is simply what you do, as natural as breathing. Some enemies earn a measure of respect if they put up a good fight. The most worthy opponents might even be deliberately spared or released, not out of mercy, but because fighting them again in the future promises to be entertaining. This brings us to a crucial point in understanding what happens when orcs capture an inquisitor. Orcs do take prisoners, despite the common imperial belief to the contrary. They maintain labor camps where captured enemies are forced to work on various projects, building fortifications, mining resources, or assembling weapons under the watchful eyes of Runthirds and their Gretchen assistants. These prisoners are treated with casual brutality, beaten regularly to keep them compliant, worked to exhaustion, and fed barely enough to keep them functional. Most die within weeks or months of capture, succumbing to injury, disease, starvation, or simple despair. But some captives are treated differently. Orcs have a concept, vague and ill-defined by human standards, of what constitutes an interesting or valuable prisoner. A particularly tough enemy who put up an impressive fight might be kept alive to provide entertainment in the fighting pits. An enemy leader might be preserved as a trophy, proof of the war boss's power and success. Someone with specialized knowledge or abilities might be pressed into service, their skills exploited until they are no longer useful. And certain captives might be turned over to the pain boys, who view unusual specimens as opportunities to conduct their horrific experiments. An inquisitor would likely be recognized as special, even by orcs. Their equipment alone would mark them as important. Inquisitors carry some of the finest weapons and armor available in the Imperium, gear that even orcs can recognize as valuable. Their behavior, commanding and authoritative even in capture, would suggest to the orcs that this is a leader of some kind. If the Inquisitor managed to put up a serious fight before their capture, killing or wounding orcs in the process, this would only increase the Greenskins' interest. Here is an enemy worthy of attention, someone whose capture represents a genuine victory rather than just another weakling Yumi who died easy. The fate of such a captive would depend on numerous factors. Which orc clan captured them, which war boss commands the warband, whether any pain boys or other odd boys take an interest, and perhaps most importantly, whether the Inquisitor themselves can somehow influence their captors. To explore these possibilities, we must examine the actual process of capture and its immediate aftermath. The moment of capture. For an Inquisitor to fall into orc hands represents a catastrophic failure on multiple levels. These are individuals trained to avoid capture, equipped with the resources to escape most situations, and accompanied by retinues specifically chosen to prevent such scenarios. Yet in the chaos of war, the impossible sometimes becomes reality. Let us consider how such a capture might occur and what happens in those first crucial hours and days. The most likely scenario involves an ambush or overwhelming force. Despite the stereotype of orcs as straightforward brawlers, they are quite capable of cunning tactics when the situation warrants. A Blood Axe's warband, the orc clan most likely to employ un-orky strategies, might set an elaborate trap. They could allow Imperial forces to advance into what appears to be poorly defended territory, only to spring the trap when the enemy is overextended and vulnerable. In the confusion of such an ambush, even an Inquisitor's considerable abilities might not be enough to prevent capture, especially if their retinue has been killed or scattered. Alternatively, the Inquisitor might fall victim to sheer bad luck. Perhaps they were investigating what appeared to be a minor orc incursion, only to discover too late that it was the vanguard of a much larger force. Perhaps their spacecraft suffered critical damage during an orbital engagement, forcing them to crash land on an orc-held world. Perhaps they were betrayed by someone they trusted, delivered into enemy hands by a traitor or chaos cultist, who then sold the captive to nearby orcs. In the vast and dangerous galaxy of Warhammer 40,000, there are countless ways for even the mighty to fall. The Inquisitor's response to capture would be shaped by their training and personality. Some might fight to the death rather than accept captivity, seeing capture as an unacceptable outcome. These Inquisitors would force their captors to kill them, denying the orcs any chance to exploit their knowledge or equipment. Others might accept capture as a temporary setback, already beginning to plan their escape or considering how they might manipulate their captors. Still others might view it as an opportunity, a chance to gather intelligence on orc operations from the inside, or even to sow discord among the greenskins from within. The orcs' initial reaction to capturing such a valuable prisoner would be jubilant and chaotic. Orcs love trophies and proof of their victories, and an enemy leader in fancy armor represents the kind of prize that earns serious respect from other boys. The orcs who made the actual capture would immediately begin arguing over who gets credit, who gets to keep the prisoner's equipment, and who has the right to present the captive to the war boss. These arguments often escalate to violence, with orcs settling their disputes through impromptu fights while the Inquisitor watches, perhaps seeing an opportunity to escape in the confusion. But escape at this stage is unlikely. Even if the Inquisitor has retained some of their equipment, they are likely injured from the fighting that led to their capture. They are surrounded by dozens or hundreds of orcs, any one of which is physically stronger than a baseline human. The orcs, for all their fighting amongst themselves, would quickly turn on any captive who tried to flee. Running away from a fight is one of the few things orcs genuinely despise, and they would take great pleasure in hunting down and recapturing an escaped prisoner, likely dealing out considerable punishment in the process. The captive would be disarmed immediately, though not gently. Orcs have no concept of careful handling, so the removal of weapons and equipment would involve a lot of yanking, tearing, and possibly breaking. An Inquisitor's carefully maintained weapons, some perhaps centuries old and irreplaceable, would be treated as toys to be fought over by the boys. Power weapons might be activated and swung around recklessly. Bolt pistols would be fired randomly into the air. Psychic hoods and Rosarius force fields would be poked and prodded, with the orcs trying to figure out what the flashy bits do. Any obviously valuable equipment would quickly make its way up the orc hierarchy. A nob might claim a particularly impressive weapon, using his size and strength to intimidate smaller orcs into giving up their claims. The war boss would almost certainly demand first pick of any truly exceptional items. Orc mech boys would be fascinated by sophisticated Imperial technology, taking pieces apart to see how they work and attempting to incorporate them into their own creations. Much of the Inquisitor's equipment would be ruined in this process, destroyed through ignorance or simply broken during fights over who gets to keep it. The Inquisitor themselves would be bound, though orc restraints are crude affairs. Heavy chains, thick ropes, or simply wrapping the prisoner in spare netting might suffice. Orcs do not worry much about prisoner comfort or long-term health, so these bonds would be painfully tight, likely cutting off circulation or causing other injuries if left in place too long. The captive might be thrown in a cage, locked in a crude cell, fashioned from scrap metal and scavenged materials, or simply chained to a post in the center of the camp where everyone can see them. The journey to the war boss would depend on where the capture occurred. If it happened near an orc settlement or encampment, the prisoner would be dragged there relatively quickly, the orcs eager to show off their prize. If the capture occurred in the field, away from any major orc presence, it might take days or even weeks for the captive to reach their ultimate destination. During this time, they would be subjected to the casual brutality that characterizes orc treatment of prisoners. Beatings would be common, administered for entertainment, as punishment for perceived slights, or simply because an orc felt like hitting something and the prisoner was conveniently nearby. Food and water would be minimal. Orcs themselves have hardy constitutions and can survive on almost anything, so they see no reason to provide quality sustenance to prisoners. The captive might be thrown scraps of whatever the orcs are eating, food that a human stomach would struggle to process. Water might come from filthy puddles or from the same sources the orcs use, contaminated with oil, fungal matter, and worse. An Inquisitor's enhanced constitution, whether from Juvenat treatments, augmetic upgrades, or simple toughness developed over years of harsh service, would be tested to its limits. During this time, the Inquisitor would have numerous opportunities to observe their captors. For someone trained in xenology and the arts of investigation, even captivity provides valuable intelligence. They would note the structure of the orc warband, identifying the hierarchy and the relationships between different orcs. They would observe which orc clan they are dealing with, gleaning information from the orcs' colors, symbols, and behavior. They would watch for weakness in their captors, moments when vigilance lapses, or opportunities for manipulation arise. An inquisitor might attempt to communicate with their captors, though this would be challenging. Few inquisitors speak the orc language fluently, though some, like the legendary Commissar Yarrick, have made it their business to learn. Even without language skills, an inquisitor might try to appeal to the orc's nature, demonstrating toughness to earn respect, or offering information that the orcs might find valuable. This is dangerous ground. Providing the enemy with intelligence is potentially treasonous, but an inquisitor desperate to survive might consider it a calculated risk. The presentation to the war boss would be a significant moment. The orcs who made the capture would drag their prize before their leader, boasting of the fight it took to bring this Yumi down and demanding recognition for their achievement. The war boss would examine the captive with interest, trying to assess the value of this unusual prisoner. A particularly perceptive war boss might recognize that this is no ordinary human soldier. The bearing, the quality of the equipment, the defiant stare even in chains. These things mark the captive as someone important, a proper enemy leader, worthy of the war boss's personal attention. What happens next depends entirely on the war boss's personality and priorities. Some war bosses might see the captive as a trophy to be displayed, proof of their dominance over the Yumis. Others might view the Inquisitor as a potential source of entertainment, someone to be thrown into fighting pits, to battle other prisoners, or even smaller orcs for the amusement of the tribe. Still others might recognize the potential value in keeping such a prisoner alive and relatively intact, either for potential ransom, though orcs rarely understand human concepts of prisoner exchange, or for the specialized knowledge they might possess. The most dangerous possibility for the Inquisitor would be if they attracted the attention of an orc pain boy. These mad surgeons are always on the lookout for interesting subjects to experiment upon, and a high-ranking human in sophisticated armor would be an irresistible temptation. The pain boy might convince the war boss to hand over the prisoner, promising to see what interesting things they can learn from poking around inside this fancy Yumi. For the Inquisitor, this would mark the beginning of a nightmare that would make even the Inquisition's own interrogation chambers seem merciful by comparison. Before we explore that particularly grim fate, however, we must understand more about the different roles and factions within Orc society, and how each might view and treat an Inquisitor captive. The fate of our Inquisitor hangs in balance, dependent on the whims of aliens who value strength and entertainment above all else, and who have no concept of mercy as humans understand it. The Pain Boy's Workshop. Of all the fates that might befall an Inquisitor in Orc captivity, perhaps none is more horrific than falling into the hands of an Orc Pain Boy. These Mad Docs, as they are sometimes called, occupy a unique position in Greenskin society. They are essential, providing medical services that even the incredibly resilient Orc physiology sometimes requires. Yet they are also feared and avoided. Their enthusiasm for their work and their tendency to experiment on patients, making them figures of dread, even among their fellow Orcs. Pain Boys possess the same genetically encoded knowledge that grants Mech Boys their understanding of technology and Weird Boys their psychic abilities. In their case, this manifests as an instinctive understanding of biology, anatomy, and the art of surgery. A Pain Boy knows where to cut, how to stitch, which organs are vital, and which can be removed or replaced. They understand this not through study or training, but through the same genetic memory that allows all Orcs to speak their language and understand the basics of combat. It is as natural to them as breathing, and just as unconscious. What makes Pain Boys truly terrifying is not just their knowledge, but their attitude toward their work. They approach surgery with the same enthusiasm that other Orcs bring to warfare. They relish the opportunity to open up a body and see what is inside, to try new procedures, to experiment with different approaches. Patient comfort and long-term health are distant concerns at best. The important thing is satisfying the pain boy's curiosity and adding to their collection of interesting bits harvested from previous patients. An orc visiting a pain boy knows what to expect: brutal efficiency, excruciating pain, and a procedure that, while probably effective, will be conducted with all the delicacy of an orc boss settling a dispute. The only anesthetic typically employed is a solid blow to the head with a large mallet, inducing unconsciousness through concussion. Even this is not always used, particularly if the pain boy wants the patient conscious to make sure all the worky bits still work during the procedure. For an inquisitor delivered into a pain boy's care, the situation would be infinitely worse. Where an orc patient is at least the same species as the surgeon, familiar and understood, a human represents a fascinating mystery. The pain boy would have questions. How do Yumis work inside? Why are they so much weaker than orcs? What happens if you replace this bit with a bionic? What about this bit? How much can you take out before it stops working? The pain boy's workshop would be a nightmare of gore and crude surgical implements. Blood-stained tables, walls decorated with preserved specimens in jars of dubious liquid, bins full of extracted teeth, limbs, and organs, surgical tools that look more like instruments of torture, and everywhere the smell of blood, antiseptic fungus paste, and the acrid scent of cauterization. Gretchen orderlies would scurry about, assisting their master in cleaning up the worst of the mess, at least until the next procedure begins. The inquisitor would be strapped to a table, their protests ignored, or more likely appreciated as proof that the subject is healthy and strong. The pain boy would examine them with genuine fascination, prodding and poking, comparing the human's physiology to the orc template they instinctively understand. They would be particularly interested in any augmetics or bionics the inquisitor possessed, these artificial enhancements representing technology that pain boys and mech boys could study and potentially replicate. The procedures that followed would depend on the pain boy's particular interests and the level of authority the war boss has granted them. Some pain boys might be content with relatively conservative experiments, extracting samples of tissue, testing the limits of human endurance, seeing how the subject responds to various stimuli. Others might be far more invasive, replacing limbs with crude bionics to see if the human body accepts orc technology, transplanting organs between humans and orcs to test compatibility, or simply opening up the subject to catalogue every internal system in exhaustive and excruciating detail. The lack of proper anesthetic would make this an ordeal beyond imagining. An inquisitor's training in resisting torture would be put to the ultimate test. They might attempt to enter a meditative trance, using mental discipline to separate their consciousness from their suffering body. They might focus on planning escape, using the pain to sharpen their mind, rather than letting it break their will. They might even attempt to manipulate the pain boy, feeding them false information, or trying to provoke a fatal mistake that would end their torment quickly. But the pain boy would not be trying to extract information through torture. They are not interrogators, and they have no interest in secrets or intelligence. Their experiments are conducted purely out of curiosity and the desire to expand their understanding of biology. This makes them in some ways more dangerous than a chaos torturer or dark Eldar homunculus, because there is no information to give, no confession that will make the pain stop. The pain boy will continue their work until they have satisfied their curiosity, or the subject dies, whichever comes first. The duration of such experiments could vary wildly. A pain boy might spend days or even weeks on a particularly interesting subject, carefully keeping them alive to conduct multiple procedures and observe the results. They would use crude stimulants to keep the subject conscious, fungal compounds to prevent infection, and their instinctive understanding of biology to ensure that vital systems continue functioning even as non-essential parts are removed or modified. An inquisitor's enhanced physiology would actually work against them here, their augmetics and treatments allowing them to survive trauma that would quickly kill a normal human. Other fates might await an inquisitor in the pain boy's care. They might be subject to experimental bionics, having limbs or organs replaced with crude Orc technology in an attempt to create a better Yumi. They might be injected with various compounds, Orc growth hormones, mutagenic fungal extracts, or stranger substances, with the pain boy carefully noting the results. In the most extreme cases, they might be subjected to attempted head transplants, a procedure that pain boys find endlessly fascinating and which Orcs somehow survive with disturbing frequency. The pain boy would document everything in their own fashion. Orcs are not great record keepers by human standards, but pain boys often maintain collections of specimens, crude diagrams scratched into metal plates, and bins full of interesting bits that they have extracted from previous subjects. An Inquisitor's remains might end up preserved in such a collection, their organs floating in jars of fungal preservative, their augmetics disassembled and catalogued, their bones decorated with crude Orc glyphs and hung as trophies in the pain boy's workshop. Yet, there is a slim possibility, remote but not impossible, that an Inquisitor might survive such treatment and even emerge in a condition to continue functioning. Orcs are surprisingly resilient to radical surgery, and their medical techniques, while brutal, are sometimes effective. If the pain boy's experiments are relatively conservative, if the Inquisitor's enhanced physiology allows them to survive procedures that would kill a normal human, if their training allows them to maintain sanity through the ordeal, they might eventually be deemed interesting enough to keep around, or simply forgotten by the pain boy and left to recover in a crude recovery pen with other experimental subjects. Such an Inquisitor would emerge changed, both physically and mentally. They would bear the scars of Orc surgery, crude stitching, and possibly bionic replacements that are barely compatible with human physiology. They would carry memories of pain that no amount of mental conditioning could fully suppress. But they would also possess something valuable: first-hand knowledge of Orc medical capabilities, understanding of how pain boys think and work, and perhaps insights into Orc biology that no other Imperial scholar possesses. If they could somehow escape and return to Imperial space, this knowledge might be valuable enough to justify the suffering required to obtain it. But escape from a pain boy's workshop is nearly impossible. The pain boy and their Gretchen assistants maintain careful watch over valuable specimens. The workshop itself is typically located deep within an Orc settlement, surrounded by hundreds or thousands of Orcs who would quickly recapture any escaped prisoner. And even if the Inquisitor managed to flee the workshop, they would still need to navigate the larger Orc encampment, find transportation off-world if they are on an Orc-held planet, and somehow make their way back to Imperial space. Each of these steps presents nearly insurmountable obstacles. The psychological impact of such an experience would be profound. Inquisitors are accustomed to being in control, to commanding others, to being the terrifying interrogator rather than the helpless subject, to be reduced to a mere specimen, to be prodded and cut open by alien hands with the same casual interest a human might show dissecting a frog, represents a fundamental violation of their sense of self. Some Inquisitors might break under this treatment, their minds shattering as their bodies are dismantled and reassembled. Others might emerge with a burning hatred of Orcs that would drive them to ever greater efforts to exterminate the greenskin menace. Still others might develop a grim understanding of their enemy, recognizing in the pain boy's work a twisted reflection of the Inquisition's own methods of extracting information from unwilling subjects. It is worth noting that not all captured Inquisitors would end up in a pain boy's care. The Mad Docs are always looking for interesting subjects, but they answer to the war boss like everyone else in the tribe. If the war boss has other plans for the prisoner, or if the pain boy is busy with other projects, the Inquisitor might be spared this particular fate. But the existence of the pain boys, their enthusiasm for experimenting on unusual captives, and their position of respected authority within Orc society, means that any high-ranking human falling into greenskin hands must consider this possibility. The pain boy represents one of the most alien aspects of Orc culture to human understanding. They are not cruel in the way that Dark Eldar are cruel, finding pleasure in suffering for its own sake. They are not corrupted like Chaos Space Marines, their actions driven by dark gods and the promise of power. They are simply following their nature, expressing the genetically encoded impulses that make them what they are, with no more malice than a human scientist dissecting a lab animal. This almost makes them more terrifying because it reveals the fundamental gulf between human and orc psychology. To a pain boy, an Inquisitor is not a person with rights, dignity, or value beyond their potential as an experimental subject. They are simply an interesting organism that might teach the pain boy something new about biology if properly examined. For the Inquisitor strapped to that table, listening to the pain boy's excited commentary as crude surgical tools descend toward them, this philosophical distinction would provide little comfort. They would face the same choice all prisoners face: resist and maintain their dignity as long as possible, or cooperate and hope for mercy that will never come. In either case, their fate would be measured in how long they can survive the pain boy's enthusiasm, and whether death comes quickly or only after days or weeks of experimental procedures that would make even the Inquisition's own interrogators blanch in horror. Conclusion: the grim arithmetic of survival. We have journeyed through the darkest possibilities facing an Inquisitor captured by orcs, examining scenarios that would be unthinkable for most Imperial citizens even to contemplate. From the pain boy's workshop to the labor camps, from being kept as a trophy to attempting to earn respect through combat, we have explored the myriad fates that might befall one of humanity's most powerful defenders when they fall into alien hands. Now, as we conclude, we must confront the uncomfortable truths that this exploration reveals about both species, about the nature of power and helplessness, and about what happens when absolute authority collides with absolute brutality. The first and most important truth is that capture by orcs represents a catastrophic failure of the systems designed to protect Inquisitors. These individuals operate at the highest levels of Imperial power, commanding resources that most humans cannot imagine. Yet even with all their authority, all their equipment, all their training and preparation, they remain fundamentally vulnerable. An Inquisitor is still human, or at least human enough that orc weapons can kill them and orc chains can hold them. The trappings of power, the rosette, and the authority it represents mean nothing to aliens who recognize only strength and size as legitimate markers of status. This vulnerability is perhaps the most psychologically devastating aspect of orc captivity for an Inquisitor. They have spent decades, perhaps centuries, accumulating power and authority. They have become accustomed to having their commands obeyed without question, to being the most dangerous person in any situation, to wielding power over life and death with casual ease. To be suddenly reduced to helplessness, to be chained and beaten and treated as property by creatures they have spent their career fighting, represents a fundamental inversion of their reality. Some Inquisitors would break under this psychological assault as surely as others would break under physical torture. The second truth is that the orcs are far more complex and dangerous than Imperial propaganda suggests. The common portrayal of greenskins as simple-minded brutes, creatures who charge forward and hit things with no thought or strategy, is not just incomplete, but actively dangerous. Orcs possess intelligence, cunning, and sophisticated social structures. They are capable of long-term planning, strategic thinking, and even psychological manipulation when it serves their purposes. An Imperial commander who underestimates orc intelligence is a commander whose forces will be ambushed, outmaneuvered, and destroyed. This complexity extends to their treatment of prisoners. Orcs do not simply kill every enemy they capture. They maintain labor camps, conduct experiments, keep trophies, and in rare cases, even develop something approaching respect for worthy opponents. This means that an Inquisitor's fate in orc hands is not predetermined, but depends on countless factors. Which clan captured them? Which war boss makes the decisions? what specialists are available, and how the Inquisitor themselves responds to captivity. This unpredictability makes planning for such scenarios nearly impossible, but it also means that survival, while unlikely, is not completely impossible. The third truth concerns the nature of respect and recognition between enemies. The example of Commissar Yarrick demonstrates that it is possible, under very specific circumstances, for a human to earn genuine Orc respect. Yarrick survived multiple captures, fought Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka to a standstill, and became such a legendary figure among the Orcs that they came to view him as a worthy opponent rather than just another Yumi to be stomped. This path exists, at least in theory, for an exceptional Inquisitor who possesses the right combination of combat skill, psychological insight, and sheer determination. But we must be honest about how rare and difficult this path would be. Yarrick is a unique figure, someone who spent decades studying Orc psychology and deliberately cultivating his fearsome reputation among the Greenskins. Most Inquisitors, even those who specialize in fighting Orcs, would lack the specific skills and temperament required to walk this path. And even for those who possess these qualities, success would depend on countless factors beyond their control. The presence of a war boss sophisticated enough to appreciate a worthy enemy. The absence of a pain boy eager to experiment on such an interesting specimen. The luck to survive long enough to build a reputation. Any one of these factors going wrong would doom even the most capable Inquisitor. The fourth truth is about the cost of survival. An Inquisitor who somehow endured Orc captivity and escaped would emerge fundamentally changed. They would bear physical scars, injuries from fights, marks from crude surgery if they encountered a pain boy, the effects of malnutrition and disease from the labor camps. They would carry psychological scars that might never heal, memories of helplessness and degradation, knowledge of what it feels like to be reduced to property in alien hands, perhaps guilt over compromises made to survive or information provided to captors. They would also possess knowledge that few other Imperials could claim. They would understand Orc psychology and culture from the inside, having experienced it as a prisoner rather than simply studying it from a distance. They would know the internal dynamics of Orc society, the relationships between different clans and specialists, the decision-making processes of war bosses and nobs. This knowledge would be invaluable for future campaigns against Greenskin forces, potentially saving countless Imperial lives through better tactics and strategy. But it would come at a cost that many would question whether any knowledge is worth paying. The fifth truth concerns the broader implications for the Imperium's endless war against the Orcs. Every Inquisitor captured provides the Orcs with valuable intelligence, whether through interrogation, observation, or simply examination of captured equipment. Every Inquisitor who dies in captivity represents the loss of decades or centuries of accumulated knowledge and experience. Every failure to prevent such captures demonstrates a fundamental weakness in the Imperium's intelligence and security apparatus. The Inquisition goes to great lengths to prevent its agents from being captured for exactly these reasons. But in a galaxy at war, complete security is impossible. As we look at the full spectrum of fates we have examined, certain patterns emerge. The Inquisitor's own capabilities matter, but not as much as one might expect. Even an exceptionally powerful Inquisitor can be overwhelmed by superior numbers or catastrophic bad luck. The specific Orc clan and leaders involved matter enormously, determining whether the captive ends up in a painboy's workshop, a labor camp, or fighting for their life in the pits. Time is both enemy and potential ally. The longer captivity continues, the greater the chance of escape opportunities arising, but also the greater the likelihood of death or permanent damage. The ultimate lesson, if one can be drawn from these grim scenarios, is that the galaxy of Warhammer 40,000 offers no guaranteed safety, no position of such power that one becomes immune to suffering and death. An Inquisitor, for all their authority and capability, remains vulnerable in ways that no amount of power can completely eliminate. They can be captured, tortured, broken, and killed like anyone else. The symbols of their office, the rosette and the authority it represents, provide no protection against orc chains and painboy scalpels. Yet this vulnerability, this reminder of mortality even for the mighty, serves a purpose in the larger narrative of the Imperium. It reinforces the fundamental grimdark nature of the setting, where even heroes can fall and power provides no guarantee of survival. It demonstrates that the orcs are a genuine threat, not just to ordinary citizens or Imperial Guard soldiers, but to the highest echelons of Imperial power. And it reminds us that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is no safe harbor, no position of such security that one can rest easy. For you, the viewer who has followed this exploration to its end, I hope it has provided insight into the complex and terrifying nature of orc captivity and the myriad fates that might await an inquisitor unlucky enough to experience it. The scenarios we have examined are grim, often horrifying, but they illuminate important truths about both species and about the brutal reality of warfare in the 41st millennium. If you found this exploration valuable, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Share it with others who might be interested in the darker aspects of Warhammer 40,000 lore. And let me know in the comments what other grim scenarios you would like to see explored in future videos. The galaxy is vast and filled with horrors, and there are countless more stories to tell about what happens when the unprepared meet the unthinkable in the darkness between the stars. In the end, the fate of a captured Inquisitor serves as a reminder that in Warhammer 40,000, power is always temporary, authority is always conditional, and even the mightiest can fall. The orcs, for all their apparent simplicity, represent a threat that cannot be dismissed or underestimated. And the Inquisitors, for all their power and knowledge, remain ultimately human and vulnerable to the same dangers that threaten all of humanity in this darkest of futures. Thank you for joining me on this grim journey into one of the darkest corners of Warhammer 40,000 lore. May the Emperor protect you from ever having to experience such horrors personally. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But sometimes, in the spaces between the endless carnage and the grinding horror of galaxy-spanning conflict, there are moments of such bizarre absurdity that they defy comprehension. Picture this scene, if you will. A massive orc war boss, towering over his lesser kin, standing in what passes for his throne room. The chamber is a monument to violence, its walls decorated with the skulls of 100 different species, weapons stripped from fallen enemies, and banners taken from defeated armies. But there, chained in the corner like some enormous mechanical guard dog, sits something that should command respect and terror in equal measure. It's a Space Marine dreadnought, one of the Imperium's most revered war machines, now reduced to a curiosity, a plaything, a pet for a creature who finds the entire concept of reverence utterly incomprehensible. This isn't fiction, this isn't exaggeration. Throughout the lore of Warhammer 40,000, there are countless instances of orcs capturing, collecting, and yes, keeping broken dreadnoughts, in much the same way a human might keep a particularly impressive trophy on their mantle, or a child might keep a broken toy they're fond of. But the orcs take it further. They interact with these captured war machines. They show them off. They sometimes try to make them fight for entertainment. They certainly use them to intimidate rivals and impress other orcs. In the violent, chaotic, and utterly irrational world of orc culture, a captured dreadnought represents the ultimate status symbol, a testament to a war boss's strength and a source of endless fascination. To understand this phenomenon, we need to dive deep into the alien psychology of the orcs themselves. We need to explore what makes a dreadnought such a prized trophy in the first place. We need to examine the strange relationship between the most savage race in the galaxy and the walking tombs that house some of the Imperium's greatest heroes. What we'll discover is a story that's equal parts horrifying and darkly comedic, a perfect encapsulation of what makes Warhammer 40,000 such a unique setting. Because only in this universe could the fate worse than death, suffered by a revered space marine warrior, become the punchline to an orc's idea of a good joke. The phenomenon of orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts isn't just about simple trophy collection. It speaks to deeper truths about orc society, their understanding of warfare, their relationship with technology, and their fundamentally alien way of processing the universe around them. These aren't humans in green skin. These aren't even close to anything we might consider rational actors in a conventional sense. The orcs are products of ancient genetic engineering, living weapons created by the Old Ones millions of years ago to fight in a war that ended before humanity even existed. They're part animal, part fungus, all violence, and they experience reality through a lens so divorced from human comprehension that their very beliefs can warp the fabric of reality itself. When an orc war boss keeps a broken dreadnought in his personal collection, he's engaging in behavior that makes perfect sense within orc culture while appearing absolutely insane to everyone else. It's trophy hunting taken to its logical extreme. It's the recognition that bigger equals better, always and forever. It's the orc appreciation for a good fight and a worthy opponent. It's status competition made manifest in adamantium and ceramite. And yes, sometimes it's just because the war boss thinks it looks cool and wants to show it off to his rivals. All of these motivations can exist simultaneously in the orc mind without the slightest hint of contradiction, because orcs simply don't experience cognitive dissonance the way other species do. But before we can truly understand why orcs keep broken dreadnoughts as pets, we need to understand the orcs themselves. We need to peer into that green-skinned, violence-obsessed, utterly alien psychology and try to make sense of a species that defies conventional understanding at every turn. We need to understand what drives them, what they value, and how they view the universe and their place in it. Only then can we begin to comprehend why a broken war machine housing a mortally wounded space marine would become a prized possession rather than simply being scrapped for parts or destroyed outright. Understanding orc psychology and culture. To call the orcs simple would be one of the greatest mistakes a commander could make. To call them stupid would be even worse. The orcs are neither simple nor stupid. They're alien in a way that most other races in Warhammer 40,000 aren't. While the Elder are arrogant, the Tau are naive, and the Tyranids are hungry, these are all traits we can understand on some level. But the orcs operate on principles that seem to defy logic itself, yet they've become one of the most successful species in the entire galaxy. They outnumber nearly every other sentient race. They've survived for millions of years. They wage war across countless worlds with technology that shouldn't work but does. And they do it all while having what appears to be the time of their lives. The foundation of orc psychology is startlingly straightforward. They exist to fight. This isn't metaphorical. This isn't a cultural choice. The orcs were genetically engineered by the Old Ones as living weapons, designed to wage eternal war against the Necrons and their Citan masters during the War in Heaven that raged over 60 million years ago. When that ancient conflict ended and the Old Ones fell, the orcs didn't stop fighting. They couldn't stop fighting. Violence isn't something orcs choose. It's what they are. An orc that isn't fighting is an orc that's looking for a fight, planning a fight, preparing for a fight, or recovering from a fight just long enough to get into another one. This fundamental truth shapes everything about their society, their culture, and their behavior. But here's where it gets interesting. Orcs don't fight out of hatred. They don't wage war because they're angry, or because they seek conquest for its own sake. They fight because fighting is fun. They genuinely, sincerely enjoy combat in a way that's utterly divorced from the grim necessity that drives other species to war. When an Imperial Guard regiment faces down an orc horde, those guardsmen are fighting for survival, for the Emperor, for their home world, perhaps out of duty or fear or desperation. The orcs? They're having the time of their lives. Every battle is entertainment. Every enemy is a new challenge. Every victory is cause for celebration, and every defeat just means they need to come back stronger next time. This mentality creates a culture that's simultaneously brutal and bizarrely sporting. Orcs respect strength above all else. Size matters to orcs on a primal, genetic level. The bigger an orc grows, the more fights he's won, the more respect he commands, and the more other orcs will naturally defer to him. This isn't a conscious choice. It's hardwired into their biology through the Wach, the Gestalt psychic field that all orcs generate and share. When a particularly large and successful orc rises to prominence, other orcs are drawn to him like moths to a flame. They want to be where the fighting is good, and a big boss promises the best fights. This brings us to the concept of trophies in orc culture. For a species that lives to fight, the evidence of past victories becomes crucial for establishing and maintaining status. An orc's standing in his society isn't determined by birthright or accumulated wealth in any conventional sense, although teeth, the orc currency, certainly help. No, an orc's status comes from his reputation as a fighter, and that reputation needs to be backed up with tangible proof. This is where trophies come in. Skulls of defeated enemies, weapons taken from fallen foes, pieces of destroyed vehicles, these all serve as physical evidence of an orc's prowess in battle. But not all trophies are created equal. There's a hierarchy to orc trophy collection that makes perfect sense within their cultural framework. A Gretchen skull, worthless. They're everywhere, weak, and killing them proves nothing. A human skull, better, at least humans fight back sometimes. A Space Marine helmet? Now we're talking. Space Marines are proper opponents, tough and skilled, and taking one down is worth bragging about. An Elder helmet might be even better. Those pointy-eared gits are tricky and fast. But a Dreadnought? A whole, entire Dreadnought, even a broken one. That's a trophy that announces to everyone within viewing distance that the orc who captured it is not to be trifled with. The Death Skulls clan in particular has elevated looting and trophy collection to an art form. These blue-painted orcs are the galaxy's most enthusiastic scavengers, grabbing everything that isn't nailed down, and quite a few things that are. They believe blue is a lucky color, and they extend that belief to everything they acquire. A Death Skulls war boss might have a collection of trophies that would make a museum curator weep, except it's all jumbled together in a pile of useful stuff that the boss hasn't gotten around to using yet. For the Death Skulls, a captured dreadnought represents the ultimate acquisition, a piece of enemy technology so impressive that even other orcs can't help but be impressed. The cultural significance of trophies extends beyond mere bragging rights. In a society where might makes right and the biggest fighter is in charge, displaying trophies serves multiple practical purposes. It intimidates rivals who might be thinking about challenging the boss. It impresses potential followers who want to join a winning warband. It provides conversation pieces for when other bosses come around, because yes, orcs do engage in what passes for social interaction between all the fighting. And perhaps most importantly for the orc mentality, trophies are reminders of good fights, victories worth remembering, enemies worth defeating. Orcs also possess a uniquely malleable relationship with truth and reality. Their collective psychic field, the Wah, doesn't just draw them together and make them stronger in numbers. It actually influences reality in subtle ways. If enough orcs believe something strongly enough, it can become true in some limited fashion. This isn't magic in any conventional sense. It's a feature of their genetic engineering, a defense mechanism that allows them to function as living weapons even when cut off from proper supplies and equipment. This psychic resonance means that orc culture is self-reinforcing. If everyone believes that red makes things go faster, then within the orc psychic field, red things do go faster. If everyone believes that a particular trophy is especially impressive, then it becomes especially impressive. This brings us to an important point about orc psychology. They can hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously without any cognitive dissonance whatsoever. An orc can believe that he's the toughest fighter in the galaxy, while also acknowledging that his boss is tougher. He can think that his clan is the best, while respecting the achievements of rival clans. He can know that a dreadnought is a dangerous enemy, while also viewing it as a potential trophy. These contradictions don't bother orcs the way they would bother humans, because orcs simply don't process information the same way. Everything exists in the moment, everything is straightforward, and if two things seem to conflict, well, that's just how it is. The orc relationship with defeated enemies is particularly relevant to understanding why they keep dreadnoughts. Unlike many species, orcs don't harbor grudges in any long-term sense. They don't seek revenge as a motivation for warfare. If an enemy beats them, that just means the enemy was tougher, which makes them a better opponent, which makes fighting them more fun. There's a strange kind of respect in orc culture for worthy adversaries. Not respect in the sense of admiration or honor, but respect in the sense of acknowledging capability. An orc who survives a fight with a particularly tough opponent might well keep something from that opponent to remember the experience, not out of hatred, but because it was a good scrap. This attitude extends to how orcs view Space Marines and their weapons of war. Space Marines are, in the orc estimation, proper enemies. They're tough, they fight hard, they come in flashy colors, and they're satisfyingly difficult to kill. An orc doesn't hate Space Marines the way a Chaos Space Marine might hate his loyalist cousins. Instead, orcs appreciate Space Marines for being good opponents. They're big, they're strong, they've got impressive technology, and fighting them is a proper challenge. When an orc defeats a Space Marine, there's a sense of genuine accomplishment. And when an orc defeats an entire dreadnought, that's a story worth telling for years. The nature of dreadnoughts. To truly appreciate why orcs covet broken dreadnoughts as trophies, we must first understand what these war machines represent within the Imperium of Man. A dreadnought isn't simply a weapon or a vehicle, it's a walking reliquary, a fusion of the sacred and the mechanical, a living tomb that contains centuries or even millennia of experience and battlefield wisdom. These armored walkers are revered within Space Marine chapters as the embodiment of the chapter's history and traditions, piloted by heroes who have given literally everything in service to the Emperor. The origins of dreadnought technology stretch back into the mists of the Dark Age of technology, that lost golden age of human achievement before Old Night, and the Age of Strife plunged humanity into millennia of darkness. The fundamental design has endured across 10,000 years, though the knowledge of how to build new ones has been largely lost. Each dreadnought is a priceless artifact, maintained through ritual and prayer as much as through technical skill, and the loss of even one is considered a catastrophic blow to a chapter. The process of interment in a dreadnought is offered only to the most exceptional Space Marines who have suffered mortal wounds that place them beyond the considerable healing capabilities of Space Marine apothecaries. When a hero falls in battle, grievously wounded but not quite dead, he faces a choice: accept death with honor, or agree to be entombed within the armored sarcophagus of a dreadnought, continuing his service to the chapter and the Emperor indefinitely. This isn't presented as a reward, though it's often described as an honor. It's a choice between death and a form of existence that's both more and less than life. Once a Space Marine agrees to interment, the process is irreversible. The Tech Marine and the apothecaries work together to extract what remains of the dying warrior from his shattered body. What's left, often little more than a torso, portions of limbs, and most importantly, the brain and a few vital organs, is placed within the armored sarcophagus at the heart of the dreadnought. Neural links connect the pilot's consciousness directly to the war machine's systems, allowing him to control it as if it were his own body, though the sensation is described as fundamentally different from piloting a normal body. The armament of a dreadnought reflects its role as a walking weapons platform. A typical dreadnought might carry a close combat weapon on one arm, perhaps a massive power fist capable of crushing enemy armor, and a heavy weapon on the other, like an assault cannon or lascannon. Some dreadnoughts are configured for specific roles, with twin-linked heavy weapons for fire support or dual close combat weapons for tearing through enemy formations. Regardless of configuration, a dreadnought represents a concentration of firepower that few enemies can withstand, backed by armor thick enough to shrug off hits that would destroy lesser vehicles. But the true horror and the true honor of the dreadnought lies in the experience of the pilot himself. Between battles, dreadnoughts are placed in stasis, kept in the chapter's most sacred vaults in a state of suspended animation. This sleep isn't peaceful. It isn't restful. It's a void, a darkness so complete that many pilots speak of losing themselves in it, forgetting who they were, existing in a liminal state between life and death. When awakened, the transition back to consciousness is jarring and disorienting, a violent resurrection that tears the pilot from nothingness back into painful awareness. Over the centuries or millennia of this cycle, awakening, fighting, sleeping, the pilot begins to change. The organic portions of their being slowly deteriorate despite the best efforts of the chapter's apothecaries. The neural connections that link them to their metal body gradually take precedence over their fading memories of flesh. Many ancient dreadnoughts report that they can no longer remember what it felt like to walk on two legs, to touch something with human hands, to exist as anything other than a walking war machine. The human personality remains, but it's increasingly buried beneath layers of mechanical existence and battle-hardened experience. On the battlefield, a dreadnought is a terror to behold. They stride through enemy fire that would shred normal warriors, their thick armor turning aside all but the most powerful weapons. Their arsenal unleashes devastation on enemy formations, assault cannons tearing through infantry, power fists crushing vehicles, missile launchers raining death from above. And because they're piloted by space marines with centuries of combat experience, they employ tactics and strategies that capitalize on every advantage. Dreadnought doesn't just attack. It reads the battlefield, identifies weak points, and strikes with precision born of innumerable battles. For the enemies of the Imperium, facing a dreadnought is a daunting prospect. The psychological impact alone is significant. These towering war machines advance with inexorable purpose, shrugging off fire that would destroy entire squads of normal troops. Their war cries, broadcast through external speakers, echo the voices of heroes from ages past, and they simply don't stop. A dreadnought will continue fighting as long as its systems function, undeterred by injuries that would kill a normal being, driven by a will that has already chosen to endure beyond death. Why orcs keep broken dreadnoughts? Now we arrive at the heart of the matter. With an understanding of both orc psychology and the nature of dreadnoughts, we can finally examine why these broken war machines become treasured possessions, rather than being destroyed or stripped for parts. The answer, like most things involving orcs, is simultaneously straightforward and bizarrely complex, a mixture of practical considerations, cultural values, and that peculiar orc mindset that defies conventional understanding. First and foremost, a broken dreadnought is a trophy of unparalleled value in orc society. Remember, orcs measure status by the quality of their enemies and the impressiveness of their victories. Taking down a dreadnought isn't like killing a normal space marine. It requires either overwhelming force, clever tactics, yes, some orcs do use those, or a combination of both. These machines are designed to withstand punishment that would obliterate entire squads of lesser beings. They carry weapons that can tear through orc mobs like a power claw through a Gretchen, and they're piloted by warriors with centuries of combat experience. When an orc war boss can point to a captured dreadnought and say, "Me and da boys brought dat down," he's making a statement about his warband's capability that no amount of boasting could match. It's physical proof of a serious fight, tangible evidence that this particular boss and his followers tangle with some of the Imperium's most dangerous assets and win. In the competitive world of orc politics, where everyone is constantly jockeying for position and trying to prove they're the toughest, hardest, and best, having a dreadnought trophy is like holding a winning hand in a game where the stakes are life and death. But there's more to it. than simple bragging rights. The sheer impressiveness of a dreadnought, even a broken one, serves multiple practical purposes within Orc society. For one, it's an excellent tool for intimidation. When a rival boss comes to visit, perhaps thinking about challenging for leadership, walking past a chained dreadnought tends to make them think twice. It's a not-so-subtle reminder that the current boss fights enemies this dangerous on a regular basis. It raises the question in the challenger's mind. If this boss can take down a dreadnought, what chance do I have? The rarity factor also plays a crucial role. Unlike Space Marine helmets or Imperial Guard laser guns, which are relatively common on battlefields where the Imperium is involved, dreadnoughts are genuinely rare. Most Orc boys will never even see one in their entire lives, let alone fight one. For a war boss to not only have encountered a dreadnought, but to have actually captured one more or less intact, that immediately sets him apart from 99% of other Orcs. It's the difference between having a nice trophy and having the trophy, the one thing that makes every other Orc who sees it stop and take notice. There's also an entertainment value to keeping a broken dreadnought that shouldn't be underestimated. Orcs find violence and destruction endlessly entertaining, but they also appreciate spectacle and novelty. A dreadnought provides both. It's huge, it's imposing, and depending on how broken it is, it might still move, make noise, or even retain some functionality. Some Orcs have been known to try to get their captured dreadnoughts to move or fight, treating them like gladiatorial beasts. While this rarely works out the way they hope, the attempt itself is considered great fun. Consider the storytelling aspect of trophy keeping. Orcs love to tell stories about their fights. It's one of their primary forms of entertainment and social interaction. Having a dreadnought provides an endless source of stories. See that dent? That's where it nearly got me with its power fist. But I was too quick, see? Jumped right over it and planted me shooter right in its face. Every scratch, every battle scar on the dreadnought becomes part of the narrative, a physical reminder of specific moments in what was presumably an epic battle. The social currency of these stories cannot be overstated. In a culture where oral tradition is primary, most Orcs can't read or write, and those who can generally don't bother. Being able to tell a good fight story is valuable. Being able to illustrate that story with actual physical evidence is even better. And when your evidence is a several-ton war machine that required your entire warband to bring down, you're going to be telling that story for the rest of your life, and other Orcs are going to listen because they can see the proof right there. There's another factor at play, the concept of bigness in Orc psychology. Orcs are genetically programmed to respect size. Bigger is always better in Orc society. It's not just that larger Orcs tend to be in charge, it's that Orcs instinctively defer to anything bigger than themselves. A dreadnought standing around twice the height of a normal Orc, and Orcs are already larger than humans, inherently commands a certain respect, simply through its dimensions. Even broken and defeated, a dreadnought is impressively big, and that bigness has value in and of itself within Orc culture. The competitive element extends beyond just impressing rivals. Different Orc clans compete with each other in various ways. The Evil Suns try to have the fastest vehicles. The Bad Moons try to have the flashiest guns. The Death Skulls try to have the most and best loot. In this environment of constant one-upmanship, having a rare and impressive trophy gives a warboss ammunition in the ongoing cultural competition. Your truck might be fast, but have you got a dreadnought? No? Didn't think so. There's also a peculiar form of respect that Orcs extend to worthy opponents, and this factors into why they might keep, rather than destroy, a defeated dreadnought. The Orc concept of a good fight is central to their entire worldview. They don't want easy victories, they want challenges. An enemy that goes down without a fight is boring and disappointing. But an enemy that makes you work for it, that forces you to use all your strength and cunning, that's valuable. A dreadnought, by its nature, provides exactly that kind of fight. In keeping a broken dreadnought, the Orc warboss is in some sense honoring the quality of the fight it provided. This isn't sentiment exactly. Orcs don't feel sympathy or pity, but they do recognize when something put up a proper scrap. The fact that it took dozens or hundreds of boys to bring down, the fact that it probably killed quite a few of them in the process, the fact that it didn't give up even when clearly outmatched, all of this registers as admirable in the Orc mindset. Not admirable in a noble or heroic sense, but admirable in the sense of that was a proper enemy. The potential uses of a captured dreadnought also factor into the decision to keep it rather than destroy it. Orc mech boys are always looking for interesting technology to tinker with, and a dreadnought presents a unique puzzle. It's more sophisticated than most Orc technology, but not so alien that a mech boy can't see the basic principles at work. The weapons might be salvageable, or at least provide inspiration for Orky versions. The armor could be repurposed. The power plant might be adaptable. While an intact, functioning dreadnought is far too complex for most Orcs to operate, a broken one becomes a parts bin of interesting components. Orc fascination with Imperial technology. The Orc relationship with technology is one of the strangest aspects of their culture. A bizarre mixture of instinctive understanding, complete disregard for safety, and genuine creativity that produces results that shouldn't work, but do. To understand why Orcs are fascinated with Imperial technology in general, and dreadnoughts in particular, we need to examine how Orcs think about and interact with the machines they use and encounter. Orcs are, in a very literal sense, genetically programmed to understand technology. This isn't learned knowledge passed down through formal education, it's genetic memory. Fragments of the incredibly advanced science their Krork ancestors possessed, now degraded and simplified into intuitive mechanical skill. An Orc mech boy doesn't need to study engineering. He just knows how things work, in the same way that a human knows how to breathe. This instinctive understanding is one of the gifts left by the Old Ones, the ancient beings who created the Krork as living weapons. However, this instinctive knowledge is far from perfect. Modern Orcs have lost most of the sophisticated scientific understanding their Krork forebears possessed. What remains is practical, hands-on knowledge focused almost entirely on making things that fight better. An Orc mech boy can look at a pile of scrap and instinctively know how to turn it into a functioning, by Orc standards, weapon or vehicle. But he can't explain the principles behind why it works. He doesn't use mathematics or physics. He just builds things that his genetic memory tells him should work. And usually, they do. The collective psychic field that all Orcs generate, the WAG, plays a role in making their technology function. The Gestalt psychic field has a mild reality warping effect that allows Orc technology to work when it shouldn't by conventional physics. A shooter that's essentially a metal tube with a trigger might not function for a human, but in the hands of an Orc, surrounded by other Orcs, who all expect it to work, it does. The gun has working parts. The psychic field just smooths over the rough edges where proper engineering would normally be required. When Orcs encounter Imperial technology, their reaction depends on what kind of Orc they are. Regular Orc boys mostly just want to know if they can use it to hit things harder or shoot things better. If the answer is yes, they'll grab it. If the answer is no, they might take it anyway because it looks cool. But mech boys view Imperial technology with a mixture of interest, disdain, and opportunism. The interest comes from seeing different approaches to solving mechanical problems. The disdain comes from their belief that Orc technology is inherently superior. The opportunism comes from recognizing that Imperial tech can be looted for parts. The Death Skulls clan has elevated looting to a high art. These blue-painted Orcs believe that looted equipment is inherently lucky, which, given the Orc psychic field, might actually make it luckier when they use it. Death Skulls will steal anything that isn't nailed down, and anything that is nailed down but looks like it might be worth the effort to pry loose. They're the Orc equivalent of magpies, attracted to anything shiny, interesting, or potentially useful. A Death Skulls mob after a battle will strip the battlefield of everything, from weapons to vehicle parts, to random pieces of equipment that caught someone's eye. But dreadnoughts represent a special category of Imperial technology that particularly fascinates orcs. They're big, which orcs automatically respect. They're obviously powerful, which orcs appreciate. They're complex, which intrigues mech boys who like a challenge. And they're rare, which makes them valuable. A dreadnought isn't like a standard Imperial vehicle that the orcs have probably encountered dozens of times before. Each dreadnought is unique, hand-maintained over centuries, a relic of ancient technology that the Imperium can no longer fully replicate. From a mech boy's perspective, a captured dreadnought is an absolute treasure trove. The weapon systems alone are worth studying. Dreadnoughts often mount heavy weapons that would normally require a vehicle chassis to support. Assault cannons that could shred entire mobs of orcs, power fists capable of tearing through the toughest armor. These aren't the standard issue equipment a mech boy sees on regular Space Marines. These are specialist weapons, each one a masterwork of Imperial engineering. The power plant is another point of fascination. Dreadnoughts need tremendous amounts of energy to operate, powering not just their movement and weapons, but also the life support systems keeping the pilot alive. Whatever reactor or power cell system the dreadnought uses is going to be more sophisticated than what the orcs typically have access to. A curious mech boy might spend years trying to understand how it works, probably destroying several Gretchen in the process of experimentation, but potentially learning something that could be applied to other orc technology. Most attempts by orcs to actually operate a captured dreadnought fail spectacularly. The neural interface requires a specific type of connection that orcs don't naturally possess. The control systems are designed for Space Marine reflexes and sensory input, not for orc biology. The weapons systems have safety features and firing protocols that orcs neither understand nor care about. And even if an orc could somehow get a dreadnought to move, controlling it effectively would require training and practice that most orcs lack the patience for. But failure doesn't discourage orc mech boys. In fact, explosions and catastrophic malfunctions are considered part of the learning process. If your attempt to activate a dreadnought results in it taking 2 steps and then falling over, crushing several Gretchen in the process, well, that's hilarious and also informative. You've learned that pressing that button makes it fall over. Next time, try a different button. The scientific method, orc style. The grim fate of the pilot. Perhaps the most grim aspect of orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts as trophies is the fate of the Space Marine pilot entombed within. These warriors, already having endured the trauma of mortal wounds and the horror of being permanently sealed within a sarcophagus, face a final indignity that would break lesser beings. Understanding their fate provides crucial context for why Space Marine chapters expend such tremendous resources attempting to recover captured dreadnoughts. When a dreadnought is brought down in battle, several scenarios are possible regarding the pilot's condition. In the best case, the pilot died when the dreadnought was destroyed. His suffering ended and his service complete. The dreadnought becomes an empty shell, a relic to be recovered and honored, but the warrior within has found peace. This is the outcome that Space Marine chaplains pray for when a dreadnought falls in battle. But dreadnoughts are built to protect their pilots even under catastrophic conditions. The sarcophagus at the heart of the machine is heavily armored and contains redundant life support systems. A dreadnought can suffer tremendous external damage while the pilot inside remains alive, trapped in a broken shell, unable to move or communicate, but still conscious. This nightmare scenario is what haunts Space Marine commanders when a dreadnought is captured by orcs. The orc treatment of a living pilot is, in many ways, worse than deliberate torture. Orcs don't really understand or care about causing psychological suffering. They're not trying to break the pilot's spirit or extract information. They simply don't think about the pilot at all most of the time. To them, the dreadnought is a thing, an impressive machine that happens to have some meat inside. The fact that the meat is conscious and suffering doesn't register as particularly important or interesting. For a Space Marine pilot still alive in a captured dreadnought, the experience is beyond nightmarish. He can likely still perceive his surroundings through whatever sensory systems remain functional, but he cannot move, cannot fight, cannot even end his own suffering. He's aware of Orc hands on his shell, of being hauled away as a prize, of being chained and displayed. If the Orcs manage to preserve some of the dreadnought systems, he might retain hearing, forced to listen to Orcs celebrating his defeat, telling stories about how they brought him down, laughing at jokes he cannot understand. The isolation is absolute. Space Marines are conditioned from recruitment to value brotherhood above all else. They fight as squads, chapters, extensions of a unified whole. A dreadnought pilot is already isolated in many ways, separated from his brothers by the metal shell that contains him. But that isolation is incomplete so long as he serves alongside them. In Orc captivity, that last connection is severed. He is utterly alone, surrounded by enemies, with no hope of rescue unless his chapter mounts a recovery. The passage of time becomes especially cruel. Dreadnoughts are designed to function for centuries, their life support systems incredibly robust. A pilot might survive for weeks, months, or even years in Orc captivity, depending on how much damage the systems have sustained. Every moment of that time is spent in helplessness, unable to die, unable to fight, unable to do anything but exist in the darkness of his sarcophagus, while Orcs parade him around as a curiosity. Some Orc attempts to activate captured dreadnoughts can inadvertently cause additional suffering to living pilots. Mech boys poking at neural interfaces might trigger involuntary responses, forcing the pilot to experience phantom sensations of movement or combat without being able to control anything. Power surges from Orc experimentation with the dreadnought systems might cause pain through neural feedback. The pilot cannot scream, cannot beg them to stop, cannot even die through an act of will. When Space Marines do manage to recover captured dreadnoughts, the state they find the pilots in, if the pilots still live, is often tragic. Some have been driven mad by their captivity, their minds unable to cope with the prolonged isolation and helplessness. Others have sustained additional damage from Orc experimentation that's rendered them unable to communicate or function even within the limited capacity a dreadnought pilot has. A few maintain their sanity, but are so traumatized that they beg to be allowed to die rather than return to service. Mechboy experiments and modifications. To understand the full picture of why Orcs keep broken dreadnoughts, we must examine the perspective of the Orc mechboys, the technical specialists whose genetic memory and innate understanding of machinery makes them both fascinated by and dangerous to any complex technology they encounter. A dreadnought, from a mechboy's perspective, is simultaneously a puzzle, a challenge, a learning opportunity, and a potential source of valuable components. When a mechboy first examines a captured dreadnought, his reaction differs markedly from that of regular Orc boys. Where a normal Orc sees an impressive trophy and maybe some useful parts, a mechboy sees systems, mechanisms, and engineering solutions to problems he's encountered in his own work. The weapons mounting systems might suggest better ways to attach big guns to trucks. The armor configuration might inspire new vehicle designs. The power distribution network might offer insights into how to get more energy to where it's needed without everything exploding. The experimentation that follows takes many forms. Some mechboys adopt a systematic approach, unusual for Orcs, but not unheard of among the more methodical members of the profession. They'll carefully disassemble portions of the dreadnought, examining each component, testing it, trying to understand its function and construction. These mechboys might spend months or even years working on a single captured dreadnought, learning everything they can from it before moving on to other projects. Other mechboys take a more direct approach. They'll try to activate systems by trial and error, pressing buttons, connecting wires, applying power until something happens. This frequently results in explosions, fires, or system failures that destroy whatever they were working on. But occasionally, something actually works. And when it does, the mech boy learns something valuable about how that particular system functions. The fact that dozens of Gretchen might die in the process of these experiments doesn't bother anyone involved. The attempts to actually operate a captured dreadnought deserve special attention. Mech boys understand, in their way, that the dreadnought is meant to be controlled by whoever's inside it. They've seen how Orc-Def dreads work, with pilots wired into the controls. The similarity is obvious, which makes mech boys believe they should be able to figure out how to make the Imperial version work for Orcs. This belief drives countless experiments in neural interfacing, control systems, and biomechanical integration. Some of the most successful Orc modifications to captured dreadnoughts involve simplification, rather than trying to make the existing systems work. A mech boy might rip out the complex Imperial targeting system and replace it with a much simpler Orc equivalent. He might remove the sophisticated power distribution network and install a more direct but less efficient Orc power system. He might strip out the neural interface entirely and install purely mechanical controls. The result is a machine that's less capable than the original dreadnought, but more understandable and controllable by Orc standards. These hybrid creations, when they work at all, become legends among mech boys. A dreadnought that's been successfully Orc'd up represents the pinnacle of mech boy achievement, demonstrating both technical skill and creative problem solving. The mech boy responsible for such a creation gains tremendous status, with other mech boys seeking him out to learn his techniques. Cultural significance and trophy display. The practice of keeping broken dreadnoughts transcends mere trophy collection to become a cultural touchstone within Orc society, shaping narratives, establishing hierarchies, and creating traditions that persist across generations of greenskins. To fully appreciate this phenomenon, we must examine how dreadnought trophies function as cultural objects, rather than just physical prizes. In the oral tradition that dominates Orc culture, physical objects serve as anchors for stories. Without written records that most Orcs can access or care about, the tales of great battles and legendary war bosses are preserved through repeated telling and retelling. But memories fade, details get confused, and stories change in the retelling. A physical trophy, especially one as impressive and durable as a dreadnought, serves as proof that the story really happened, that the battle wasn't just boasting or exaggeration. The stories told around dreadnought trophies develop elaborate detail through repeated tellings. The battle where it was captured becomes legendary, with each Orc who participated adding their own perspective. The number of Orcs who claim to have personally dealt the killing blow tends to grow over time, but the basic narrative remains consistent because the evidence is right there, visible for all to see. These narratives serve important social functions. They establish shared history for the warband, creating a sense of identity and continuity that's unusual in Orc culture. They provide entertainment during the periods between battles when Orcs might otherwise get restless and fight among themselves. They offer younger Orcs role models and aspirations, showing them what's possible if they fight hard enough and get lucky enough. The challenge aspect of dreadnought ownership creates interesting cultural dynamics. Other war bosses, hearing about a particularly impressive trophy, might see it as a challenge to their own status. If he's tough enough to bring down a tin boy, then I need to prove I'm tougher by bringing down two. This competitive drive leads to dreadnought hunting becoming a kind of status game among the most ambitious Orc war bosses. The inter-clan competition around trophies extends to dreadnoughts as well. A Bad Moons war boss with a dreadnought can lord it over other Bad Moons bosses who only have more common trophies. A Death Skulls boss with a dreadnought has ultimate bragging rights at any gathering of looters. A Goth boss with a dreadnought has physical proof that his warriors are the toughest in any fight. The trophy transcends individual achievement to become a point of clan pride. When war bosses from different tribes or clans meet, there's always an element of competition and potential conflict. Trophy displays become a form of non-violent competition. Look at what I've killed versus look at what I've killed, with the winner being whoever has the most impressive collection. A dreadnought trophy is nearly unbeatable in these competitions. The brutal comedy of Warhammer 40k. The phenomenon of orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts as pets and prizes encapsulates everything that makes Warhammer 40,000 such a unique and compelling setting. It's simultaneously horrifying and darkly comedic, tragic and absurd, a perfect example of how the setting blends the grim with the ridiculous in ways that couldn't exist anywhere else. From the Imperial perspective, this practice represents one of the most terrible fates imaginable for their honored dead. Warriors who have already given everything, who have endured wounds that would kill normal men a dozen times over, who have chosen to continue serving despite being sealed in mechanical tombs. These heroes don't deserve to end their existence as curiosities in an orc warboss's trophy collection. The indignity of it, the reduction of the sacred to the profane, the transformation of reverence into mockery, it's an affront to everything the Imperium stands for. But the orcs don't care about any of that. They can't care because they simply don't process reality in those terms. They don't see sacred versus profane. They see big versus small, tough versus weak, impressive versus boring. A dreadnought is impressive, therefore it's worth keeping. The fact that someone else thinks it's sacred just makes it more valuable as a trophy, because it means that someone else will be upset when you take it, which is funny. This fundamental disconnect between how the Imperium and the orcs view the same object creates a kind of cosmic joke that's central to Warhammer 40,000's appeal. The setting is grim-dark, yes, presenting a future where there is only war and the laughter of thirsting gods. But it's also occasionally absurd in the best possible way, finding humor in the darkest corners of its universe through the lens of alien psychology that's just comprehensible enough to be funny while remaining genuinely alien. The orc practice of keeping dreadnought trophies also illustrates important truths about what makes orcs work as antagonists in this setting. They're not purely comedic relief, though they certainly provide comic moments. A captured dreadnought is a genuine tragedy, a source of horror and suffering for the pilot inside, and a motivator for desperate recovery missions by Space Marine chapters. But the orcs' approach to their trophy is comedic in its complete lack of self-awareness. They genuinely don't understand why the Space Marines are so upset about this. This duality makes orcs more interesting than purely villainous or purely comic races would be. They're dangerous, they kill billions, they destroy entire worlds. But they do it all with a kind of savage innocence, not fighting out of hatred or malice, but because fighting is what they do, what they are, what they were literally created to do. When an orc keeps a broken dreadnought as a pet, he's not trying to be cruel. He's just being an orc, operating according to orc values and orc psychology, completely oblivious to how disturbing his behavior appears to everyone else. The practice also serves important narrative functions. It provides motivation for Space Marine characters in stories, driving them to undertake dangerous recovery missions or seek vengeance against specific orc warbands. It creates moral complexity by showing that even good actions, like recovering a fallen brother, might not actually improve the situation if the pilot has been driven mad by captivity. It offers opportunities for tragedy, for heroism, for desperate last stands, for all the narrative beats that make for compelling stories. Yet there's something almost refreshing about the orc perspective in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. While everyone else is caught up in ancient grudges, religious fanaticism, or existential dread, the orcs are just out there having fun. They're not tortured by the burden of consciousness like the Eldar. They're not consumed by despair like the Imperium. They're not driven by incomprehensible hunger like the Tyranids. They're just fighting because fighting is fun, and keeping trophies of their victories because trophies are cool. This contrast between the orc experience of the setting and everyone else's experience creates much of the dark humor that makes Warhammer 40,000 appealing. The Imperium treats every battle like it's the end of the world, because from their perspective, it might be. The Orcs treat every battle like it's the best party ever, because from their perspective, it is. The fact that these two worldviews must coexist and conflict creates endless opportunities for both tragedy and comedy. As we've explored throughout this deep dive into Orc trophy-keeping behavior, the practice reveals layers of complexity beneath what initially appears to be simple savagery. Orc psychology, their relationship with technology, their cultural values around trophies and status, their competitive social structures, all of these factors combine to make keeping broken dreadnoughts not just possible, but almost inevitable, given the right circumstances. And perhaps most importantly, it's brilliant world building. The kind of detail that makes a fictional universe feel real and lived in. That creates those moments when you realize how all the different pieces fit together. That generates fan theories and discussions and creative works. The fact that we can write thousands of words analyzing why Orcs keep broken dreadnoughts speaks to the depth and richness of the Warhammer 40,000 setting. So the next time you're playing a game, reading a novel, or just thinking about the grim darkness of the far future, spare a thought for those broken dreadnoughts in Orc trophy halls. Consider the horror of the Space Marine pilots, who might still live within them. Appreciate the complete indifference of the Orc war bosses, who keep them as curiosities. Recognize the tragedy, the absurdity, and the dark comedy of it all, because that's Warhammer 40,000 in microcosm. It's terrible, it's hilarious, it's both at once, and it's glorious. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the weird and wonderful world of Warhammer 40,000 lore, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. There's always more grim darkness to explore, more bizarre faction behaviors to analyze, and more fascinating details to uncover in this incredible setting. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but sometimes there's also really cool trophies. The mechanics of capture. Understanding how Orcs actually manage to capture dreadnoughts intact enough to serve as trophies requires examining the brutal reality of battles between these forces. A dreadnought isn't an easy target to bring down, let alone capture relatively undamaged. The process involves a combination of overwhelming numbers, tactical cunning, yes, Orcs can be cunning when they want to be, sheer bloody-minded determination, and often a significant amount of luck. When an Orc warband encounters a dreadnought on the battlefield, the initial reaction is almost always enthusiastic violence. Orcs see a big, tough enemy and immediately want to fight it. The warboss or nob in charge might recognize that this is a special target, something worth capturing rather than just destroying. But getting that message across to hundreds of battle-crazed boys in the middle of a fight is challenging at best. The most common method of capture involves simple attrition. The Orcs will swarm the dreadnought from all directions, accepting horrific casualties as the war machine's weapons tear through their ranks. Assault cannons shred entire mobs. Power fists crush Orcs by the dozen. But the Orcs keep coming, wave after wave, until the dreadnought's ammunition runs low or its weapon systems overheat from sustained firing. Then they close in for melee combat, attacking the joints, the weapon mounts, anything that looks vulnerable. Some Orc warbands, particularly those of the Blood Axes clan, who are known for their relative tactical sophistication, will attempt more coordinated approaches. They might use Killer Khans or Def Dreads to engage the dreadnought directly, while regular boys flank it. They might deploy looters with stolen heavy weapons to suppress the dreadnought from range. They might even use actual tactics, like feints and ambushes, to separate the dreadnought from its supporting forces before overwhelming it with numbers. The goal in these engagements is to disable rather than destroy. Orc mech boys who are present during the battle might shout instructions to the attacking boys. "Don't blow it up, you gits! The boss wants it in one piece!" Whether these instructions are followed depends largely on how excited the boys are and how much they're thinking about orders versus smashing things. Often, the result is a dreadnought that's heavily damaged but still recognizable, its weapons destroyed or disabled, its legs crippled, its armor cracked and dented, but its core structure intact. The moment of actual capture, when the dreadnought is finally brought down and immobilized, is crucial. This is when a war boss who wants a trophy needs to assert control quickly, before his boys tear the thing apart in their excitement. He needs to get chains on it, get it hauled away from the immediate battlefield, and make it clear that this prize belongs to him personally. Any orc who tries to claim parts of it without permission is likely to lose more than just the argument. Transport presents its own challenges. A dreadnought, even a broken one, weighs several tons. Moving it requires significant effort, usually involving multiple trucks, copious amounts of chain, and dozens of Gretchen to actually do the heavy lifting. The journey back to the orc base camp is often eventful, with the captured dreadnought being paraded through any settlements they pass, shown off to other orc tribes, and generally treated as the grand prize it is. Once back at base, securing the dreadnought becomes a priority. It's chained down, usually in a prominent location where everyone can see it, with enough restraints that even if it's somehow reactivated, it couldn't do much damage. Mech boys immediately begin examining it, testing systems, poking at things they probably shouldn't poke at, and generally beginning the long process of understanding what they've captured. The capture of a dreadnought is also a teaching moment for younger orcs. Veterans of the fight will gather the younger boys and recount how it went down, pointing out what worked and what didn't. See, when we all rushed it from the front, that's when it killed the most of us. But when we got round the side, that's when we started winning. These lessons, crude as they are, help the warband become more effective at taking on similarly tough enemies in the future. There's also the matter of casualties sustained during the capture. A properly functioning dreadnought can kill dozens or even hundreds of orcs before being brought down. The survivors don't mourn these losses in any human sense. Orcs don't really do grief, but they do remember who died and how. The captured dreadnought becomes a monument to those fallen boys, a physical reminder that this fight cost them, but they won anyway. Some war bosses develop specific strategies for dreadnought hunting based on past experiences. They might equip certain squads with rockets, specifically for taking out the legs. They might train tank busters to target weapon systems first. They might even develop signals or calls that tell their boys to switch from kill it mode to capture it mode mid-battle. This level of planning is unusual for orcs, but the value of a dreadnought trophy can inspire unusual behavior. The psychological impact on the orc warband after successfully capturing a dreadnought is significant. Morale, to the extent that term applies to orcs, soars. The boys feel invincible, like they can take on anything the universe throws at them. This confidence can be both beneficial, leading to more aggressive and effective fighting, and dangerous, leading to overconfidence and taking on fights they can't win. But in the immediate aftermath of a successful capture, the warband is riding high on victory and won't hear any suggestions about caution. Famous war bosses and their dreadnought collections. Throughout the history of Warhammer 40,000 lore, certain orc war bosses have become particularly noted for their dreadnought collections, their trophy halls becoming legendary among both orcs and their enemies. These examples illustrate the practice at its most extreme, showing what happens when a particularly successful war boss makes dreadnought hunting a priority. The most famous of these is undoubtedly Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, the self-proclaimed prophet of Gork and Mork, the beast of Armageddon, and arguably the most dangerous orc in the current galaxy. While records of Gazkul's personal trophy collection are incomplete, Imperial intelligence suggests that he has accumulated trophies from nearly every major enemy faction, with dreadnoughts featuring prominently. His campaigns on Armageddon alone brought him into conflict with numerous Space Marine chapters, and it's believed he kept several dreadnoughts from these battles. What makes Gazkul different from typical orc war bosses is his apparent understanding of the psychological value of such trophies. He doesn't just keep them for personal bragging rights. he uses them as tools of intimidation and propaganda. When he meets with other orc war bosses to build his Warg, the presence of these trophies helps convince them that following him will lead to the best fights. When he negotiates, and yes, Gazkul does occasionally negotiate, having a backdrop of defeated enemy war machines sends a very clear message about what happens to those who oppose him. Another notable example is the orc war boss known as Grimskull the Collector, who supposedly made it his personal mission to capture one dreadnought from every Space Marine chapter he encountered. While the veracity of this legend is questionable, orc tales speak of Grimskull's vast trophy hall containing dozens of different dreadnoughts, each bearing different chapter colors and heraldry. The story goes that Grimskull would study these trophies, learning the fighting styles of different chapters, using his collection as a kind of tactical database. In the Octarius sector, during the massive conflict between orcs and Tyranids, orchestrated by Inquisitor Kryptman, an orc war boss known as Claw Chief Urgok reportedly kept a dreadnought from the Scythes of the Emperor chapter that had been fighting in the region. What made this particular trophy special was that Urgok supposedly kept it in a partially functional state, occasionally activating its weapon systems during celebrations to provide entertainment for his followers. The captured pilot, if he still lived, endured years of being used as a living fireworks display. The Bad Moons clan, being the wealthiest of the major orc clans, have produced several war bosses known for their extensive trophy collections. One Bad Moons boss, name lost to history but referred to in imperial records as the Golden Git, supposedly covered his captured dreadnoughts in gold paint and precious stones, turning them into gaudy displays of wealth as much as martial prowess. Other orcs found this incredibly impressive, while Space Marines who heard of it considered it an additional layer of desecration. On the feral world of Angelus, an orc war boss known as Big Mech Grimfang established what could only be described as a museum of war. Among his collection were 3 dreadnoughts from different chapters, each positioned in a different pose as if frozen in combat. Grimfang, being a mech, was more interested in these trophies as technical puzzles than as mere status symbols, but he still displayed them prominently and used them to establish his credentials when dealing with other war bosses. The Death Skulls clan naturally produces war bosses with extensive looted collections, and dreadnoughts feature prominently in many of these. One Death Skulls boss, recorded in the annals of the Crimson Fists chapter as Blue Fang the Lucky, supposedly captured 4 of their dreadnoughts during the invasion of Rin's world. The Crimson Fists made recovering these trophies a priority during their revenge campaigns, dedicating significant resources to hunting down Blue Fang and his warband. There are also darker stories, less well documented, but persistent in orc legend and imperial horror tales. Stories of orc war bosses who don't just keep their dreadnought trophies, but actively torment them, using them in gladiatorial games, forcing them to fight each other for orc entertainment, or subjecting them to endless mechanical experiments. Whether these stories are true or exaggerated by repeated telling is unclear, but they speak to the worst possible fate a dreadnought pilot could suffer. Some war bosses develop reputations as dreadnought specialists, actively seeking out battles where they're likely to encounter these war machines. These bosses might pass up on easier conquests because they don't offer the possibility of adding to their collection. They're not just fighting for territory or resources, they're hunting for the most impressive trophies they can find, and dreadnoughts represent the pinnacle of that hunt. The competitive nature between these trophy-collecting war bosses creates interesting dynamics. They're aware of each other's collections and constantly trying to one-up each other. You got 2 dreadnoughts, I got 3. Yours are all from the same chapter. Mine are from 5 different chapters. This competition drives them to take risks they might not otherwise take, to seek out battles specifically because they might yield rare trophies, to treat war as much as a hunting expedition as a military campaign. The Imperial response. The Space Marine chapter's responses to the capture of their dreadnoughts by orcs reveals much about how they value these ancient warriors. Recovery operations are mounted with a level of urgency and resource commitment that often seems disproportionate from a purely military standpoint, but makes perfect sense when you understand what dreadnoughts represent to their chapters. When a chapter learns that one of their dreadnoughts has been captured by orcs, the reaction is immediate and severe. This isn't just losing a valuable piece of equipment, it's abandoning a brother, a hero, a living link to the chapter's history. The idea of leaving such a warrior in enemy hands, possibly suffering, possibly being desecrated, is unthinkable to most Space Marines. Recovery becomes a sacred duty that transcends normal tactical considerations. Recovery operations typically begin with intelligence gathering. The chapter needs to locate where the captured dreadnought is being held, determine the strength of the orc forces guarding it, and assess whether the pilot still lives. This intelligence work is difficult. Orcs don't maintain detailed records, and their movements can be unpredictable. But Space Marine scouts and librarians employ every tool at their disposal to track down their lost brother. Once located, the recovery operation itself is planned with meticulous care. The goal isn't just to retrieve the dreadnought, but to do so while minimizing further damage to it, and, if possible, rescuing the pilot alive. This requires precision strikes, coordinated assaults, and often significant risk to the recovery team. Space Marines who might normally employ orbital bombardment or massive firepower must instead use more surgical approaches to avoid destroying what they're trying to recover. These operations often involve specialized units. Terminator squads might be deployed for their ability to smash through orc defenses and create a safe corridor for the recovery. Assault squads provide rapid mobility to extract the dreadnought once it's secured. Tech Marines accompany the mission to stabilize the dreadnought systems and determine the pilot's status. The entire operation is typically led by experienced officers who understand the importance of what they're attempting. The orc response to these recovery attempts varies. Some war bosses, recognizing they're under attack, will prioritize defending their trophy, sometimes even at the cost of tactical disadvantages elsewhere. They understand that losing such a prized trophy would damage their status significantly. Other war bosses might not realize the importance until it's too late, focusing on the general battle and only noticing their trophy is gone after the Space Marines have already extracted it. There have been cases where the recovery of a single dreadnought has turned into a multi-day battle, with orcs and Space Marines fighting over this one objective, while ignoring everything else happening in the wider conflict. The orcs see it as defending their most valuable loot, while the Space Marines see it as recovering their honored dead. Both sides commit forces out of proportion to the objective's military value, because to each of them, its symbolic value is immense. Not all recovery attempts succeed. Sometimes the dreadnought has been too badly damaged, scattered across an orc camp as components and scrap metal. Sometimes the pilot has died, leaving only an empty shell to recover. Sometimes the orcs have moved the trophy and the intelligence was outdated. And sometimes, despite their best efforts, the Space Marines simply can't break through orc defenses without causing the very destruction they're trying to prevent. Failed recovery attempts weigh heavily on the chapters involved. Knowing that one of their brothers remains in orc hands, potentially suffering, unable to die with honor, creates a burden of guilt and obligation. Some chapters will make multiple attempts, returning again and again to try to recover their fallen brother. Others, accepting that recovery is impossible, will instead focus on vengeance, hunting down the orc war boss responsible and destroying him and all his forces, even if the dreadnought itself cannot be saved. The successful recovery of a dreadnought from orc captivity is treated as a significant victory, often resulting in special ceremonies and honors for those involved in the recovery. The dreadnought itself is thoroughly examined, blessed, and if possible, restored to service. If the pilot survived the capture, he's treated by the chapter's best apothecaries and given whatever support is needed to help him process the trauma of his captivity. Some pilots who survive orc captivity never fully recover psychologically. The experience of being utterly helpless, treated as a thing rather than a warrior, subjected to the casual indifference of their captors, leaves scars that even Space Marine conditioning cannot fully heal. These pilots might be retired from service, their dreadnoughts preserved but no longer activated. They've given everything, endured more than should be asked of anyone, and earned their final rest. The recovery operations also serve as learning experiences for the chapters. They study Orc trophy-keeping behavior, trying to understand where captured dreadnoughts are likely to be kept, what defenses might be encountered, what condition the trophies might be in. This knowledge helps inform future operations, improving the chances of successful recovery. The philosophical implications. The practice of Orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts as trophies raises interesting philosophical questions about the nature of trophy collecting, the treatment of captured enemies, and what it means to keep a defeated foe. These questions, while perhaps seeming abstract, actually illuminate important aspects of both Orc and human, imperial, psychology. For the Orcs, trophy keeping is straightforward. You defeat an enemy, you take something from them as proof, you display it to demonstrate your prowess. There's no deeper meaning, no complex psychology behind it. It's practical, it's understandable, and it serves clear social functions. The trophy proves the victory happened, impresses others, and provides entertainment value. Simple, brutal, effective. But from a human perspective, particularly from the imperial perspective, this practice raises disturbing questions. What does it say about the Orcs that they can't distinguish between keeping a broken machine and keeping a suffering person trapped within that machine? The answer is equally disturbing. It says they simply don't make that distinction. Person, machine. It's all the same to them. They're not being cruel, they're being indifferent, which might be worse. This indifference touches on broader questions about the nature of consciousness and personhood. The Imperium recognizes the Space Marine pilot within the dreadnought as a person, a hero, a being worthy of respect and honor. The Orcs recognize only the physical form of the dreadnought, the big metal shell that fought them. If there's anyone inside, that's just a detail, not particularly relevant to the trophy's value. This fundamental disconnect in how personhood is recognized creates a gulf of understanding that can never really be bridged. The practice also raises questions about the ethics of trophy keeping in general. Most human cultures throughout history have collected trophies from defeated enemies in some form. Scalps, ears, weapons, flags. The practice is nearly universal. But there's usually some line drawn between taking a piece of a defeated enemy and keeping the entire enemy. The Orcs, lacking human ethical frameworks, don't see any such line. If a Space Marine helmet is a good trophy, then a whole Space Marine in a dreadnought is an even better trophy. From the Orc perspective, their treatment of captured dreadnoughts is actually fairly benign. They're not actively trying to cause suffering. They're just keeping an impressive thing they captured. If asked, an Orc would probably be genuinely confused about why this upsets the Space Marines so much. We beat it fair and square. It's ours now. Why are they making such a fuss? This genuine incomprehension of the offense they're causing is darkly comedic in its own way. The philosophical question of whether something can be both a person and property is central here. The Imperium says no, a person cannot be property, at least not a Space Marine. The Orcs don't even understand the question. To them, everything captured in battle becomes property of the victor. The fact that property might also be conscious is irrelevant to its status as property. This also touches on questions of dignity and how it's conferred or maintained. The Imperium confers great dignity on dreadnought pilots, treating them as honored ancestors. But that dignity is conferred by others. The pilots themselves cannot maintain their own dignity when captured and helpless. The Orcs, by treating the dreadnought as just another trophy, strip away that conferred dignity without even realizing they're doing so. They're not attacking the pilot's dignity. They simply don't recognize it exists. The question of what the pilot experiences during captivity raises issues about the nature of suffering and whether suffering requires intention. The Orc doesn't intend to cause suffering. He's just keeping his trophy. But the pilot suffers anyway, profoundly. Does the lack of intent make it better or worse? From the pilot's perspective, it's arguably worse. At least if his captors were deliberately tormenting him, his suffering would have meaning, would be acknowledged. Being suffering as an accidental consequence of someone else's indifference might be the ultimate insult. The grimdark comedy. We return to where we began, the fundamental absurdity of the situation. A space marine dreadnought, housing one of the Imperium's greatest heroes, reduced to a curiosity in an Orc warboss's trophy collection. It's tragic, it's horrifying, it's darkly comedic, it's perfectly Warhammer 40,000. The comedy comes not from the suffering itself, but from the disconnect between the perspectives. The Imperium sees the sacred warrior tomb being desecrated by Xenos savages. The Orcs see a really cool trophy they got in a good fight. Neither perspective is wrong within its own cultural framework, but they're so completely incompatible that the juxtaposition becomes absurd. This is Warhammer 40,000's signature move, taking grim situations and finding the dark humor in them, not by making light of suffering, but by highlighting the absurdity of existence in this universe. A universe where the heroes are fascist super soldiers, where the good guys commit genocide as policy, where even death might not be escape. This universe doesn't do simple tragedy. It does complicated tragedy, mixed with absurdity, mixed with occasional moments of surprising poignancy. The Orc keeping a dreadnought as a pet works as a storytelling device precisely because it operates on multiple levels simultaneously. It's a source of motivation for heroic rescue missions. It's a demonstration of how truly alien the Orcs are. It's a meditation on the futility of meaning in an uncaring universe. It's a joke at the expense of the Imperium's pretensions to nobility. It's a genuine horror scenario for the captured pilot. All of these things at once. And that's what makes it perfect for this setting. Warhammer 40,000 has never been interested in simple narratives or uncomplicated emotions. It wants you to feel horrified and amused, sympathetic and disturbed, engaged and alienated, all at the same time. The broken dreadnought in the Orc throne room achieves all of that. Tales from the trophy halls. The stories told by those who have witnessed Orc trophy collections firsthand provide visceral detail to what might otherwise remain abstract horror. These accounts, drawn from Imperial records, Space Marine chapter histories, and the debriefings of those rare individuals who survived encounters with Orc warbosses' personal domains, paint a picture of what it actually looks like, feels like, to see these captured dreadnoughts in their new homes. Sergeant Malthius of the Ultramarines, during a rescue operation on the world of Kaltos, recorded his observations upon breaching an Orc fortress. The throne room was a charnel house decorated with the remains of 1,000 battles. But what drew the eye, what commanded attention despite the horror surrounding it, was the dreadnought. One of our own, bearing the colours of the Nova Marines chapter, chained against the far wall like some enormous hound. Its armour was scarred beyond recognition, weapons torn away, but the sarcophagus remained intact. We could see the life support indicators still glowing faintly. Someone was still alive in there. The Orc warboss sat upon his throne, using our brother's tragedy as decoration, and I have never felt such pure hatred in all my years of service. Another account, from an Imperial Guard reconnaissance team, describes an Orc encampment where multiple dreadnoughts were displayed. They had them arranged in a circle, like some grotesque sculpture garden, 5 in total, each from a different chapter, each in varying states of damage. The Orcs had painted crude glyphs on their armour, marked their own symbols over the sacred insignia of the Adeptus Astartes. Children, Gretchen young enough to barely walk, played around the feet of these fallen warriors, treating them as playground equipment. It was obscene in a way that made conventional desecration seem almost respectful by comparison. A particularly detailed account comes from Inquisitor Valerius of the Ordo Xenos, who infiltrated an Orc rock in disguise to gather intelligence. The trophy hall was vast, carved into the asteroid's interior, and it contained the spoils of centuries of warfare. But the centerpiece, the prize around which all else was arranged, was a dreadnought of the Blood Angels chapter. The orcs had not modified it, had not painted it, had barely touched it at all. They simply kept it, spotlit by captured promethium lamps, elevated on a platform of welded scrap metal. The war boss told me, through his interpreter, that this was his greatest kill, the fight that made his reputation. He spoke of it with something approaching reverence, though filtered through an orc's complete inability to understand what he was describing. To him, it was just the best trophy from the best fight. The fact that a brother of Sanguinius, a warrior who had served for over 900 years, was likely still alive within that metal tomb, slowly going mad from isolation and captivity, simply did not register as relevant. These accounts share certain common elements. The display is always prominent, positioned where visitors cannot help but see it. The orcs clearly take pride in their captures, even if they don't fully understand what they have. And there's often evidence that, at least initially, attempts were made to interact with or activate the captured dreadnoughts, evidenced by crude orc modifications, hasty repairs to damage, or jury-rigged power connections that suggest someone tried to get the machine working. Scout brother Taskius of the Raven Guard, who spent 3 months embedded with an orc tribe gathering intelligence, provided insights into how the orcs themselves view these trophies. They don't see them as we do. To them, a dreadnought is impressive the same way a particularly large weapon is impressive, or a fast vehicle, or a dangerous beast. They'll pat it the way you might pat a favored attack dog. They'll show it off to visitors with the same pride someone might display a prized possession. The complete disconnect between their casual attitude and the magnitude of what they're actually keeping is disturbing beyond words. I watched an orc knob use a captured dreadnought from the Aurora chapter as a backrest while he ate, completely oblivious to the fact that he was leaning against what we would consider a sacred relic, housing a revered hero. From the Black Templars comes the account of Chaplain Grimaldus's rescue operation on the Tower, world of Hades. We found 3 of our brothers in dreadnought form, all captured during the initial orc invasion. 2 were empty shells, their pilots having died of their injuries before they could be recovered. But the third still lived. Brother Adelmar, who had fought in the Third Black Crusade, who had walked the galaxy for 2,000 years, who had earned his rest 100 times over. He had been in orc hands for 4 months. When we breached his sarcophagus, the moment we restored his ability to communicate, he did not speak of what he had endured. He simply requested that we not return him to service, that we grant him the peace he should have found on the battlefield. We honored his request. Some prices are too high, even for the continued service of such a legendary warrior. These stories reveal patterns in how orcs maintain their trophies over time. Fresh captures receive the most attention, as mech boys prod and poke and try to understand them. Over months and years, interest wanes somewhat, though the trophy retains its value as a status symbol. By the time decades have passed, the dreadnought might be one trophy among many, still valued, but no longer the centerpiece it once was. Unless, of course, it comes from a particularly prestigious chapter, or represents an especially memorable fight, in which case it remains a focal point indefinitely. The rare escapes. While most dreadnoughts captured by orcs remain in captivity until either destroyed, recovered by their chapters, or the pilot finally dies, there are rare recorded instances of escape attempts. These stories, few though they are, provide both hope and additional horror, showing what's possible when a pilot retains enough agency and the circumstances align just right. The most famous escape is that of venerable ancient Malkarian of the Night Lords before their fall to chaos, who was captured by orcs during the Great Crusade. According to Night Lord's records, Malkarian spent 3 weeks in orc captivity before managing to activate his dreadnought's emergency power reserves during an orc celebration. The temporary power surge allowed him to break his chains and fight his way to the edge of the orc camp, where he was recovered by his battle brothers. The escape was seen as such an impressive feat that it became part of Night Lord's lore, taught to newer generations as an example of never surrendering, even in impossible circumstances. A more tragic attempt comes from the Lamenters chapter, whose brother, ancient Chironex, was captured during the Badab War's aftermath. Orc records, translated by Ordo Xenos specialists, suggest that Chironex maintained enough control over his dreadnought's systems to attempt a self-destruct sequence, preferring death to continued captivity. The attempt failed due to damage to the power plant, but it did start a fire that destroyed a significant portion of the Orc camp. The Orcs found this hilarious and began referring to Chironex as Da Bernie Tin Boy, completely missing that what they were witnessing was an act of desperate defiance. From the Crimson Fists comes the account of ancient Argo, who was captured during the Orc assault on Rin's world. Argo spent 2 months in captivity before a bombardment from an Imperial Navy frigate damaged the structure holding him, creating an opportunity. With limited power and one functioning weapon arm, Argo managed to drag himself several kilometers through Orc-held territory before being recovered by Crimson Fist's scouts. His recovery inspired the chapter to intensify their efforts to hunt down every Orc who had participated in the invasion, particularly those who had taken trophies. These escapes, rare as they are, require several factors to align. The dreadnought must have some power reserves remaining, or the ability to access external power. The pilot must remain conscious and sane enough to plan and execute an escape. The Orcs must be sufficiently distracted or incompetent in their guarding. And there must be some possibility of reaching friendly forces, or at least getting far enough away to make a rescue feasible. Given how rarely all these factors align, it's no surprise that most captured dreadnoughts never escape. Some escapes are less about the pilot's agency and more about circumstances overtaking events. Dreadnoughts have been recovered when the Orc camp they were in was attacked by different enemies: Tyranids, other Orc warbands, Chaos forces. In the confusion, allowing Imperial forces to retrieve them. Others have been found abandoned when Orc warbands moved on, deciding the trophy was too heavy to transport and not worth the effort. The psychological state of pilots who do manage to escape or be rescued varies dramatically. Some maintain their sanity and their will to continue serving, viewing their captivity as just another trial endured in service to the Emperor. Others are permanently damaged by the experience, able to function but carrying trauma that affects their performance and their interactions with battle brothers. A few, the rarest cases, actually seem stronger for having endured and escaped, having proven to themselves that even in the darkest circumstances, even when all hope seems lost, defiance is possible. The future of the practice. As the 41st millennium grinds on and the galaxy becomes ever more chaotic, the Orc practice of keeping dreadnought trophies shows no signs of diminishing. If anything, as Orc wars become larger and more frequent, as the barriers between the Imperium and its enemies break down, opportunities for Orcs to encounter and capture dreadnoughts may actually be increasing. The introduction of Primaris Space Marines and their Redemptor pattern dreadnoughts has given Orcs new targets. These newer, larger dreadnoughts are especially appealing to Orc war bosses for the same reason the original dreadnoughts were. They're big, they're tough, and they're impressively killy. The fact that Redemptor dreadnoughts burn through their pilots faster than traditional patterns means that captured Redemptors are less likely to have living pilots, which might be seen as a mercy, though it also means the loss of ancient knowledge and experience that traditional dreadnoughts preserve. The ongoing conflicts across the galaxy, from the opening of the Great Rift to the rising tide of chaos to the Tyranid invasions, all create opportunities for Orcs to encounter Space Marines in desperate battles where dreadnoughts might be deployed and potentially captured. Every major war zone becomes a potential hunting ground for Orc war bosses seeking to add to their trophy collections. Some Orc mech boys are reportedly getting better at maintaining and even partially operating captured dreadnoughts. Whether this represents actual technological advancement or just more successful trial and error is unclear, but there are increasing reports of Orcs managing to get looted dreadnoughts to move under some level of control. These orked-up dreadnoughts remain rare and unreliable, but their very existence suggests that ork understanding of these machines is slowly improving. From the Imperial perspective, the challenge of recovering captured dreadnoughts is likely to grow more difficult as ork warbands become larger and better organized. The resources required for recovery operations remain constant, while the forces arrayed against such operations increase. Some chapters may be forced to make the painful decision that certain captured brothers simply cannot be recovered, that the cost in lives and materiel would be too high. These decisions, pragmatic though they might be, weigh heavily on chapters that pride themselves on never abandoning their own. The cultural significance of dreadnought trophies within ork society seems to be intensifying rather than diminishing. As different ork clans and warbands compete for dominance, having the most impressive trophy collection becomes an increasingly important status marker. This creates a kind of arms race in trophy acquisition, with war bosses actively seeking out battles, specifically because they offer opportunities to capture rare and valuable prizes. There's also speculation among Ordo Xenos scholars that ork trophy-keeping behavior might be evolving. Some reports suggest that certain war bosses are becoming more sophisticated in how they manage their collections, preserving trophies more carefully, displaying them more strategically, even trading or gifting particularly valuable items to secure alliances or advantage. Whether this represents genuine cultural evolution or just individual war bosses showing unusual intelligence remains subject to debate. Conclusion: The Endless War's strangest trophy. As we reach the end of this exploration into one of Warhammer 40,000's darkest and strangest practices, we're left with a deeper understanding of both the orks and the Imperium they fight. The broken dreadnoughts in Ork Trophy. Halls represent everything that makes this setting unique. The grinding horror of endless war, the absolute alienness of the various factions, the dark comedy of perspective, and the occasional moments of genuine tragedy that cut through all the grimdark posturing. For the orks, keeping broken dreadnoughts is entirely logical. They're impressive trophies from good fights. They establish status and reputation. They're fun to show off, and they might even yield useful parts or knowledge. The fact that there might be someone suffering inside is simply not a consideration, not because orks are cruel, but because they're genuinely incapable of processing that suffering as relevant. For the Imperium, the capture of a dreadnought represents a multi-layered tragedy. A hero is lost, sacred technology is defiled, ancient knowledge might be destroyed, and a warrior who deserved an honorable death is instead subjected to a fate that makes his centuries of service seem like a prelude to ultimate humiliation. The recovery of such trophies becomes a sacred duty, regardless of the cost. And for us, the observers of this fictional universe, it serves as a perfect encapsulation of what makes Warhammer 40,000 work. It's horrible, it's fascinating, it's darkly funny, and it makes perfect sense within its own internal logic, while being completely insane by any normal standard. The broken dreadnought chained in an ork throne room is both deeply sad and somehow hilarious, tragic and absurd, meaningful and meaningless, all at the same time. The practice also reminds us that in the grim darkness of the far future, there truly is only war, but that war takes forms we might never expect. It's not just battle lines and strategic objectives. It's also ork war bosses collecting the broken remains of their enemies, like a macabre version of stamp collecting. It's space marines undertaking desperate rescue missions for brothers who might prefer death to rescue. It's ancient warriors suffering fates worse than any death in the darkness of their metal tombs. This is Warhammer 40,000 at its best, taking horrific concepts and examining them through multiple lenses, finding both the tragedy and the dark comedy, never flinching from the implications of its grimdark universe, while also never taking itself so seriously that it loses sight of how absurd it all is. The ork with his dreadnought trophy is a perfect distillation of the setting's ethos. So the next time you see an orc army on the tabletop, or read about an orc war boss in the lore, or think about the green tide sweeping across imperial worlds, remember the broken dreadnoughts in their trophy halls. Remember the space marines entombed within them, the chapters trying to recover them, and the orcs who keep them without really understanding what they have. Remember that war in the 41st millennium isn't just about who wins and who loses, but about what happens to those caught in between, and how the same event can be viewed completely differently depending on whose eyes you're looking through. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the weird and wonderful world of Warhammer 40,000 lore, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. There's always more grim darkness to explore, more bizarre faction behaviors to analyze, and more fascinating details to uncover in this incredible setting. The Emperor protects, the Warg never ends, and somewhere out there, a broken dreadnought waits in an orc trophy hall, a monument to the endless brutality and strange absurdity of the far future. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but sometimes there's also really cool trophies. The symbolism and meaning, beyond the practical and cultural aspects we've explored, the phenomenon of orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts carries deeper symbolic weight within the Warhammer 40,000 universe. It represents collision points between different ways of understanding reality, different systems of meaning, different approaches to existence itself. The dreadnought itself is perhaps the most potent symbol in Space Marine culture of the intersection between duty, sacrifice, and transformation. A Space Marine who accepts interment chooses continued service over the peace of death. He accepts transformation into something that is no longer quite human, perhaps never was fully human given the genetic modifications, but becomes even less so when merged with a machine. He accepts isolation from the brotherhood he values above all else, sealed in metal, awakened only for war. This choice, this sacrifice, is what the Imperium holds up as the highest ideal. When an orc captures such a symbol and reduces it to a trophy, he unwittingly strikes at the very heart of Imperial meaning-making. He demonstrates, through his actions, if not his intention, that all this sacrifice, all this meaning, all this reverence can be rendered meaningless by simple force. The dreadnought that represents centuries of service, the accumulated wisdom of ages, the living embodiment of chapter history, becomes just another cool thing an orc grabbed in a fight. The contrast between these two perspectives could not be more stark. For the Imperium, this represents a kind of existential horror beyond mere physical death or destruction. Physical defeat can be endured, territories can be reclaimed, losses can be avenged, but the reduction of their most sacred symbols to mere loot, to curiosities in an alien trophy case, attacks the very framework through which they understand their existence. If a dreadnought can be reduced to this, if such service can end in such meaningless degradation, what does that say about all the other sacrifices made in the Emperor's name? The orc's complete indifference to this symbolic weight makes it somehow worse. If chaos forces capture a dreadnought, they understand its significance and deliberately defile it, which creates a kind of dark meaning, in opposition to imperial meaning. The Chaos Defiler recognizes what the dreadnought represents and attacks it for exactly that reason. There's a terrible logic to it, a coherent framework where imperial meaning is replaced with chaos meaning. But the orc just thinks it's a cool trophy. He doesn't understand the significance, doesn't care about the meaning, isn't trying to make any kind of statement. His actions strip meaning away, not through opposition, but through sheer incomprehension. This absolute void, where meaning should be, might be more disturbing than active malice. From a narrative perspective, this symbolism does important work. It reminds us that in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, meaning is not inherent. It's imposed by those who create it, maintained by those who believe in it, and can be destroyed by those who simply don't participate in that meaning-making system. The Imperium's desperate attempts to maintain their frameworks of meaning and significance are constantly under attack, not just by enemies who oppose them, but by enemies who don't even acknowledge that those frameworks exist. The contrast also highlights the fundamental philosophy of each faction. The Imperium seeks meaning through sacrifice, through duty, through service to something greater than the individual. The Space Marines exemplify this philosophy, with dreadnoughts representing its ultimate expression. The Orcs, conversely, seek meaning through immediate experience, through the joy of combat, through proving themselves in the moment. The concept of sacrifice for future benefit, of deferred gratification, of accepting suffering now for meaning later, these ideas are completely alien to Orc psychology. This philosophical gulf creates the conditions where a dreadnought can be simultaneously the most honored warrior in a chapter and a curiosity in an Orc's collection. Neither perspective is wrong within its own framework, but the frameworks are so completely incompatible that reconciliation is impossible. The Imperium cannot make the Orcs understand what they're desecrating, because the Orcs lack the conceptual framework to process that understanding. The Orcs cannot make the Imperium understand that they're just keeping a cool trophy, because the Imperium cannot separate the physical object from all the meaning they've invested in it. This unbridgeable gap of understanding is itself symbolic of the Warhammer 40,000 universe's broader themes. This is a setting where different factions don't just fight over resources or territory, they fight from fundamentally incompatible worldviews. The Imperium's human-centric fascism, the Orcs' joy in violence, the Eldar's arrogant superiority, the Tyranids' hunger, the Chaos God's manipulation. These aren't just different political positions or cultural practices. They're different ways of existing, different frameworks for understanding reality itself. The broken dreadnought in the Orc Trophy Hall becomes a physical manifestation of this fundamental incompatibility. It exists simultaneously in multiple symbolic frameworks that cannot be reconciled. To the Imperium, it's sacred. To the Orcs, it's loot. Both of these things are true. Neither can be reduced to the other. The dreadnought simply is both things at once, trapped in the space between incompatible meaning systems, just as the galaxy itself exists in the space between incompatible worldviews, locked in eternal conflict. And perhaps that's the deepest horror and the darkest comedy of it all. Not just that terrible things happen in this universe, but that they happen for no reason that would satisfy anyone seeking meaning. The dreadnought pilot doesn't suffer because the Orcs hate him or want to hurt him. He suffers because he's there and the Orcs are indifferent. The Imperium doesn't fail to recover him because they don't care, but because the uncaring universe doesn't align with their attempts to impose meaning on it. The Orc doesn't understand why the Imperium is upset, because there's literally no framework through which he could understand it. This is Warhammer 40,000's ultimate statement. Not that the universe is hostile, though it is, but that it's indifferent. The meaning you seek, the significance you crave, the justice you demand, none of it exists unless you create it and fight to maintain it. And even then, someone else might come along who doesn't share your framework and reduce all your meaning to nothing through simple incomprehension. The broken dreadnought reminds us that in the grim darkness of the far future, meaning is fragile, victory is temporary, and sometimes the worst fate isn't to be destroyed by those who hate you, but to be kept as a curiosity by those who don't understand enough to hate you properly. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates worse than death. Among the countless horrors that stalk the galaxy, few are as terrifying as the fate of a world eater entombed within a dreadnought. These walking engines of destruction, piloted by warriors driven mad by an endless screaming in their skulls, represent one of the most tragic and horrifying aspects of the Warhammer 40,000 universe. To understand why these mechanical titans never stop screaming, we must delve deep into the twin curses that define their existence, the butcher's nails that ravage their minds, and the cold metal tomb that imprisons what remains of their bodies. The screaming never stops. Day and night, across the blood-soaked battlefields of the 41st millennium. The dreadnoughts of the World Eater's Legion fill the air with howls of rage and anguish that chill even the most hardened warriors. These are not the measured battle cries of disciplined soldiers or the calculated vocalizations of tactical warfare. These are the screams of minds being torn apart, of consciousness trapped between two incompatible hells, of warriors who can neither live nor die, but are condemned to exist in perpetual agony. What makes the World Eater's dreadnoughts unique among all the walking war machines of the Imperium and Chaos? Why do their pilots suffer so much more acutely than their counterparts in other legions? The answer lies in a cruel convergence of technologies and philosophies that creates a perfect storm of suffering. The butcher's nails, those archaic cybernetic implants that turn every moment of existence into a symphony of pain that can only be quieted through violence, meet the sensory-depriving prison of the dreadnought sarcophagus. The result is a hell beyond imagining, a torment so complete that even the damned might weep at its contemplation. The Iron Tomb. Understanding dreadnought entombment. Before we can fully grasp the unique horror faced by World Eater's dreadnoughts, we must first understand what it means to be interred within these walking tombs. In most Space Marine chapters, becoming a dreadnought is considered a great honor, a chance for mortally wounded heroes to continue serving the Emperor beyond the limits of their mortal flesh. But this supposed honor carries with it a price that many would consider too terrible to pay. The process begins when a Space Marine suffers injuries so catastrophic that even the advanced medical technology of the Adeptus Astartes cannot save their body through conventional means. Perhaps their spine has been shattered by an Orc warlord's power claw, or their internal organs pulverized by explosions, or their limbs torn away by tyrannid bioweapons. In most cases, such injuries would mean death, a warrior's final rest after a life of service. But for those deemed too valuable to lose, for heroes whose tactical knowledge or combat experience is irreplaceable, the Tech Marines and Apothecaries offer a different fate: entombment in a dreadnought. The warrior's broken body is carefully extracted from its power armor, and what remains is installed within an amniotic sarcophagus at the heart of the dreadnought chassis. This tank is filled with nutrients and life-sustaining fluids that keep the remnant of flesh alive. The warrior's consciousness is linked to the machine through a mind impulse unit, a neural interface that allows their thoughts to control the dreadnought's massive limbs and devastating weapons. In theory, this gives the fallen warrior a new body, stronger and more resilient than their original form ever was. In practice, it condemns them to an existence that borders on the unbearable. The sensory deprivation is nearly total. The warrior can no longer feel the touch of human hands, cannot smell the scent of incense in the chapter's chapels, cannot taste food or drink. Their connection to the physical world is mediated entirely through the machine's sensors, which translate sight and sound into cold data streams. When a dreadnought's power fist crushes an enemy's skull, the pilot experiences no satisfying crunch of breaking bone, no warm spray of blood, no tactile feedback whatsoever. They know intellectually that their blow has landed, that their enemy is dead, but they cannot feel it in any meaningful way. This sensory isolation drives many dreadnought pilots toward madness over time. Even among the most stoic chapters, it is not uncommon for ancient dreadnoughts to exhibit signs of psychological deterioration. Some become increasingly detached from their brothers, viewing themselves as more machine than man. Others develop obsessive fixations, repeating certain behaviors or phrases endlessly. Still others simply withdraw into themselves, becoming silent and unresponsive except when roused for battle. To mitigate this psychological degradation, most chapters place their dreadnoughts into a form of suspended animation between battles. These sleep cycles, maintained by stasis fields and sedative cocktails, allow the pilot to rest in something approaching unconsciousness. They dream after a fashion, though whether these dreams bring comfort or torment varies from individual to individual. When the chapter needs their service, tech priests wake them from this slumber, brief them on the current situation, and deploy them to battle. After the fighting is done, they return to their dreamless sleep, sometimes for decades or even centuries at a time. This cycle of awakening and slumber becomes the entirety of a dreadnought pilot's existence. They are witnesses to the slow march of history, watching as generations of space marines live and die while they persist, unchanging, in their metal shells. They see the faces of their battle brothers grow unfamiliar, watch as the chapter's traditions evolve and change, observe as the very architecture of their fortress monastery is modified and rebuilt. They become living relics, revered by younger Marines who know them only as legends, approached with a mixture of awe and unease. The psychological toll of this existence cannot be overstated. Imagine waking from sleep to find that 50 years have passed, that all your closest friends are dead, that the chapter you knew has become something subtly different. Then imagine into battle, experiencing a few hours or days of sensory input filtered through mechanical sensors before being returned to your sleep for another century. Your entire existence becomes a series of disconnected snapshots, moments of wakefulness separated by vast gulfs of unconsciousness. You lose track of who you were, of what it felt like to be truly alive. Your identity erodes, worn away by the endless cycle of sleep and war. For most dreadnought pilots, this gradual erosion of self is mitigated by the periods of rest between deployments. The sleep is a mercy, a respite from the isolation and sensory deprivation. But what happens when that mercy is denied? What becomes of a consciousness trapped in the metal tomb without the relief of unconsciousness, forced to remain awake and aware for years or decades at a time, experiencing nothing but the cold darkness of the sarcophagus and the maddening absence of physical sensation? This is where the true horror begins, and it sets the stage for understanding the unique torment of the World Eaters. The Butcher's Nails, a technology of torment. To understand the hell inhabited by World Eaters, dreadnoughts, we must examine the other component of their suffering, the Butcher's Nails. These archaic cybernetic implants, forced upon the World Eaters Legion by their Primarch Angron, represent one of the cruelest technologies ever inflicted upon the Space Marines. They are devices of torture, masquerading as combat enhancement, tools that grant power at the cost of humanity itself. The Butcher's Nails were not originally designed by the Imperium, or even by the ancient human civilizations of the dark age of technology. They were relics of Nuceria, a brutal world where the technology was used to create gladiators for the entertainment of the ruling classes. The procedure involved the surgical implantation of numerous cybernetic cables and implants directly into the subject's brain, creating a web of artificial neural pathways that fundamentally altered how the brain processed sensory information and emotional responses. The device works by hijacking the brain's pain and pleasure centers, systematically rewiring them into a single, unified response. Every sensory input, every emotional experience, every moment of existence is transformed into pain. Sight becomes pain. Sound becomes pain. The beating of your own hearts becomes pain. The implants replace critical portions of the brain's emotional processing centers, including the limbic lobe and insular cortex, the very structures that allow humans to experience joy, contentment, peace, and all the subtle gradations of emotion that make life worth living. In their place, the Butcher's Nails offer only one reprieve: violence. When the implanted warrior engages in combat, when they spill blood and take life, the nails provide a brief respite from the constant agony. The pain doesn't disappear entirely, but it diminishes, becoming bearable for precious moments. This creates a horrifying addiction, a desperate need to kill that eclipses all other desires. The warrior becomes a slave to their own augmentations, driven to seek out combat not for glory or duty, but simply to escape the unbearable torture of existing without violence. The original butcher's nails implanted in Angron were particularly devastating. They were slowly killing him, eating away at his brain tissue, causing progressive neurological damage that would eventually result in his death. The Emperor himself examined these implants and concluded that they could not be safely removed, that attempting to extract them would kill Angron immediately. They had grown too deeply into his brain, replacing essential structures with their own artificial systems. Angron was kept alive by the very device that was slowly destroying him, trapped in a body that was both prison and executioner. When Angron became Primarch of the 12th Legion, he demanded that his sons receive the same augmentation. The Tech Marines and Apothecaries of the Legion attempted to create replicas based on Angron's implants, though these copies were crude compared to the original Dark Age technology. The early attempts at implantation had a 100% fatality rate. Every single Space Marine who received the nails died on the operating table, their enhanced physiology unable to withstand the traumatic rewiring of their neural architecture. But Angron persisted, driven by a twisted desire to share his suffering with his sons, to make them understand the pain he endured every moment of his existence. Eventually, the Legion's surgeons developed a version of the nails that could be implanted with a reasonable survival rate. These modified implants were less lethal than the originals, lacking the progressive degenerative effects that were slowly killing Angron. But they retained the essential horror of the technology, the transformation of all sensation into pain, the addiction to violence, the destruction of everything that made the warrior human. The effects on the World Eater's Legion were catastrophic. Warriors who had once been disciplined soldiers, capable of complex tactics and strategic thinking, devolved into frenzied berserkers. Their capacity for joy vanished. Their ability to form meaningful emotional connections withered. They could no longer experience the satisfaction of a mission accomplished, the warmth of brotherhood, the quiet contentment of meditation or prayer. Every moment of peace became torture. The only time they felt anything approaching relief was when they were killing, when their chain axes were tearing through enemy flesh, when blood was flowing and skulls were being claimed. This transformation horrified many within the Imperium. The Emperor himself eventually forbade the practice of implanting the nails, ordering Angron to cease the augmentation of his legion. But the damage was already done. The vast majority of World Eaters had received the implants, and those who hadn't were increasingly marginalized within the Legion. The character of the entire force had changed, shaped by the constant agony and the desperate need for violence that defined every nailed warrior's existence. The World Eaters became known for their savage brutality, for battles where they would slaughter friend and foe alike in their frenzy. They were deployed to the most brutal grinding conflicts, where their berserker fury could be channeled against enemies too numerous or too entrenched for conventional tactics. They became the Emperor's executioners, the force sent in when total annihilation was required. But this came at a terrible cost. The Legion's culture eroded. Their ability to function as a cohesive military force diminished. They became as much a danger to their allies as to their enemies. And when the Horus Heresy began, when Warmaster Horus turned against the Emperor and plunged the galaxy into civil war, the World Eaters were among the first to join his rebellion. For warriors who experienced every moment of peace as torture, who lived only for the next battle, the Warmaster's promise of endless war was irresistible. They threw themselves into the heresy with savage enthusiasm, reveling in the opportunity to indulge their violence without restraint. But even among all this suffering, even in a legion defined by constant pain and the need for violence, there were depths of torment yet to be plumbed. For those World Eaters who suffered catastrophic injuries, for those who might have died but were instead condemned to entombment in dreadnoughts, a new and more terrible hell awaited. The convergence of curses. Nails meet tomb. Now we come to the heart of our examination, the terrible collision that creates the unique agony of World Eater's dreadnoughts. Imagine, if you will, the two hells we have described. The sensory deprivation of the dreadnought sarcophagus, where all physical sensation is stripped away and replaced with cold mechanical data, and the butcher's nails, which transform every sensation into pain and can only be quieted through acts of violence. What happens when these two incompatible torments are forced to coexist within a single consciousness? The result is a form of suffering so profound that it defies easy description. The warrior's butcher's nails continue to function after entombment. The cybernetic implants remain embedded in what's left of their brain, still firing their pain signals, still transforming every moment of existence into agony. But now the warrior is trapped in a metal shell that denies them the very sensations the nails are trying to corrupt. They cannot feel their hands because they no longer have hands. They cannot feel their feet touching the ground because they have no feet. The nails scream for sensation to twist into pain, but there is no sensation to be had. This creates a feedback loop of horror. The nails, deprived of normal sensory input, amplify their own signals. The pain doesn't diminish in the absence of sensation. It intensifies, becoming a howling void that fills the entirety of the warrior's consciousness. Imagine a constant, unbearable agony with no source and no location. It is not pain in your arm or your leg or your head. It is pain that exists everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. A suffering that has no physical component, but is nonetheless utterly real and completely overwhelming. The only relief, as always, comes through violence. When the dreadnought's weapons fire, when its power fist crushes enemy armor, when its assault cannon tears through flesh and bone, the nails quiet momentarily. But the satisfaction is hollow and fleeting. The dreadnought pilot cannot feel the recoil of their weapons. They cannot smell the cordite or the blood. They experience the violence only as abstract data, as visual confirmation of targets eliminated and tactical objectives achieved. It's like trying to satisfy hunger by looking at pictures of food, attempting to quench thirst by reading about water. The need remains, growing stronger with each passing moment, but the means to truly satisfy it have been stripped away. Between battles, the torment becomes unbearable. Most dreadnought pilots are granted the mercy of sleep, placed into stasis between deployments. But what about those who are denied this mercy? What happens to a World Eater dreadnought left awake in the darkness between wars? This is where we must examine the unique cruelty practiced by the World Eater's Legion in their treatment of dreadnoughts. Unlike other legions that developed sophisticated protocols for maintaining their ancient warriors' psychological health, the World Eaters took a different approach. In some cases, they simply left their dreadnought pilots awake, not connected to their chassis, not engaged in battle, but conscious and aware within the amniotic sarcophagus, experiencing nothing but the howling of the butcher's nails in the absolute darkness and silence of their metal tomb. Why would they do this? The reasoning, such as it is, stems from the World Eater's fundamental philosophy and the effects of the butcher's nails on their thinking. To a World Eater, suffering is simply a fact of existence. They experience constant pain themselves. Why should their entombed brothers be any different? Moreover, the Legion's culture had degraded to the point where such considerations as mercy or compassion had become alien concepts. They were warriors defined entirely by violence, by the next battle and the next kill. The suffering of their dreadnought pilots between deployments simply wasn't a concern. There's also a more practical consideration, born of the chaotic and disorganized nature of the World Eaters after the Horus Heresy. The Legion fractured into numerous warbands, each led by ambitious champions and warlords. These groups lacked the sophisticated technical infrastructure of loyalist chapters. They didn't have the resources or expertise to maintain complex stasis systems for their dreadnoughts. In many cases, they simply didn't bother. The dreadnought sarcophagus was disconnected from its armored chassis and left in storage, its occupant conscious but imprisoned, screaming silently in the darkness. The psychological effects of this treatment are catastrophic. Even a normal human would be driven insane by such sensory deprivation within hours or days. For a space marine with the butcher's nails, the descent into madness is both faster and more complete. The nails continue their work, amplifying the pain signals, but now there is nothing to distract from the agony. No battle to fight, no enemies to kill, no violence to provide even momentary relief. Just the screaming of the implants and the absolute darkness of the tomb. Time becomes meaningless in this state. Minutes feel like hours, hours like days, days like years. The warrior's consciousness, deprived of external stimuli and tortured by the nails, begins to fracture. Memories surface and dissolve, indistinguishable from hallucinations. The past and present blur together. The warrior relives battles fought centuries ago with the same immediacy as if they were happening now. They carry on conversations with long-dead brothers, argue with phantoms, make plans for campaigns that will never occur. And always, always, the nails scream. The pain never stops, never diminishes, never becomes bearable. It is a constant presence, a howling void that drowns out thought and feeling and identity. The warrior screams in response, not with their voice, but with their mind, a psychic howl of anguish that echoes through the warp. Over time, the distinction between the warrior and the pain dissolves. They forget what it felt like to exist without this suffering. They forget what peace was, what joy was, what anything was, except the endless screaming of the nails. When they are finally reconnected to their chassis and deployed to battle, the relief is immediate and overwhelming. Suddenly they have sensory input again, crude and filtered through mechanical sensors, but sensation nonetheless. They can see enemies to kill, can target weapons to fire, can crush and destroy and tear apart. The nails quiet marginally, satisfied by the violence. For a few blessed hours or days, the warrior can function, can fight, can perform the role for which they were created. But this relief is temporary and incomplete. The sensory input from the dreadnought systems is too limited, too abstract to truly satisfy the nails. The warrior kills and kills and kills, but the satisfaction is hollow. They cannot feel the warmth of blood on their hands because they have no hands. They cannot smell the fear of their enemies because they have no nose. They fight in a desperate frenzy, trying to achieve enough violence to quiet the nails permanently, but it's never enough. It can never be enough. And when the battle ends, when they are disconnected from their chassis and return to the darkness, the full weight of their torment crashes down upon them once more. The brief respite of combat only makes the return to sensory deprivation more unbearable by comparison. They had a taste of relief, a moment when the screaming quieted, and now that moment is gone, and they are alone with their pain once more. This cycle repeats indefinitely. Wake, fight, sleep, wake, fight, sleep. But for the World-Eater Dreadnought, there is no true sleep, only the screaming darkness between battles. Each deployment leaves them more damaged psychologically, more fragmented, more lost in the maze of their own tortured consciousness. They become shells, automatons of violence with only the faintest remnants of their former selves remaining. The screaming becomes their entire existence, both the cause of their suffering and the only thing they remember how to do. Lork, the first and the witness. To understand the reality of this existence, let us examine the case of Lork, known as the First, the Legion Master of the Warhounds before they became the World Eaters, and perhaps the first dreadnought of that tragic legion. His story illuminates the unique horror faced by World Eaters dreadnoughts and provides a window into the degradation that afflicted the entire legion. Lork was gravely injured on the world of Jericho during the Great Crusade. The specifics of his injuries are lost to history, but they were severe enough that his body could not be saved by conventional means. He was interred within a Contemptor pattern dreadnought, one of the most advanced and sophisticated dreadnought chassis available during that era. This happened before the discovery of Angron, before the Legion renamed itself the World Eaters, when they were still the Warhounds, a disciplined and effective fighting force. Here we see the first crucial detail. Lork never received the Butcher's Nails. He was entombed before Angron began the program of implanting his entire legion with the devices. His dreadnought status actually protected him from receiving the nails later, as the surgical procedures required for implantation were incompatible with his already extensively modified neural architecture. This made Lork unique among the World Eaters. He was one of the few who retained the capacity for emotions beyond rage, who could still experience something resembling peace. This should have been a blessing, but it became a curse of a different kind. Lork was forced to watch as his legion transformed around him. The warhounds he had known and led, disciplined warriors who fought with tactical acumen and strategic brilliance, devolved into the frenzied berserkers of the World Eaters. He saw his brothers lose their humanity piece by piece, saw them become slaves to the nails, saw their entire existence reduced to the desperate pursuit of the next kill. During the Genna massacre, when Angron was forcibly installing the Butcher's Nails throughout the Legion, Lork was awakened by Centurion Mago. Mago feared what Angron was doing to the Legion and sought Lorca's help in stopping the Primarch. Lorca participated in this rebellion, standing with those who still remembered what the Legion had been before Angron's arrival. But the rebellion failed. When Mago was killed by Kharn, Lorca bent the knee to Angron, accepting the new reality of his Legion. What must it have been like for him, watching this transformation from within his metal shell? He could not receive the nails himself, could not share in the suffering and madness that was consuming his brothers. He remained lucid, aware, capable of rational thought and strategic planning. But he was also isolated, a relic of an earlier age, a reminder of what the Legion had lost. His brothers, driven by their nails, increasingly saw him as separate, different, not truly one of them. Lork led a unit of other early dreadnoughts, 13 warriors entombed in prototype Lucifer and Deredeo pattern chassis. These warriors, like Lork himself, predated many of the Legion's later traditions and practices. They were, in many ways, the forgotten ones, set aside by a Legion that had moved on to embrace a philosophy they could never fully share. They became the defenders of the flagship Conqueror during the Horus Heresy, awakened when the ship was boarded by Ultramarines and the regular defense forces had abandoned their posts to join the assault on Armatura. The horror Lorque experienced was different from but no less profound than that of his nailed brothers who would later be entombed. He watched the slaughter at Istvan III, where the World Eaters murdered their own brothers, loyalists who refused to join Horus's rebellion. This betrayal horrified him more than anything else. He had been Legion Master of the Warhounds, had led these warriors, had fought beside many of them for decades. Now he was forced to watch as they turned on their own, as the bonds of brotherhood that had defined the Legion dissolved in blood and madness. His final battle came during the Shadow Crusade, when the Conqueror was boarded by Ultramarines. Lork and his 13 dreadnought brothers defended the ship, fighting against loyalist Space Marines who had once been fellow servants of the Emperor. During this battle, Lork confronted Lorga Aurelian, Primarch of the Wordbearers, engaging the Psyker Primarch in combat. He was ultimately defeated when Angron, in the throes of his transformation into a demon Primarch, saved Lorgar from Lork's attacks. Even in this moment, Lorca's tragedy deepened. He witnessed Angron's ascension to daemonhood, saw his Primarch transformed into a creature of the Warp, a monster who embodied everything the old Warhounds had fought against. The Legion he had known was gone, replaced by something unrecognizable. And Lork, trapped in his metal shell, could do nothing but watch and fight, and eventually be destroyed. Lork's story illustrates the broader tragedy of the World Eaters' dreadnoughts. Even without the Butcher's Nails, entombment in a dreadnought brings profound suffering and isolation. The sensory deprivation, the long periods of inactivity, the gradual erosion of identity over centuries, all of these take their toll. But Lork's lucidity also gave him a terrible gift: the ability to fully comprehend what had been lost, to understand the magnitude of the tragedy that had befallen his legion. For those World Eaters who did receive the nails before entombment, Lork's fate would have seemed merciful by comparison. They lacked his clarity, his capacity for understanding, but they suffered far more acutely in other ways. The constant screaming of the nails, the inability to satisfy their need for violence through the limited sensory input of the dreadnought, the maddening contrast between the pain that demanded sensation and the tomb that denied it. These torments were beyond Lork's experience. He was spared the full horror of being both nailed and entombed. Berserker dreadnoughts, engines of insane fury. As the World Eaters' legion descended further into madness and violence, their dreadnoughts evolved to match their savage nature. These became known as Berserker dreadnoughts, walking engines of destruction optimized for close combat and designed to be unleashed in suicidal charges into the heart of enemy formations. They represent the perfection of the World Eaters' philosophy, pure violence embodied in metal and rage. The Berserker dreadnoughts first appeared among the Contemptor pattern dreadnoughts of the World Eaters' Legion during the Horus Heresy. These were modified from standard Contemptor designs to be larger, swifter, and more heavily armed for melee combat than their cousins in other legions. Where a typical dreadnought might be equipped with a mix of ranged and close combat weapons, Berserker dreadnoughts prioritized crushing power and chain weapons above all else. These modifications reflected the World Eaters' tactical doctrine, such as it was. They had little use for the careful, measured approach favored by other legions. They did not hang back and provide fire support. They did not conduct careful tactical advances. They charged directly into the enemy, chain axes roaring, seeking to close with the foe as quickly as possible. Their dreadnoughts had to be able to keep pace with this frenzied assault, to lead the charge rather than support it from a distance. The typical Berserker dreadnought was armed with massive chain weapons, oversized versions of the chain fists and chain axes used by regular World Eaters. These weapons were designed for a single purpose: to tear apart enemy vehicles and infantry with equal efficiency. They buzzed with savage energy, their adamantium teeth spinning at incredible speeds, capable of reducing power-armored warriors to component parts in seconds. The dreadnoughts wielded these weapons with manic fury, hacking and slashing without technique or finesse, driven purely by the need to kill. Many Berserker dreadnoughts also carried flamers or other short-range weapons, tools for clearing bunkers and fortifications, or simply for burning everything in their path. But the emphasis was always on close combat capabilities. These were not war machines designed for tactical flexibility or long-range engagement. They were designed to get close to the enemy as quickly as possible and then destroy everything within reach. The pilots of these machines suffered uniquely. Their dreadnought chassis was optimized for the kind of close-quarters carnage that might, theoretically, provide some relief from the screaming of the butcher's nails. They were equipped to engage in the kind of visceral, immediate violence that the nails craved. But the reality was far grimmer than the theory. Even when tearing apart enemy formations with their chain weapons, even when crushing skulls and rending armor, the pilots could not truly feel the satisfaction their nails demanded. The sensory feedback remained abstract and distant. They knew intellectually that they were killing, that blood was being spilled and enemies were dying. Their tactical displays confirmed target elimination. Their audio sensors picked up the sounds of screaming and the roar of their weapons. But it wasn't enough. The violence, filtered through mechanical sensors and delivered by hydraulic limbs, lacked the immediacy and physicality that might have quieted the nails. This created a terrible irony. The Berserker dreadnoughts were optimized for exactly the kind of combat that should have provided relief from the nails, yet their very nature as machines prevented them from experiencing that relief fully. They charged into battle with even greater fury than their non-entombed brothers, driven by a desperate hope that maybe this battle, this enemy, this kill would finally be enough to silence the screaming in their skulls. But it never was. The psychological toll was catastrophic. These dreadnoughts became increasingly unstable over time, their already fragmented psyches deteriorating further with each deployment. They developed a reputation for being difficult to control, for occasionally turning on their own forces when no enemies remained within reach. The need for violence became so overwhelming that targets became irrelevant. Anything that moved, anything that lived, became a potential outlet for their rage. Some warband leaders learned to weaponize this instability. They would deploy their berserker dreadnoughts at the most heavily fortified enemy positions, knowing that the dreadnoughts would charge, without regard for their own survival or tactical considerations. These were suicide attacks in all but name, but the dreadnoughts themselves seemed to welcome the deployment. Any battle was better than the screaming darkness between wars. The charges of berserker dreadnoughts became legendary for their terrifying violence. These massive war machines would thunder across battlefields, their voxcasters blaring with the howls and screams of their pilots, their weapons already spinning in anticipation of the slaughter to come. Enemy forces that stood in their way were simply annihilated, crushed beneath power fists, or torn apart by chain weapons. The dreadnoughts fought with a frenzy that shocked even other Chaos Space Marines, a level of violence that seemed to transcend mere combat and approach the ritualistic. But this fury came at a price. Berserker dreadnoughts suffered catastrophic damage rates. Their suicidal charges left them vulnerable to concentrated fire, and their disregard for tactical positioning meant they often found themselves surrounded and isolated. Many were destroyed in the very battles that were supposed to provide relief from their suffering. In a twisted way, this might have been the mercy they sought. Death was the only true escape from the twin hells of the nails and the tomb. For those that survived, each battle left them more damaged, more fragmented, more lost in the howling chaos of their own tortured consciousness. They became less warriors and more forces of nature, hurricanes of violence given form and purpose. The person they had been, the Space Marine who had once fought with discipline and honor, eroded away until only the screaming remained. The Hellbrute transformation, when flesh becomes demon. After the Horus heresy, as the traitor legions fled to the Eye of Terror and were increasingly corrupted by the powers of chaos, a new horror befell many Chaos dreadnoughts. They became Hellbrutes, twisted mockeries of their former selves, where the boundary between flesh, metal, and demon blurred into nightmare. For World Eater's dreadnoughts, this transformation added yet another layer to their existing torment. The Hellbrute transformation occurs when the metal of the dreadnought chassis begins to fuse with the flesh of the pilot inside. This is not a gradual mechanical process, but a supernatural melding driven by the warping influence of chaos. The sarcophagus itself becomes infected with demonic essence, and the life support systems that once merely sustained the pilot's body now actively corrupt it. Metal grows into flesh like a cancer. Flesh grows into metal like a tumor. The boundaries between organic and inorganic dissolve. This process is extraordinarily painful, even by the standards of those who already endure the butcher's nails. The pilot's nerves are spliced directly into the dreadnought's systems without the buffer of the mind impulse unit. They feel everything the machine feels, every impact, every energy, discharge, every tremor and vibration. But their sensory processing has been so thoroughly corrupted that these sensations are rendered as pure agony. The Hellbrute feels pain when it moves, pain when it stands still, pain when its weapons fire, pain when they don't. For a World Eater, this transformation compounds their existing suffering geometrically. The butcher's nails continue their work, but now they have new pathways to explore. New neural connections created by the fusion of flesh and machine. The nails spread their influence through these corrupted systems, turning every aspect of the Hellbrute's existence into torment. The pilot becomes trapped not just in a metal shell, but in a living prison that actively participates in their torture. The psychological effects are even more devastating than the physical ones. The Hellbrute transformation strips away the last vestiges of the pilot's humanity. They can no longer remember what it felt like to be merely a space marine, or even merely a dreadnought. Their identity becomes subsumed into the gestalt horror of the Hellbrute, until they can't distinguish where their mind ends and the machine begins, where their thoughts originate, and where the demonic corruption whispers its suggestions. Most Hellbrutes descend into complete madness within days or hours of the transformation. They become screaming whirlwinds of rage and hatred, attacking anything in their vicinity without discrimination. Between battles, they must be chained like rabid beasts to prevent them from tearing apart their own warband. The sarcophagus is sometimes disconnected and dragged away from the armored shell, left to lie inert and seething in darkness, while the Hellbrute's pilot howls in impotent fury. For World Eaters, Hellbrutes, this treatment mirrors what many of them experienced even before the transformation. They were already left awake and aware between battles, already screaming in the darkness, already driven to madness by the combination of the nails and sensory deprivation. The Hellbrute transformation simply makes their external appearance match their internal reality. They were always monsters of rage and pain. Now their bodies reflect this truth. When a World Eater's Hellbrute is deployed to battle, the results are catastrophic for anyone nearby, ally or enemy. These twisted war machines charge forward with abandon, their weapons firing wildly, their power fists crushing anything within reach. They fight with a fury that surpasses even that of regular berserker dreadnoughts, driven by pain so intense that death seems a preferable alternative. They welcome enemy fire, almost seem to seek it out, hoping that maybe this time the damage will be sufficient to end their suffering permanently. But chaos is cruel, and Hellbrutes are remarkably difficult to kill. Their fused nature makes them resilient in ways that pure machines are not. Flesh regenerates where metal would be destroyed. Metal reinforces where flesh would fail. They absorb damage that would cripple or destroy a normal dreadnought and keep fighting, keep killing, keep screaming their rage and anguish to the uncaring heavens. The warband leaders who deploy World Eaters Hellbrutes do so with caution and calculation. These are not precision instruments, but weapons of mass destruction, useful only when total annihilation of everything in a given area is acceptable. They are unleashed at heavily fortified positions at enemy strongpoints that must be eliminated regardless of cost. The Hellbrute charges forward, and everything in its path dies. Eventually, if the enemy concentrates enough fire, the Hellbrute itself may fall, but the devastation it leaves in its wake serves its master's purposes. Some rare Hellbrutes retain fragments of lucidity, moments when the screaming quiets enough for coherent thought. These are the most tragic of all. In these brief windows of clarity, they remember what they were, remember the warrior they had been before the nails, before the entombment, before the Hellbrute transformation. They remember duty and honor and brotherhood, concepts that have been burned away by millennia of pain and madness. And then the clarity fades, and they are plunged back into the howling darkness, and the memory of what they've lost only makes their torment more acute. For many World Eaters Hellbrutes, the transformation represents a kind of terrible culmination. They began as proud warriors of the 12 Legion. The Butcher's nails reduced them to pain-addicted berserkers. Entombment in a dreadnought stripped away their physical form and isolated them in sensory deprivation. The Hellbrute transformation completed their degradation, turning them into mindless engines of destruction that exist only to kill and to suffer. They have descended through every circle of hell imaginable and emerged as something that is neither living nor dead, neither human nor demon, neither warrior nor beast. The unique cruelty of World Eaters. Treatment. The suffering of World Eaters. Dreadnoughts is not merely a product of circumstance or the inevitable consequences of their augmentations and entombment. It is actively worsened by the way the World Eaters Legion treats its dreadnoughts, a treatment characterized by neglect, cruelty, and a fundamental lack of understanding or care for the psychological needs of entombed warriors. Most Space Marine chapters that employ dreadnoughts have developed sophisticated protocols for maintaining their ancient warriors' mental health and operational effectiveness. They place dreadnoughts into stasis between battles, use carefully calibrated sedative cocktails to ensure restful sleep, and employ chaplains and tech priests who specialize in the psychological care of entombed warriors. They treat their dreadnoughts with reverence and respect, acknowledging both the sacrifice these warriors have made and the unique challenges of their continued existence. The World Eaters have no such protocols. This is partly a result of practical limitations. After the Horus Heresy, the Legion fractured into countless warbands, each operating independently and often in direct conflict with one another. These warbands lacked the resources and technical expertise of established chapters. They didn't have the facilities for maintaining complex stasis systems, didn't have tech marines trained in the psychological aspects of dreadnought care, often didn't even have stable bases of operation where such care could be administered. But the neglect runs deeper than mere practical limitations. It reflects the fundamental philosophy of the World Eaters, a philosophy shaped by the butcher's nails and by millennia of service to Khorne. To a World Eater, suffering is simply part of existence. They experience constant pain themselves. The idea that this pain should be mitigated or managed seems alien, almost cowardly. The strong endure suffering, the weak succumb to it. There is no middle ground, no acknowledgement that some forms of suffering serve no purpose beyond torture. This worldview extends to their treatment of dreadnoughts. In some warbands, the dreadnought pilots are simply left awake when their sarcophagus is disconnected from the chassis. They remain conscious, aware, experiencing nothing but the screaming of the butcher's nails in the absolute darkness and silence of their tomb. This isn't done out of malice exactly, but out of sheer indifference. The warband leaders don't consider the psychological state of their dreadnoughts to be relevant to their effectiveness in battle. When enemies need to be killed, the dreadnoughts are deployed. Between battles, what happens to them simply doesn't matter. The Emperor's Children, another Chaos Legion, keeps their dreadnought pilots in a drugged haze between deployments. This is its own form of cruelty, but at least it acknowledges that the entombed warriors need some form of management between battles. The World Eaters don't even offer this dubious mercy. They leave their pilots awake and aware, stewing in their own madness and pain until they're needed again. This treatment has predictable results. World Eaters' dreadnoughts become increasingly unstable over time, their already fragile psyches fracturing further with each cycle of deployment and abandonment. They develop psychoses that make them dangerous even to their own forces. Some refuse to follow orders, charging at whatever targets they prefer rather than those designated by their commanders. Others simply shut down, their consciousness retreating so far into itself that they become unresponsive, even when deployed to battle. Warband leaders respond to this instability not with attempts at treatment or management, but with brutality. Uncooperative dreadnoughts are punished, though what form these punishments take is unclear. How do you punish a being that already exists in a state of maximum suffering? Some accounts suggest dreadnoughts are left, disconnected for extended periods, as punishment, sometimes years or decades, their pilots screaming unheard in the darkness. Others hint at more esoteric torments, involving sorcery or demonic possession, though details are fragmentary and unreliable. The chaos of World Eaters' organization also means that dreadnoughts are sometimes simply forgotten. A warband leader is killed in battle, and his successor may not even know that the previous leader possessed dreadnoughts in storage. The sarcophagi sit in the holds of chaos vessels or in forgotten corners of base fortifications, their occupants conscious but helpless, unable to communicate their presence. unable to free themselves. They scream in the darkness, and no one hears, and no one comes, and time loses all meaning as centuries pass in agony. When these forgotten dreadnoughts are eventually rediscovered, they are often so thoroughly mad that they attack immediately upon activation, indiscriminately killing anyone nearby before being destroyed or subdued. The new warband leaders learn of their existence only through the casualties they inflict, and the cycle begins again: deployment, abandonment, madness, rediscovery, violence. There's also a more sinister aspect to how some world eaters treat their dreadnoughts. Entombment is sometimes used as a punishment. A warrior who has failed an appointed task, but had the temerity to survive, might find themselves forced into a dreadnought sarcophagus. A rival to a warband leader's power, too popular or too skilled to simply kill, might be removed from play by entombment. These forced interments are conducted without ceremony or honor, stripping away even the pretense that this is meant as a chance for continued service. For these unwilling dreadnoughts, the horror is compounded by the injustice of their fate. They know they have been imprisoned not to preserve their skills for future battles, but to neutralize them as threats while keeping them available as weapons. They are tools, nothing more, valued only for their destructive capability. Any remaining shreds of identity or agency have been stripped away. They exist to kill when ordered and to suffer when not. This treatment contrasts sharply with how other Chaos Legions handle their dreadnoughts. The Thousand Sons employ elaborate rituals to bind their dreadnought pilots' souls to their chassis, creating stable if horrifying combinations of warrior and machine. The Death Guard's dreadnoughts, corrupted by Nurgle's influence, achieve a kind of diseased equilibrium, their suffering chronic rather than acute. Even the Word-bearers, for all their faults, treat dreadnought entombment with the reverence due to a religious mystery. But the World Eaters offer no such consideration. Their dreadnoughts are weapons, nothing more. When a weapon breaks, you discard it or repair it, depending on convenience and utility. You don't consider its feelings. You don't worry about its psychological state. And when that weapon was never particularly stable to begin with, when its very nature involves a fundamental incompatibility between the butcher's nail's demand for sensation and the dreadnought's sensory deprivation, instability and madness are simply accepted as operational parameters. The eternal scream, synthesis of suffering. Now we can fully understand why World Eaters' dreadnoughts never stop screaming. Their torment is not a single thing, but a convergence of multiple horrific factors, each amplifying and compounding the others into a whole far more terrible than the sum of its parts. The butcher's nails form the foundation of their suffering. These cursed implants transform every moment of existence into pain, granting relief only through violence. They hijack the brain's pleasure centers and turn them into additional sources of agony. They destroy the capacity for peace, for contentment, for any emotion except rage and the desperate need to kill. A warrior with the nails experiences every heartbeat as torture, every breath as suffering, every second of existence as an ordeal that can only be temporarily alleviated through bloodshed. Entombment in a dreadnought adds a new dimension to this suffering. The sensory deprivation inherent in the dreadnought sarcophagus strips away the physical experiences that the nails are trying to corrupt. The warrior can no longer feel their hands, their feet, their body. They exist as a consciousness floating in darkness, connected to the world only through cold mechanical sensors. For a normal dreadnought pilot, this is terrible enough. For one with the butcher's nails, it creates a feedback loop of horror where the implants scream for sensation to twist into pain, but no sensation exists to be twisted. The violence that should provide relief becomes hollow and unsatisfying. When the dreadnought crushes enemies beneath its power fist or tears them apart with chain weapons, the pilot knows intellectually that they are killing, but they cannot feel it in any meaningful way. The visceral satisfaction that might quiet the nails is filtered through mechanical systems and reduced to abstract data. It's like trying to satisfy starvation by looking at pictures of food, or quench thirst by reading about water. The need remains, growing stronger, but the means to truly satisfy it have been stripped away. The World Eater's unique treatment of their dreadnoughts exacerbates these fundamental incompatibilities. Where other legions might mitigate the suffering through careful management and periods of unconsciousness, the World Eaters simply leave their pilots awake between battles. The dreadnought sarcophagus is disconnected from its chassis and stored, its occupant conscious but isolated, experiencing nothing except the howling of the butcher's nails in absolute darkness and silence. Time becomes meaningless. Madness is inevitable. The warrior's psyche fragments and dissolves, leaving only the screaming. When chaos corruption transforms a dreadnought into a hellbrute, it adds supernatural horror to this already unbearable situation. The fusion of flesh and metal creates new pathways for pain, new ways for the butcher's nails to torment their host. The demonic essence that pervades the hellbrute amplifies suffering, turns every sensation into agony, strips away the last vestiges of the pilot's humanity. They become something that is neither fully alive nor fully dead, trapped in a perpetual state of transformation and torment. The result of all these factors combining is a consciousness trapped in hell. The World Eater dreadnought pilot exists in a state of suffering so profound that it transcends normal human comprehension. They are in constant, unbearable pain from the butcher's nails. They are isolated in sensory deprivation that would drive anyone insane. They are denied the relief of violence because their mechanical body cannot provide the sensations the nails demand. They are neglected by their own legion, left to rot in darkness between battles. If they survive long enough, they may be corrupted into hellbrutes, adding supernatural torture to their existing agonies. And so they scream, not always with their voices, though the voxcasters of World Eater's dreadnoughts are notorious for broadcasting their pilots' howls across the battlefield, but always with their minds, a psychic shriek of anguish that echoes through the warp. They scream because screaming is all they have left, the only response remaining to suffering that has stripped away everything else they once were. They scream because the pain is unbearable and unending and offers no hope of relief. They scream because in the screaming, at least they can still hear an echo of themselves, a reminder that they exist, that they were once something more than this. The scream becomes their entire identity. They forget what they screamed about, forget what pain felt like before it became everything, forget what silence was or what peace might have been. They exist only to scream and to kill, and when they kill, it provides no satisfaction, and so they scream louder, and the cycle continues forever and ever, until finally destruction comes as the only true mercy. This is the fate of the World Eater's dreadnoughts. Not honored ancients granted continued service through mechanical resurrection, but tortured prisoners condemned to an eternity of suffering that serves no purpose beyond the infliction of pain. They are victims of their legion's philosophy, of the butcher's nails, of the cruel efficiency of dreadnought technology, of the indifference of their commanders, of the corrupting influence of chaos. They are, in many ways, the perfect embodiment of the World Eaters themselves. Warriors destroyed by the very things that were supposed to make them stronger, slaves to suffering they cannot escape, screaming their rage and anguish into an uncaring universe that offers no hope of deliverance. Conclusion. The World Eater's dreadnoughts represent one of the most horrific fates in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, and that's saying something in a setting defined by its grimdark excess. They are the intersection of multiple forms of torture, the butcher's nails that turn existence into constant pain, the dreadnought tomb that strips away physical sensation, the neglect of their legion that denies them even the mercy of unconsciousness between battles, and often the chaos corruption that transforms them into hellbrutes and adds supernatural suffering to their existing agonies. They never stop screaming because the pain never stops. The butcher's nails continue their work, demanding violence to provide relief, but the dreadnought's limited sensory input cannot provide the visceral satisfaction the nails require. They are trapped in a feedback loop of suffering, seeking relief that their very nature makes impossible to achieve. Each battle provides only the briefest, most hollow respite before they are returned to the darkness, where the screaming resumes and intensifies. Understanding their plight gives us insight into the broader tragedy of the World Eaters Legion. These were once honorable warriors, the warhounds who served the Emperor with distinction. The butcher's nails transformed them into berserkers. The Horus heresy turned them into traitors. The flight to the Eye of Terror corrupted them into servants of Khorne. And for those unlucky enough to survive catastrophic injuries, entombment in dreadnoughts created a hell that surpasses even the considerable suffering of their non-entombed brothers. The screaming of World Eaters dreadnoughts is a testament to the 40K universe's fundamental cruelty, a reminder that in the grim darkness of the far future, there are indeed fates worse than death. These warriors cannot die, cannot find peace, cannot escape the prisons of metal and pain that have become their entire existence. They can only scream and kill, and scream some more, forever trapped in a nightmare that offers no possibility of awakening. If you found this deep dive into the horrific lore of Warhammer 40,000 compelling, please like and subscribe to the channel. There are countless other dark corners of the 40K universe to explore, and I'll be bringing you more content examining the grimdark reality of humanity's fight for survival in the 41st millennium. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war and screaming. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates that transcend death itself. We speak often of the horrors that lurk in the materium and the warp, of demons that feast on souls and traitors who damn themselves for power. But there exists a suffering so profound, so utterly complete, that even the servants of the dark gods whisper of it with something approaching fear. It is the fate of those who sit upon the throne mechanicum of a Chaos Knight, and the secret horror that dwells within that sarcophagus is more terrible than any weapon the towering war engine carries. When you see a Chaos Knight striding across the battlefield, you witness a god of war made manifest in iron and hatred. These towering engines stand as tall as buildings, their footsteps shaking the earth, their weapons capable of annihilating entire companies of soldiers with a single volley. They are draped in the iconography of the ruinous powers, their armor plates twisted and mutated into blasphemous forms, their war cries echoing with the screams of the damned. To the enemies of chaos, they are terror incarnate. To the servants of darkness, they are the ultimate expression of the dark god's power over the material realm. But inside that sarcophagus, within the cockpit where the pilot sits fused to their ancient throne, there exists a nightmare that makes even the horrors of the warp seem merciful by comparison. The throne mechanicum of a Chaos Knight is not merely a control system or an interface between pilot and machine. It is a prison of eternal torment, a device that has become saturated with the screaming echoes of every damned soul that ever bonded with it, a torture engine that drives its occupants slowly, inexorably mad, while denying them the release of death. To understand the full depth of this horror, we must first understand what the throne mechanicum was meant to be. We must journey back to the days before corruption, before the fall, to when these ancient devices were tools of humanity's expansion across the stars. Only by understanding what they were can we truly comprehend what they have become, and why the fate of a Chaos Knight pilot represents one of the most brutal transformations in all of Warhammer 40,000. The sacred becoming, understanding the throne. Mechanicum. Long before the age of strife, before the Emperor walked openly among humanity, during that lost era known as the Dark Age of technology, mankind reached heights of achievement that the 41st millennium can barely comprehend. Among the countless wonders created in that golden age were the night suits, towering war machines designed to protect the far-flung colony worlds of humanity's burgeoning interstellar empire. These weren't mere vehicles to be driven. They were something far more sophisticated, far more intimate. They were extensions of the pilot's own body and mind, requiring a neural connection so complete that pilot and machine would become, in essence, a single being, the same. Technology that made this possible was the Throne Mechanicum, an architect marvel that even the tech priests of Mars in the 41st millennium do not fully understand. Through neural sockets surgically implanted into the base of the skull, connecting directly to the prefrontal cranial cortex and cerebellum, a noble pilot would interface with their night suit through this throne. Umbilical interface cords would attach to these neural ports, creating a mind impulse control link that allowed the pilot to wear their multi-story war machine like a second skin, moving its massive limbs with the same fluid grace they might move their own arms and legs. But the Throne Mechanicum was more than a simple interface. It was, in a very real sense, alive with the memories of everyone who had ever bonded with it. Through a process that even the Adeptus Mechanicus cannot fully explain, the throne retained neural echoes, digital imprints of every previous pilot's personality, memories, and consciousness. These weren't complete copies of the individuals who had died. They were fragments, shadows, echoes of who those people had been, preserved in the throne's ancient circuitry like ghosts haunting the machine. The process of bonding with a Throne Mechanicum, known as the Ritual of Becoming, was never meant to be easy. On Imperial night worlds, when young nobles reached their 18th standard year, they would be deemed ready to attempt the ritual. After having neural sockets surgically implanted, they would be taken to the Chamber of Echoes, a sacred room deep within their house's sanctuary where the night suits were stored when not in use. There, in the darkness, each aspirant would be wired into their chosen Throne Mechanicum and left alone for the entirety of a long night. What happened during that night would determine whether the young noble would emerge as a night pilot or be carried out as a corpse. The neural echoes stored within the throne would surge forward, inducing hallucinations, waking nightmares, and shuddering fugue states. Strange nerve impulses would race through the aspirant's body, causing involuntary movements, moans, screams, and sometimes terrified laughter or spontaneous sobbing. The young nobles would depart the realm of the real entirely, falling into what could only be described as a churning sea of ghosts that resided within the throne's neural network. During this trance state, the aspirant had to find within themselves the strength of character to subdue these echoes of the past. They had to assert their own personality, their own will, over the accumulated voices of their ancestors. The process was described as being like a general seizing a fortress, claiming the neural space of the throne by sheer force of will and planting their own flag for all to see. Those who succeeded would emerge changed. The neural chemistry of their brains would be fundamentally altered, their dominant personality traits amplified and exaggerated by the throne's programming. This wasn't without cost. 1 aspirant in 10 did not survive the Ritual of Becoming. Some had their minds burned out by neural feedback, their brains literally fried by the strain of the connection. Others had their sanity shattered by the hallucinatory trauma, emerging as broken, gibbering wrecks. Even those who survived and successfully bonded with their throne were forever changed in ways that went far beyond their amplified personality traits. The Throne Mechanicum would reprogram its pilot's mind, implanting strong positive associations with concepts like fealty, obligation, duty, and social hierarchy. It would instill in them a deep, almost mystical reverence for their ancestors and the traditions of their house. This wasn't a side effect or an unintended consequence. This was by design, programmed into the thrones by their unknown creators during the dark age of technology. The prevailing theory among those few who study such things is that this mental conditioning was deliberately included as a safeguard, a way to ensure that pilots bonded to such powerful war machines would remain loyal to the societies they were meant to protect and would not turn their weapons against their own people. For Imperial Knights, this system worked as intended. The combination of ancestral wisdom stored in the throne and the psychological conditioning created pilots who were deeply honorable, bound by codes of chivalry and duty that stretched back countless generations. When a pilot died, their personality would be absorbed into the throne, becoming one more voice of wisdom and guidance for future generations. The machine spirit of the knight suit itself would be shaped by these accumulated personalities, developing its own quirks and characteristics. Some knights became known for being aggressive and eager for battle. Others developed reputations for steadiness under fire or tactical cunning. It was a system that had endured for millennia, producing some of the Imperium's most stalwart defenders. The Imperial Knights were rightly regarded as paragons of loyalty, their honor considered unshakable, their dedication to the Emperor absolute. The very idea of a knight turning traitor was almost unthinkable, a perversion of everything the Throne Mechanicum was designed to prevent. But therein lay the seeds of a horror beyond imagining. Because when a knight house did fall to chaos, when corruption found its way into the Throne Mechanicum, that same system designed to preserve honor and loyalty would become an engine of eternal torment. The Fall, how sacred machines become prisons of torment. The corruption of a knight house and its thrones. Mechanicum can happen through many paths, but they all share one terrible commonality. Once the rot begins, it spreads like a disease through every aspect of the knight, from the machine's spirit to the neural echoes trapped within its throne. Understanding how this corruption occurs is essential to grasping the full horror of what these pilots endure. During the Horus Heresy, the first great wave of knight betrayals swept across the galaxy. Many knight houses had sworn ancient oaths of loyalty to specific Space Marine legions or Titan legions, bonds of honor that stretched back to the Great Crusade, when these forces had fought side by side to bring worlds into compliance with the Imperium. When Warmaster Horus raised his banner of rebellion and fully half the legion's Astartes turned traitor, these oaths became chains that dragged entire knight houses into damnation. Consider the position these nobles found themselves in. They had sworn sacred oaths, the kind of vows that the Throne Mechanicum had programmed them to value above all else. Their conditioning made breaking such oaths psychologically devastating. But many of these oaths had been sworn to forces that were now committing atrocities, participating in acts of such depravity that they violated every other principle the knights held dear. The nobles were caught between their loyalty to the Imperium and the Emperor, and their sworn oaths to legions that were now clearly traitors. The Throne Mechanicum made this conflict unbearable. Remember, within each throne resided the neural echoes of previous pilots, ancestral voices that would normally provide wisdom and guidance. For knights bound to traitor forces, these voices became instruments of psychological torture. Every time a noble sat upon their throne, every time they linked their consciousness with their knight, they would hear the screaming disapproval of their forebears. Ancestors who had sworn those original oaths would rail against their descendants for breaking them. Other ancestors, those who had served the Imperium with distinction, would condemn them for betraying humanity itself. In an attempt to cope with this psychological torment, many fallen nobles doubled down on their oaths to the traitor forces. They rationalized their actions, convinced themselves that they were maintaining their honor by staying true to their sworn word, no matter what atrocities that oath compelled them to commit. They threw themselves deeper into the madness, fighting with increased fervor in battles that became progressively more horrific. But this only made things worse. With each terrible act, with each civilian population massacred, and each loyal imperial force destroyed, the guilt would grow. The ancestors' screams would intensify. The nobles would feel their sanity fraying at the edges, their sense of self eroding under the constant assault of the voices in their heads. Some tried to silence the screams through even more violence, believing that if they just proved themselves worthy through their martial prowess, the ancestors might finally stop condemning them. Others sought solace in the promises of the Chaos Gods, opening themselves to corruption in the hope that the ruinous powers might grant them peace from their psychological torment. They found no such peace. Instead, they found something far worse. Because when a Chaos Knight pilot dies while bonded to their throne, the corruption they've accumulated doesn't die with them. Their twisted personality, their madness, their guilt and self-loathing and bloodlust, all of it gets imprinted onto the throne mechanicum, just as the personalities of loyal Imperial Knight pilots do. But unlike those honorable echoes, these corrupted imprints carry with them the taint of chaos. The neural echo of a fallen noble doesn't provide wisdom or guidance. It screams, it rages, it drives whoever next bonds with the throne toward the same damnation that consumed it. And with each successive generation of pilots, the corruption deepens. Each new fallen noble adds their own madness to the chorus, their own twisted personality to the sea of ghosts within the throne. The process becomes self-perpetuating, a cycle of madness feeding madness, corruption breeding corruption. This is how the iconoclast houses came to be. These are night houses, whose corruption began during the heresy, driven mad by trying to reconcile their oaths with their conscience. Over the 10,000 years since, they've descended into complete depravity, their thrones mechanicum saturated with the screaming echoes of countless insane and bloodthirsty nobles. A young aspirant attempting the ritual of becoming in an iconoclast house doesn't face the stern but fair judgment of honored ancestors. They face a howling mob of the damned, voices that urge them toward violence and excess, that promise power through slaughter, that demand they embrace their worst impulses. Only the most strong-willed survive to bond with such thrones, and those who do emerge fundamentally broken. Their dominant personality traits aren't just amplified, they're twisted into something monstrous. A tendency toward confidence becomes megalomaniacal arrogance. Courage becomes reckless bloodlust. A sense of duty becomes fanatical obsession. The very psychological conditioning that made Imperial Knights so honorable now works to reinforce these corrupted values, making the fallen noble absolutely certain that their depravity is righteous, their atrocities justified. But the iconoclast houses, terrible as they are, at least fell to corruption through a twisted form of loyalty. The infernal houses represent something far more deliberate, far more sinister. These are night houses that were specifically targeted for corruption by the dark mechanicum, and the methods used to break them reveal just how thoroughly the throne mechanicum can be perverted. During and after the Horus Heresy, the Dark Mechanicum captured numerous night suits and their pilots. What they did to these prisoners in their nightmarish forge temples makes even the slow corruption of the iconoclast houses seem merciful. The Dark Magi subjected the Throne's Mechanicum to systematic torture designed to break them completely. They bombarded the Thrones with scrap code, a form of warp-infested computer virus that cripples machine spirits and perverts technology to the cause of chaos. They summoned spectrophagic demons, entities specifically created to devour the spectral neural echoes of previous pilots, either destroying them entirely or possessing them and twisting them into something obscene. In some cases, the Dark Mechanicum used their twisted technologies to open tiny warp rifts directly inside the ancient circuitry of the thrones. Imagine what that would mean for the neural echoes trapped within. They weren't just exposed to chaos, they were forced to exist partially within the warp itself, their consciousness fragmented between the material realm and that realm of pure emotion and nightmare. The suffering this would cause is beyond comprehension. Most of the Throne's Mechanicum subjected to these experiments were destroyed, their ancient mechanisms unable to withstand such abuse. But those that survived, those rare few that endured the torture, were corrupted beyond any possibility of redemption. When pilots were then forcibly bonded to these ruined thrones through unspeakable procedures, they found themselves connected to something that was no longer merely a machine, or even a haunted machine, but rather a gateway to torment, a direct conduit to the darkest depths of chaos. These became the progenitors of the infernal houses, and through their ongoing relationship with the dark mechanicum, they found ever more twisted ways to further corrupt their knights. The tech priests who serve them, called idolaters, learn their craft in what are known as screaming soul forges, nightmarish facilities where diabolic rituals blend with arcane technology. Through these rituals, idolaters sacrifice living victims and captured war machines on great cog-shaped altars, entreating the entities that dwell within the warp to grant them forbidden knowledge about how to further desecrate the throne's mechanicum. The idolaters work in groups called cabals, and they can perform rituals that increase a Chaos Knight's power, subjugate enemies through psychic yokes and spiritual shackles, or even grant their masters glimpses of possible futures. But all of this dark power comes at a price paid by the pilot. Every enhancement, every demonic blessing, every warp-fueled weapon system adds another layer of torment to their existence within the throne. And then there are those night houses whose corruption came through neither battlefield trauma nor deliberate torture, but through isolation and exposure to the warp. Entire night worlds have been swallowed by warp storms, cut off from the Imperium for centuries or even millennia. When these worlds finally emerged from the storms, the knights that had survived were often fundamentally changed. Exposed to chaos energies for so long, the throne's mechanicum on these worlds had become saturated with warp corruption. The neural echoes within them had been warped into something unrecognizable, and the knights themselves had mutated both physically and spiritually. No matter the path by which corruption arrived, the result was the same. Thrones mechanicum, that had been designed as repositories of ancestral wisdom, became prisons of eternal suffering, and the pilots who bonded with them found themselves trapped in a nightmare from which there was no waking. The Screaming Throne. Life inside a corrupted sarcophagus. To truly understand the horror that Chaos Knight pilots endure, we need to examine in detail what it means to be bonded to a corrupted throne mechanicum. This isn't a matter of simply feeling uncomfortable or hearing unpleasant voices. This is a complete and systematic destruction of everything that makes someone human, carried out slowly, over years or even centuries, while the victim remains fully conscious and aware. When a fallen noble first bonds with a corrupted throne, assuming they survive the ritual of becoming at all, the initial experience might seem similar to what an Imperial Knight pilot experiences. They feel their consciousness expand to fill the massive war machine. They sense through its auger arrays and auspex sensors. They move its limbs as naturally as they might move their own arms and legs. But from the very beginning, there are differences, subtle at first, but growing more pronounced with every moment they remain connected. The neural echoes within a corrupted throne don't merely advise or guide. They assault, they scream, they claw at the edges of the new pilot's consciousness, like prisoners trying to break free from their confinement. These aren't the stern but fair voices of honored ancestors offering wisdom earned through lifetimes of service. These are the broken, maddened remnants of souls that have been tortured beyond sanity, and their suffering has only increased with each passing year as the throne to which they're bound grows more warped by chaos. Imagine for a moment what this must be like. You've undergone the ritual of becoming. You've survived the night in the Chamber of Echoes, though barely. You've asserted your personality over the throne, or so you believe. You sit in the sarcophagus at the heart of your knight suit, umbilical cords connecting your neural implants to the ancient mechanisms of the throne. The connection initializes, and suddenly, your consciousness isn't alone in your own head. There are others, dozens of them, hundreds in some cases. Every previous pilot who ever bonded with this throne is still there. trapped in its circuits, and they're all screaming. Some scream in rage, howling their hatred at the universe. Others scream in agony, the pain of their corruption and eternal torment they cannot escape. Still others scream warnings, desperately trying to tell you to disconnect, to flee, to destroy the throne and yourself with it before it's too late. But you can't disconnect. Not really. Oh, the physical connection can be severed, the umbilical cords detached from your neural sockets. But the bond created during the ritual of becoming is deeper than that. Even when you're physically separated from the throne, you remain connected to it through what the Mechanicus calls the nospheric bond. You feel its presence in your mind, a constant weight pressing down on your thoughts. You hear echoes of the screaming, faint but never quite silent. And you know, with absolute certainty, that you will return to it, that you must return to it, because you are a night pilot, and that is what the throne has programmed you to be. As time passes and you spend more hours, days, weeks connected to the corrupted throne, the boundaries between your consciousness and those of the neural echoes begin to blur. Their madness starts to feel like your own. Their memories intrude upon yours. You'll be engaging an enemy in battle and suddenly experience a flash of something that never happened to you, a memory from a pilot who died centuries ago. These intrusions become more frequent, more vivid. You start to lose track of which thoughts are truly yours and which are being fed to you by the screaming multitude in your head. The psychological conditioning that the throne was designed to implement, that system meant to instill honor and loyalty, now works to reinforce your corruption. Every atrocity you commit feels right. Every act of violence brings a rush of satisfaction that you can't be certain comes from you or from the throne or from the collective bloodlust of all the damned souls within it. The throne amplifies your worst traits and suppresses your better nature, not through some crude form of mind control, but by making you absolutely certain that this is who you were always meant to be. But the psychological torment is only part of the horror. Because in many corrupted thrones, particularly those of the infernal houses, the connection between pilot and machine has become more than neural. It has become physical. Flesh and metal begin to merge in ways that violate every natural law. Some corrupted thrones, Mechanicum, have become semi-organic, their ancient mechanisms sprouting hair-thin cilia that invade the pilot's nervous system like parasitic tendrils. These microscopic filaments burrow through flesh, wrapping around nerve endings and burrowing into the spinal column. They create a haptic feedback system so complete that the pilot doesn't just control the night with their mind. They feel everything the night feels. When the night is struck by enemy fire, the pilot feels it. Not as a distant sensation or an abstract awareness that damage has occurred, but as actual physical pain. When a shell strikes the knight's armor, it's as if the pilot's own skin has been burned. When a blade cuts into the knight's hull, the pilot feels the wound as if it were carved into their own body. But here's the truly horrifying part. For pilots bonded to thrones corrupted by Slanesh, this pain is transmuted into pleasure. The agony becomes ecstasy, each wound a burst of sensation so intense that the pilot becomes addicted to it. They begin seeking out damage, throwing themselves into melee combat, not to destroy the enemy, but to feel the exquisite torture of being struck again and again. For other pilots, particularly those in knights aligned with Nurgle, the physical fusion with the throne takes different forms. Their flesh begins to rot while they're still alive, their bodies becoming breeding grounds for disease and decay. But they cannot die. The throne's life support systems keep them alive no matter how advanced the corruption becomes. They exist in a state of perpetual decomposition, their nerves still functional enough to feel every moment of their flesh sloughing from their bones, yet unable to die and escape the torment. In the most extreme cases, pilots fuse so completely with their thrones that they cease to be separate entities at all. Their flesh merges with the metal and wiring, their nervous system becoming indistinguishable from the throne's circuitry. They become living components of the machine, their suffering literally wired into every aspect of the knight's operation. At this point, the question of whether a knight is being piloted by a person or by the throne itself becomes meaningless. They are one and the same, a hybrid entity that is neither fully human nor fully machine, trapped in a state of existence that makes the servitor conversion process look merciful. And through all of this, the screaming never stops. Every moment of consciousness, whether connected to the throne or separated from it, is filled with the voices of the damned. They scream their madness, their hatred, their endless suffering. They urge you toward greater acts of violence. They promise you that if you just kill enough, if you spill enough blood and harvest enough souls, the screaming will stop. But it never does. It only gets louder because with every battle you fight, with every enemy you destroy, you're adding to your own corruption, ensuring that when you finally die, your echo will join that chorus of the damned, screaming for all eternity. Some pilots try to resist. They cling to whatever shreds of sanity they have left, attempting to maintain some sense of their original self against the assault of the throne. These are usually the strongest-willed individuals, those who by rights should have become great heroes if they'd been born to a loyal house. But their strength only prolongs their suffering. A weaker mind might shatter quickly, losing all sense of self and becoming little more than a puppet for the throne's accumulated madness. But the strong hold on, and thus they remain aware enough to truly comprehend what's being done to them. They feel themselves changing, losing pieces of who they were, becoming something monstrous, and they are powerless to stop it. The absolutely most horrifying aspect of this torment is its permanence. When an Imperial Knight pilot dies, their service ends. Their neural echo joins those of their ancestors in the throne, yes, but it's a form of continuation, a kind of immortality through memory. For a Chaos Knight pilot, death is not an ending. It's a transformation into something worse. They become one more screaming ghost in the throne, one more voice in the chorus of the damned, and their suffering doesn't end. It increases. Because as the throne grows more corrupted, as more warped pilots add their madness to it, the torment experienced by all the neural echoes within it grows exponentially. This is the secret that Chaos Knights hide within their sarcophagus. This is the brutal truth that lurks beneath the fearsome exterior of these towering war engines. Every Chaos Knight is a walking prison, a torture engine that inflicts eternal suffering on everyone who has ever bonded with it. The pilot you see in battle, raging across the field and annihilating the Emperor's faithful, is simultaneously a perpetrator of atrocities and a victim of unending torment. They are both prisoner and warden, both tortured and torturer, locked in a hell of their own making, from which there is no escape. The Dark Mechanicum's grand experiment. To fully appreciate the depths to which the throne's mechanicum of infernal houses have been corrupted, we must examine the methodical, deliberate process by which the Dark Mechanicum breaks these ancient machines and the souls bonded to them. What the Dark Tech Priest did to create the first infernal houses wasn't merely corruption or possession. It was systematic torture and transformation, carried out with the kind of methodical precision that only the darkest reflection of the Mechanicus could achieve. When the Dark Mechanicum captures Imperial Knights, either during battle or through treachery, they don't simply kill the pilots or corrupt them through exposure to chaos. They conduct what they consider to be experiments, tests of various techniques for breaking the bond between a knight and the Imperium, while forging a new bond to the ruinous powers. Each knight house that falls this way becomes data, information to be analyzed and incorporated into future corruption attempts. The process typically begins with the separation of the pilot from their knight suit. This alone is traumatic for a bonded noble. Remember, the Throne Mechanicum creates a noospheric bond that persists even when the physical connection is severed. Forcibly separating a pilot from their knight is described as feeling like having a limb torn off, a psychic amputation that leaves phantom pain echoing through their consciousness. The Dark Mechanicum's tech priests understand this, and they use it. They disconnect the pilots and leave them in isolation chambers where they can feel their night calling to them, sense its presence nearby, but cannot reach it. This is purely psychological warfare, designed to weaken the pilot's resistance before the real torture begins. Meanwhile, the night suits and their thrones, Mechanicum, are subjected to their own forms of corruption. The Dark Mechanicum has developed numerous techniques for this, each more horrifying than the last. One of the most common is the use of scrap code, a form of warp-infested computer virus that the warpsmiths of the Traitor Legions have perfected over 10,000 years of service to the Dark Gods. This isn't like a conventional computer virus that merely damages or corrupts data. Scrap code is semi-sentient, capable of learning and adapting, and it carries with it the touch of chaos itself. When scrap code is introduced into a throne mechanicum, it doesn't just corrupt the machine's programming, it attacks the machine's spirit, the limited artificial intelligence that helps govern the night's systems. Imagine the machine's spirit as a kind of digital soul, shaped by the accumulated personalities of every pilot who ever bonded with the throne. Now imagine that soul being subjected to the equivalent of demonic possession, with the scrap code acting as a vector for warp entities to infiltrate the very essence of what makes the night function. The machine's spirit begins to go mad. Its behavioral patterns, once noble and heroic, twist into something malevolent. The night suit itself starts to change in response, not just spiritually but physically. Armor plates warp and buckle, weapon systems mutate. The ion shields that once protected the night flicker with energies that have no place in the material universe. The entire war machine becomes a hybrid of technology and demonic influence, no longer a pure product of human engineering, but rather a demon engine in the making. But the Dark Mechanicum doesn't stop with scrap code. They also employ what are called spectrophagic demons, entities specifically summoned to feed upon the neural echoes stored within the throne mechanicum. These demons are particularly insidious. They don't simply destroy the echoes of previous pilots. They devour them slowly, feeding on the essence of these trapped consciousnesses, while simultaneously corrupting what remains. Picture what this means for the ancestral spirits within the throne. They're already in a state of semi-existence, not fully alive but not truly dead, preserved in the throne's circuits as digital shadows of who they once were. Then a demon comes, and it begins to consume them. But it's not a quick process. The demon savors each echo, drawing out the experience of devouring them over what must feel like an eternity to the consciousness being consumed. And the parts of the echo that aren't immediately devoured become corrupted, twisted into something that serves the demon rather than providing wisdom to future pilots. In some of the most extreme cases, the Dark Mechanicum uses their understanding of warp technology to create actual rifts in reality inside the throne mechanicum itself. These aren't large rifts, nothing that would be visible from the outside, but microscopic tears in the fabric of space-time within the throne's circuitry. Through these tiny rifts, raw warp energy pours into the throne, directly exposing the neural echoes trapped within to the stuff of chaos in its purest form. The suffering this causes is beyond anything mortal beings were meant to endure. The neural echoes exist in a state between matter and energy, between life and death, and when they're exposed to raw warp energy, they experience something that can only be described as spiritual burning. They are simultaneously dissolved and preserved, destroyed and maintained, their consciousness fragmenting across multiple planes of existence while remaining aware of every moment of their torment. Only a fraction of the throne's mechanicum subjected to these procedures survive. The ancient mechanisms, already poorly understood even by the Adeptus Mechanicus, simply cannot withstand such abuse. They break down, their systems failing catastrophically, the neural echoes within them finally released into whatever afterlife awaits such tortured souls. But those rare thrones that do survive become something unprecedented. They are no longer merely corrupted pieces of technology. They are prisons of eternal suffering, torture engines that inflict agony on everyone who bonds with them, gateways that connect directly to the darkest regions of the warp. Once the thrones have been sufficiently corrupted, the Dark Mechanicum moves to the final phase of their process, bonding new pilots to these ruined relics. But they don't use volunteers. Instead, they often employ captured slaves, common humans, or even failed chaos cultists who are promised the chance to become something more if they can survive the bonding process. These unfortunates are given neural implants and then forcibly connected to the corrupted thrones through procedures that the dark tech priests have perfected through countless iterations. The mortality rate is astronomical. 9 out of 10 candidates die screaming, their minds burned out by the sheer intensity of the corruption flooding through the neural connection. But that one who survives, that individual whose will proves strong enough to endure the initial connection, becomes the first in a new line of fallen nobles. They emerge from the ritual irrevocably changed, their personality twisted by the throne, their sanity hanging by a thread, their flesh already beginning to show the signs of the corruption that will eventually consume them entirely. These survivors become the progenitors of new infernal house bloodlines. They take names, establish traditions, and begin recruiting others to their cause. Some capture members of loyal night houses and force them through the same process. Others return to their original homeworlds and corrupt the night suits there, spreading the taint to their own people. Still others simply wait, knowing that the corrupted thrones they're bonded to will inevitably drive them to commit acts that attract more followers, more candidates willing to damn themselves for the promise of power. The Dark Mechanicum views all of this as a grand experiment in control and subversion. They maintain extensive records of which corruption techniques prove most effective, which combinations of scrap code and demonic influence produce the most powerful corrupted knights, which types of personality are most likely to survive the bonding process with their will intact enough to be useful. To them, the suffering of the pilots is irrelevant. What matters is the data, the knowledge gained, the refinement of their techniques for future applications. And the idolaters, those specialized tech priests who serve the infernal houses directly, continue to develop new methods of corruption. Trained in the screaming soul forges of the Dark Mechanicum, these idolaters learn diabolic rituals that allow them to further enhance the corrupted knights in their care. They sacrifice living victims on great cog-shaped altars, entreating demonic entities to grant them insights into the knight's function and potential for further corruption. Some idolaters specialize in increasing the raw power of Chaos Knights, performing rituals that infuse the war machines with warp energy to enhance their weapons and defenses. Others focus on creating psychic yokes and spiritual shackles that allow Chaos Knight pilots to dominate the minds of their enemies or their own subordinates. The most skilled and most damned idolaters gain the ability to perceive possible futures, using their patron demons to grant their masters glimpses of what is to come, so they can better plan their campaigns of terror. But every enhancement, every ritual, every demonic blessing comes at a cost paid by the pilot bonded to the throne. Each new corruption adds another layer of torment, another voice to the screaming chorus in their head, another modification to their flesh that draws them further from humanity. The pilots know this. On some level, they understand that every time they allow an idolater to perform a ritual on their knight, they're accepting more suffering. But they do it anyway, because the throne has conditioned them to crave power above all else, and because the madness that grips them makes short-term gain seem worth any long-term price. The Dark Mechanicum's grand experiment has been wildly successful by their standards. Through their techniques, they've created entire night houses that are utterly devoted to chaos, war engines of such power that even loyalist Titan legions approach them with caution. The pilots of these corrupted knights have become weapons of terror, their mere presence on the battlefield enough to break the morale of Imperial forces, who know what horrors lurk within those towering war machines. But from the perspective of anyone with even a shred of humanity left, this experiment represents one of the most obscene perversions of technology in a galaxy full of such perversions. The Dark Mechanicum has taken devices designed to preserve the wisdom and personality of heroic defenders and transformed them into engines of eternal torture. They've perverted the sacred bond between pilot and machine into a parasitic relationship that slowly devours the pilot's humanity while keeping them alive to suffer. And they've done all of this with the methodical precision of scientists conducting research, documenting their techniques and refining their methods with each new night house that falls under their sway. Demon possession, the final corruption. If the standard corruption of a Chaos Knight's throne, Mechanicum, represents a descent into madness and torment, then demonic possession represents the absolute nadir of this fall, the point at which the pilot ceases to be human in any meaningful sense and becomes instead a vessel for entities from beyond the veil of reality. This is not a common fate for all Chaos Knights, but for those houses and individuals who embrace it, the transformation is total and irreversible. House Commentis stands as the most infamous example of knights who deliberately seek out demonic possession as a twisted rite of passage. This infernal house, sworn to the Dark Mechanicum, arose on the desert world of Matarach, where they once hunted great predatory beasts as spiritual guides. When their world was engulfed by a demonic incursion in the 33rd millennium, the house fell to chaos, and their traditions transformed into something nightmarish. In place of hunting animals, the fallen nobles of House Commentis now seek out demons, but they don't hunt these entities to destroy them. They hunt them to invite possession, to allow these warp-born creatures to infiltrate their bodies, merge with their throne's mechanicum, and intermingle with the machine spirits of their night suits. This isn't done under duress or through trickery. The pilots of House Commentis actively desire this fate, viewing it as the ultimate expression of their house's hunting traditions. They believe that by bonding with demons, they're gaining spiritual guides far more powerful than the beasts their ancestors once pursued. The process begins when a noble sets out onto the transformed surface of Matarach, now a world carved into vast summoning circles where demons manifest freely. The whole continents of the planet have been reshaped to serve as gateways for warp entities, strip-mined not for minerals, but to create the geometric patterns and sigils needed to thin the barrier between reality and the immaterium. The noble hunts through this demon-infested landscape, seeking an entity powerful enough to be worthy, but not so powerful that it will immediately overwhelm them. When they find such a demon, the noble doesn't fight it in the traditional sense. Instead, they open themselves to it, lowering their psychic defenses and inviting the entity to possess them. The daemon, always eager for a foothold in reality, accepts. It pours into the noble's body, flooding through their nervous system and into the neural connection they share with their throne mechanicum. From there, it spreads throughout the entire night suit, corrupting the machine spirit and infusing every system with its otherworldly presence. For the first months, or even years, the noble and the demon exist in a kind of terrible symbiosis. The demon grants the pilot access to powers beyond mortal comprehension, abilities that transcend what the knight's technology alone could achieve. The pilot might find they can sense enemies through the warp itself, or that their weapons strike with an accuracy that defies probability, or that their knight can move with a speed and grace impossible for a machine of such size. In battle, a demon-possessed knight of House Commentis is a truly terrifying sight, fighting with a fury and effectiveness that makes even other Chaos Knights seem tame by comparison. But this symbiosis is temporary. The demon is not a partner or a guide. It is a predator that has found prey too foolish to resist. Over the course of years, the demon begins to consume the pilot from within. It eats away at their consciousness, devouring their memories, their personality, their very sense of self. The pilot feels this happening. They experience their own ego dissolving, their thoughts becoming increasingly alien to them, their will subsumed beneath the demon's desires. It's a form of slow psychological death, drawn out over years of torment. Physically, the corruption is equally devastating. The pilot's flesh begins to change in ways that reflect the nature of the demon possessing them. A noble possessed by a bloodletter of corn might find their skin turning red, their bones growing denser and heavier, their body temperature rising until they exist in a state of perpetual fever. One possessed by a plague bearer of Nurgle would experience their flesh rotting and bloating, becoming host to countless diseases, while somehow remaining alive and functional. A demonette of Slaanesh would twist the pilot's body into something simultaneously beautiful and grotesque, every nerve ending hypersensitive to the point where the mere act of moving causes waves of sensation that border on overwhelming. Meanwhile, the knight suit itself undergoes similar transformations. The metal warps and twists, taking on organic characteristics. Weapons mutate into forms that shouldn't be possible, combining demonic essence with technology in ways that violate every law of nature. The machine spirit, already corrupted by the demon's presence, becomes something that is neither artificial intelligence nor warp entity, but rather an abomination that partakes of both natures. The pilot's mind, what's left of it, experiences this transformation as a kind of fragmentation. They become aware of their consciousness existing in multiple states simultaneously. Part of them remains in their physical body, feeling it corrupt and change. Part of them exists within the throne mechanicum, drowning in the screaming echoes of previous pilots and now also struggling against the demon that shares their neural space. Part of them is spread throughout the knight suit itself, experiencing existence as a multi-story war machine infused with demonic power. And part of them, increasingly the largest part, is simply gone, consumed by the demon and lost forever. The fate that awaits all such pilots is both inevitable and horrifying. Eventually, their body will fail. The combination of physical corruption, psychic stress, and demonic consumption will push their mortal form beyond its limits. But they don't die in any normal sense. Instead, their body collapses into a fleeting warp fissure, a tiny rift in reality that serves as a gateway for the demon and potentially other entities to fully manifest. The pilot's consciousness, or what remains of it, is dragged through this rift into the warp, where it will experience torments that make their time in the mortal realm seem pleasant by comparison. But here's the truly insidious part. House Commentis views this as a victory. When a noble's body collapses into a warp fissure and releases demons, other members of the house hunt these newly manifested entities, seeking to repeat the cycle. The demons that emerge from a dying pilot are seen as valuable prey, worthy of being sought out and invited to possess the next generation of nobles. In this way, the house perpetuates its own damnation, each generation deliberately embracing a fate that should horrify any sane individual. House Commentis is the most extreme example, but they're not alone in this practice. Other infernal houses have their own variations on demonic possession. Some use it as a punishment for nobles who fail in battle or who displease their superiors. Others reserve it for their most elite warriors, viewing possession as a kind of dark ascension. Still others stumble into it accidentally, their thrones so corrupted that demons can slip through the barriers between reality and the warp to possess pilots without any invitation needed. In some cases, the pilot dies, but the demon remains, continuing to animate the knight suit like a puppet. These demon-piloted knights are particularly dangerous because they combine the raw power of a warp entity with the devastating weaponry of a war machine designed during the dark age of technology. They're no longer bound by mortal limitations like fear or exhaustion. They don't need to rest, don't need to eat, don't feel pain in any way that would cause them to retreat. They exist solely to kill, destroy, and spread the corruption of chaos, and they do so with a single-minded focus that makes them nearly unstoppable. The Imperium has encountered these fully demon-possessed knights on numerous battlefields, and the reports from survivors paint a picture of something truly nightmarish. Witnesses describe knights that move with an unnatural fluidity, their joints bending in ways that the original engineering should never have allowed. They report weapons that fire projectiles, which don't behave according to normal physics, shells that curve in mid-flight to strike targets, or that explode into demonic entities rather than mere fragments. They tell of knights whose very presence causes reality to warp and twist, whose footsteps leave burning prints that glow with warp fire, whose war cries are layered with the screams of demons and the dying. For the members of the Ordo Malleus, the demon-hunting specialists of the Inquisition, demon-possessed knights represent some of their most dangerous quarries. These aren't simple possessions that can be banished with the right rituals or holy words. The demon has merged so completely with the knight suit, become so deeply intertwined with its systems and structure, that banishing the entity often requires destroying the entire war machine. And that's no easy task when you're facing something with the firepower of a small army and the unholy resilience granted by demonic power. Grey Knights, the Space Marines specifically created and trained to fight demons, approach possessed knights with extreme caution. Even for these elite warriors, each one a potent psyker equipped with weapons designed to harm entities of the warp. A demon-possessed knight is a threat that requires careful planning and overwhelming force to overcome. Many Grey Knights have fallen attempting to purge these abominations, their gene seed lost along with their lives, their sacrifice barely making a dent in the demonic war machine's assault. The ultimate irony of demonic possession in Chaos Knights is that the pilots who sought it out, like those of House Commentis, believed they were gaining power and transcendence. They thought they were ascending to a higher state of being, bonding with spiritual entities that would make them superior to their merely human counterparts. Instead, they found obliteration. They didn't transcend their humanity. They had it systematically stripped away, devoured piece by piece, until nothing remained but a fading scream in the warp. The power they gained was real, but it was never theirs. It belonged to the demon, and they were merely the vehicle through which that power manifested in reality before they were discarded like a used tool. The fate, worse than death, among the countless horrors of the 41st millennium, from the tyranny of the Imperium to the predation of chaos, to the existential threat of the Tyranids, the fate of a Chaos Knight pilot stands out as uniquely terrible. It represents a perfect synthesis of physical torment, psychological destruction, and spiritual damnation, all drawn out over a period that can span decades or even centuries. To understand why this fate is considered worse than death, even by Chaos Space Marines, who themselves have damned their souls for eternity, we must compare it to other forms of corruption and transformation in the setting. Consider the fate of a Chaos Dreadnought, known among the traitor legions as a Hellbrute. Like a Chaos Knight pilot, the heretic Astartes interred within a Dreadnought sarcophagus is a warrior too valuable to let die, whose broken body has been preserved within a cybernetic shell so they can continue to fight. But there are crucial differences that make the Chaos Knight's fate significantly worse. A Chaos Space Marine who becomes a Hellbrute was already damned before their interment. They had already turned traitor, already committed themselves to the service of the Dark Gods, already participated in 10,000 years of warfare against the Imperium. Their transformation into a Hellbrute is, in many ways, simply a continuation of the path they were already on. Yes, they're driven to madness by the confinement. Yes, they must be chained between battles to prevent berserk rampages. Yes, their existence is one of rage and torment. But they chose this path, however much they might regret it now. A Chaos Knight pilot, particularly one from an iconoclast house born into corruption, never had that choice. They were raised in a society where the corruption was already endemic, where the throne's mechanicum they would eventually bond with were already saturated with madness. From the moment they were born, their fate was sealed. They would undergo the ritual of becoming. They would bond with a corrupted throne, and they would descend into madness, not because of choices they made, but because of choices made by their ancestors generations ago. Even more significantly, a Hellbrute can be disconnected from its sarcophagus between battles. The pilot is removed from the cybernetic shell and left in isolation, still in a state of seething rage, but at least temporarily separated from the prison that confines them. A Chaos Knight pilot has no such respite. Even when they're physically disconnected from the throne mechanicum, the noospheric bond remains. They feel the throne's presence constantly, hear the echo of the screaming voices, sense the corruption eating away at their sanity, even when they're far from the night itself. Furthermore, the Hellbrute's madness, while terrible, is relatively straightforward. It's rage and frustration at their confinement, anger at their fate, a desire to kill everything in sight when they're finally unleashed. The Chaos Knight pilot's madness is far more complex. It's layered with the accumulated insanity of every previous pilot who bonded with the throne. It's twisted by the psychological conditioning that the throne implements, making them believe that their corruption is righteous. It's compounded by the physical fusion with the throne that many pilots experience, creating a feedback loop where their body's suffering directly influences their mental state and vice versa. Some might argue that demon possession, as practiced by many Chaos champions, is comparable or even worse. But there are key differences. When a Chaos champion seeks possession by a demon, they often do so willingly, opening themselves to the entity in exchange for power. The possession is usually complete and relatively quick. Either the champion's will is strong enough to maintain some autonomy, becoming a demon prince or a powerful possessed champion, or they're completely overwhelmed and become a mere puppet. Either way, the process reaches a conclusion relatively quickly. For a Chaos Knight pilot, particularly one from House Commentis, the possession is deliberately drawn out. The demon doesn't immediately overwhelm the pilot, because doing so would waste the potential of having a bonded Knight pilot as a host. Instead, it feeds slowly, consuming the pilot's consciousness piece by piece over years or decades. The pilot remains aware throughout this process. They feel themselves being devoured from within. They experience their personality fragmenting, their memories being eaten, their will dissolving, and they cannot stop it. They can only endure it, trapped within their own mind, while an alien intelligence systematically destroys everything that makes them who they are. The Chaos Knight pilot also suffers from a unique form of temporal torment. Because of the way the throne mechanicum preserves neural echoes, pilots can experience time in strange and disturbing ways. They might have flashes of memories from previous pilots, experiencing battles that happened centuries ago, as if they were happening now. They might feel themselves existing across multiple time periods simultaneously, their consciousness fragmented between past, present, and possible futures. This temporal displacement adds another layer of madness to their already fractured psyche. There's also the matter of isolation. A Chaos Space Marine, even a Hellbrute, is still part of a legion or warband. They have battle brothers, comrades who understand what they've been through because they've been through similar transformations. They can communicate with others, share their experiences, find some measure of camaraderie in their damnation. A Chaos Knight pilot is fundamentally alone. Oh, they might have other pilots in their house, but they can't truly communicate the depth of their suffering because each pilot's experience is unique to the particular hell of their own corrupted throne. The voices in their head aren't companions, they're tormentors. The demon possessing them isn't an ally, it's a predator. They exist in a state of profound isolation that makes their physical confinement seem trivial by comparison. Perhaps most significantly, the Chaos Knight pilot's torment doesn't end with death. When they finally die, whether in battle or through the slow consumption by a possessing demon, or simply from the accumulated corruption of their flesh, their neural echo is absorbed into the throne mechanicum. They become one more voice in the screaming chorus, one more fragment of consciousness trapped in the throne's circuits, doomed to experience the suffering of every future pilot who bonds with the throne while simultaneously reliving their own torment for eternity. This fate is what truly makes the Chaos Knight pilot's existence worse than death. Death, even a horrific death in battle, is at least an ending. The soul might be claimed by chaos, might be tormented in the warp for eternity, but at least the mortal existence concludes. For a Chaos Knight pilot, there is no ending. There is only transformation from one form of suffering to another, from the torment of being alive and bonded to the throne, to the torment of being a neural echo trapped within it. The Imperium understands this horror. When Loyalist forces encounter Chaos Knights on the battlefield, their standing orders are not to capture them or attempt to redeem them, but to destroy them utterly. Not just kill the pilot, but destroy the entire Knight suit, reducing it to molten slag and scattered fragments so that the corrupted throne mechanicum can never torture another soul. This is considered an act of mercy, the only way to truly end the cycle of suffering that the throne perpetuates. But such complete destruction is rarely achieved. Chaos Knights are formidable war machines, capable of withstanding tremendous punishment. Even when they're brought down, the throne mechanicum often survives, protected by layers of armor and shield.